hear me, please let me know. Sometimes I tend to get in my own little world, so if you can't hear me, please speak out. First off, I was told to announce that this is being broadcasted in their Whitefish School. So just be aware that we are being recorded and it's broadcasted. So, but just thought I would mention that. Also, my name is Mikkel Bernard. I work for Ferguson Waterworks. I work with the census. I work with the census product line. I strictly work with just the water meters and the ways of reading the water meters and the different technologies involving with water, electric, lights and different utilities. But so speak up though as I'm talking, because I may not notice if somebody has their hands, but I would rather you guys ask me questions as I come up versus wait to the end, because then either you want to just get out of here or you forgot your question. So please feel like just interrupt me, raise your hand, and I'll do my best to pay attention to everybody. So I cover census for the state of Montana. I also cover it for part of Wyoming. And the branches up there, Billings, Kalispell, and Casper, those are all the Ferguson branches that I cover. And I work for the Meter and Automation Come on in group, and there's a couple seats down here. So I work for the Meter and Automation group. So I'm not like your regular typical municipal salesperson. I pretty much just work with our census customers or future census customers, that type of thing. And I'm fairly technical, so if you guys have any questions, speak up. So let me get situated. Okay. So basically, I'm going to go over AMI and AMR. The differences between AMI and AMR, and the different ways of reading. Most utilities read the water bills for the main purpose of regaining the revenue to cover the cost of running their water distribution system. So a lot of customers do it in different ways. You have a lot of utilities that might be a fixed bill where everybody gets the same size bill. So regardless of how much water you use, everybody is billed just one bill. Then you have manually, basically, where every month basically people don't have a way of reading it with a touch read, but they can visually look at the meter. There's some chairs down here. Over here, there's some chairs. So they don't have a way of reading the meters, they visually have to look at it, and so they would manually do that once a month. Then you'd have estimated reads, where people actually can't get to some of their meters during the winter. So they're going to estimate part of the year and the rest of the year that they're not. Of course, estimated reads is, when I work with customers, I try to get them to never ever estimate reads, because it usually causes a lot of problems. Because either you overestimate or underestimate and make a lot of unhappy customers. And then touch read is basically where you would actually do a touch read of that meter, and then that read imports into some sort of a device like a tablet or something that you import into your billing. And then you have AMR. AMR is basically, it's automatic meter reading, where you're going to be reading the radios to get that read for billing every month, and then you import that into your billing. And then you have AMI. AMI is a completely different animal. It's basically where the reads go in automatically. You get the reads 365 days a year, and you have at least 3 years of history to go back on. And you're getting hourly reads, and you're no longer going out there and visiting each and every meter every month to read. So AMR is usually done with a mobile unit. A mobile unit sometimes has an antenna on top of the vehicle, or it could be using something like this that has this reads the frequency. So as you drive around, this would actually communicate the radios and pull in the reads. Or you can have an antenna on top of the vehicle. You can, if you use something like this to read the radios, you would have a handheld or a tablet that those reads would go in, and then you go back into your office and you would import those reads into your billing software. But with AMR, the most important is obviously getting your monthly read so that you can get your bills out. The biggest problem with AMR is basically your head in the sand. You're unaware of issues. You're unaware of your leak alarms, your tap alarms, backflow issues. So you're able to bill, and you pay for these radios, which is great, and they store the alarms, but if you don't actually go and look at them or have a way to look at those alarms, you're missing those alarms. But the thing is if you look at those alarms once a month, the leak may have happened 2 weeks ago. The backflow may have happened 2 weeks ago. By then it may be too late or the damage is done. And so that's the biggest reason for going AMI is because then now you're able to be aware of it. And also when you go to radio read, another big reduction in cost is workman's comp. So once you have radios, you're not having to get into people's yards, mess with their dogs, to get in there to read. So the AMR is definitely better than doing touch read, but it's not going to match the AMI. In most cases, it's the same radio for AMR versus AMI. AMI is basically the cost is usually 10 to 15% more cost regarding what you already paid for your system. Usually the largest expense in to go in AMI is actually the radios. It's not really for the infrastructure. So there's a picture. It's kind of hard to see it. On the left-hand side basically shows you an antenna on top of a tower. Oh, can you not hear me? Sorry about that. Oh, you can hear me now. Okay. So the antenna, basically, you would install it on top of a tower, a water tank, on top of a building, a pole. There's lots of places where you can install an antenna, and that device connects to another box that uses a backhaul, and the backhaul basically has an internet connection that uploads those reads to a hosted system. And when you go AMI, the big difference is because you become a proactive utility versus reactive. And when you're AMR, you're only reacting once a month. And when you're AMI, you're able to be proactive and react on a daily basis. You're not waiting until that 2 days a week. So with the Census AMI, the radios have 2 watts of power, which makes a big difference because then you have to have less infrastructure, and that was the antenna I was talking about. Because the radios have 2 watts of power, the base station has 8 watts of power. So you have a very large range or long range that you can actually read your communication. The Census has a primary license frequency that they own, and that's why they're able to turn up those radios. So their competition, basically, they can do 1 watt max, and that's because they're on a shared frequency, and they have to share people that have baby monitors and other devices that are on those frequencies, so they are not allowed to turn those radios up. But having a primary frequency, it allows them to turn that up so you have a lot less infrastructure. We have so a system that we have in place is Big Sky, Montana, and I imagine some of you have been there, but if you haven't been there, basically it is a ski resort community, and when you drive in there, they have a golf course that the elevation of the golf course is about 6,100 feet elevation, and you're in a mountainous area, lots of trees, and all these houses are tucked back into the trees. And then when you drive up to the ski resort, and then you go a little further up to Moonlight Basin, where there's more houses for Big Sky, you've got about 8,100 feet elevation. And so they're able to read their whole system, which is 2 base stations, which is a complicated, very complicated system because of all the elevation changes and all the different holes they have. When your radios have configurable alarms in them, so when you have leaks or a different backflow, reverse, you can configure each alarm according to the type of customer that you have, and then which is very important. So if you have a residential user where maybe one person lives in this house, they don't use a whole lot of water. But then you have a business that might have the same size of meter, or a large family using the same size of meter. Their alarms or leak alarms and everything are going to be set differently. And so that's the thing, is when you go AMI, you have the ability to configure those alarms over the air without actually having to go on site to change those alarms. You also have the ability to program the firmware in the radios, which that's important because new technology, when you buy a system like this, you have a 20-year life cycle. So, in 20 years, what's now, and in 5 years, 10 years, there's new meters coming out, new technology coming out, and so you need to have the ability to be able to read those. But by being able to upgrade the firmware in the radios, you get that functionality that you can go ahead and still read those meters. This is kind of what a
radio looks for like a pit, and this is like a wall mount radio. But so it's a huge thing that you can upgrade those so that you can keep up with the times and be able to upgrade your meters to current stuff. So with AMI, you get some alarms like a high use alarm. A high use alarm is a very handy alarm. That is where you would have a customer, it's not necessarily a leak alarm, it's where so much water has gone through that water meter in 1 hour, and it shows you that, hey, there's an issue here. This is a single residence, and they've had 500 gallons of water going through the water meter in 1 hour, which isn't typical of that residence. So you get an alert going, hey, there's a high use here, something's going on. I was just at one of my customers in Wyoming that has a fixed base system, and they were researching an issue because they had a 300 gallons basically going through a water meter every single hour, and nobody was home. They couldn't get inside the house, and so, but with the system, it alerted them, so they were at least able to go turn the curb stop off until somebody came home, because they were alerted that there was some high flows. Then your no use. No use would be like your zero consumption, so your meters might be reading fine, but they're not actually consuming water. But you have people living there, and they're happy, they're not complaining that they're not having water. And so your no use basically is your zero consumption. Most of you have billing software that gives you what that zero consumption meters are, and you want to investigate those because obviously it could be a meter that's stuck or a meter that's just failed out there, and so you need to be running the zero consumption reports. Now, some of you guys probably already run those reports from your billing software, and they're usually a monthly read. The problem is when you go monthly, is you have people that might be gone for 2 weeks, or they might be gone for the winter, and so you kind of need to be able to pull those reports over the last couple months or the last 3 months instead of just a 1 month period, so that you can actually find the true zero consumption meters. And that way, when you're sending your service people out to investigate, you're not sending them out to every single zero use just because that person only uses a very small amount of water and it wasn't showing because you're reading 1,000 gallons or something, so they only use 800 and some. So you think there's no use, but there actually is use, but you may not be aware of it. And so with AMI, it makes it a lot easier to detect if you actually truly have zero consumption. Read errors, when you install your meter and radio, you're updated at that time far as if the system's communicating with the base station, and if you have where it's not communicating, you can go out and fix it before billing. And of course, if you're in an AMR situation, you don't know until billing that you have an issue. So this way you can stay on top of it and fix it as you go. Then theft of consumption. The nice thing about AMI is since you're getting the hourly information, you know exactly when the water's being used. They had a customer on a fixed base system in Colorado that had, the person wasn't living in the house, it was vacant, the house was up for sale, and his water bill was huge, and he's like, I'm not using water, there's no way. Well, so they started to investigate, and they found out every day, it was every Tuesday and Thursday at a certain time, every day, on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 o'clock, that there was a lot of water usage. So what they did is they went and parked down the road and waited for that time, a police officer and a person with the utility, and waited, and sure enough, that next week on Tuesday at 2 o'clock, a big water truck backed up to the back to where the house is and plugged into their tap and filled their water. And by being on AMI, they were able to sit there and track what the pattern was so that they could actually find the person that was stealing water, because nobody was living in the house, so there was no reason for it. So in data errors, that would be kind of similar to like a read error, but the data errors would be like in your billing software. So when you guys give the people in the office what the meter number is, the radio number, and if they do a typo, if that data doesn't match, then the reads and stuff don't come over correctly. So they know immediately that, hey, there's an issue, and so you either have to go out in the field and get that information again, or they go back and look at the paperwork and realize that they maybe mistyped something and fix it. But the big advantage is you're not waiting until the end of the month for your read, and now send its mass chaos to get those last reads. Then you also have the ability to detect reverse flow. Reverse flow, most meters have the ability to detect that the water is flowing backwards. We have a couple of meters here that definitely have that ability, and they will throw an alarm. And you can configure those alarms so that so much water has to go through that water meter for an hour before it alerts you, so you're not getting a false alert. But it's very important to be able to track if you have places that you don't have backflow preventers, or if you have a backflow device that has failed. It's actually going to show you that something's going on, so you can go out and investigate. Meter tampering, cheaters, so people that decide to bypass their meter to still water. Now with your existing like an AMR situation, you can basically just take that meter out, put a spacer in there, leave the meter and radio hooked up, and you don't really know that that's happened other than they don't seem to be consuming water. Well, when you have a meter like the Site Pearl or this Ally meter, they both have the ability to detect that they're empty. So if somebody is bypassing the water meter, it's going to throw an alarm in the AMI system that, hey, I'm empty, there's something wrong here. The big advantage is a lot of times there is reason for it to be empty. Maybe the plumber's there, you've turned off the water, there's some legit reasons. But if you have places that you think that you're actually losing water because of somebody cheating, you can actually go back into history and see how many times that water has been, the pipe has been empty. And that's the huge advantage of AMI, if you can have all that history tracking. The individual meters without AMI also have the ability to track it, but with AMI you can have up to 3 years and you can see the actual pattern. So when you go AMI, entire systems can be acoustically logged and sounded daily, looking for system leaks. So there are different devices. Census has devices, and there's other third-party devices that you can install in your system that acoustically listen to your system for leaks. And when you're doing it through AMI, the huge advantage there is all that data is being captured in one spot, so you can come in every morning and see how your system is doing. Then you have entire systems that can be monitored for water pressure. This is huge. If any of you guys have any pressure issues or you have any pressure monitoring stations, they're pretty expensive, and sometimes you have to pay for SCADA. So if you're going to have that information, but it's very, very expensive. So a typical pressure monitoring station is going to be like $2,500, and then plus you have to have some sort of a device like SCADA or something so you can maintain it. Well, when you have AMI, you can actually transmit that similar type of SCADA data over the AMI system, so which is a big advantage. So if you have just one little area that you need to have pressure, but you don't have the funds to put in a pressure monitoring station, you can install like the Ally water meter to monitor the water pressure. Or if you have a commercial meter there, we have a device you can install like a pressure transducer inside a water meter or into a valve, and it will monitor the water pressure for you. And if there is any spikes, like it goes above a certain level or below a certain level, you can configure it to send you a text message or an email. You can be alerted different ways that pressure there's a problem. You can also monitor your system for water temperature. And why would you want to monitor your system for water temperature? Well, there's multiple reasons. The main reason is that you treat your water for, like chlorine, if you treat your water, it's nice to know what the water temperature is, because if you have an area of your town that the water temperature is getting high, that means that the chlorine could be evaporating and you could have a bacteria issue. So it's a health reasons for monitoring temperature. Also with temperature, if you have an area that tends to freeze, and you're wanting to kind of keep an eye on it, so if you have a line freezing or something, by monitoring water temperature, you can get a heads up before it happens. Another big thing is going to be your hourly reads. So if you're not able to read your meter, you're going to be alerted that you're not getting your reads. So you can go out and fix your issues before that once a month billing, because you're getting those reads all the time. So you can stay on top of things, fix your problems before they happen, and when it comes to billing, a lot less stress. Then of course you've got the backflow. I already talked to that, being able to find the areas where you're having backflow and be able to go out and investigate where those areas are. When you go out in an AMI system, you can, when you get these alerts, you can click on these alerts and it will actually take you to the location of where that is, and you can also populate it on a map to see where it is in regards to your water system. Then you also have the ability to, in an AMI system, if you have a lot of delinquent accounts, You know, every time you send out a truck roll to turn people's accounts off, it's expensive. And what's even more expensive is when you have to turn the water on. Because at least when you're turning them off, you're turning off a bunch at one time, so it's usually one truck roll. But now when you have to turn them on, it's different times of the day, just depending on when people actually pay for their water. And so there is an ally meter that we have that monitors water pressure, temperature, but it also has a shutoff valve. And the shutoff valve is like just a ball valve that just rotates in there. That so you can, from your computer, without sending out a service guy, you can actually turn the water off. You can also turn it to a trickle, which is important. So if you have somebody there that you know that's maybe on dialysis or they need to take their pills, something like that, and you just really don't want to turn off their water, but you really need them to pay, you can turn it to a trickle, and then they can still have a little bit of water to sustain. Then another big thing when you have an AMI system is you're able to run consumption reports. So if you want to know what you've used last August versus this August and versus the August before that, you can run reports for those months and compare them. You can do any date and time frame you want. You want to look at last week or the week before or just a couple day period or a whole year at a time, and you can compare those because you have all that data there. You also have, when somebody has an old meter and you go out and replace that meter, the information on the old meter, all those reads still stay in the system. So you can see what their old meter was doing, you know, last year, and then of course they've got their new meter now. You can actually compare that and see those reads. Then you also, with an AMI, you have another big ability, and this is a selling tool for towns that are trying to sell it. They want to go to their council. A lot of times going to your council, being able to show your customers, or your council basically, that you can provide a customer portal to your customers. And that's where the customers can actually monitor their own water usage. And so if you have customers that are wanting to conserve their water, and the customer portal will basically tell them what they're using compared to their neighbors. So they get a kind of an idea, you know, are they being green or not? Are they, wasting a lot of water or not? But they can set up their own little alerts. If you're on a tier system for a billing system, and so they're trying to watch their water bill, they don't want it to go so high, they can actually be alerted to that, hey, you're going to be moving to the next tier because you've used so much water. So there's a lot of power in a customer portal. So here is looking at system leaks. The most common misconception when it comes to looking at leaks is that your large main breaks are your biggest culprit as far as the most water loss. Well, it just seems that way because they are such a large break and it becomes obvious. So those you become aware much sooner that you have an issue. And so when it comes to finding leaks, you are aware, then you have to locate it, and then you have to repair it. But when it's a big system break, it is obvious where the location is, much more obvious anyways. And then when repairing, usually it happens in an average of 1 to 1 day. Then when you have your system leaks, it takes a little bit longer to become aware of those leaks. And then when you become aware, you have to locate the leak, and then you have your time to fix the leak. Those take a little bit longer, than an average is going to be like 16 days. Then you have your customer leaks. The problem with the customer leaks is you're now not just dealing with the utility, you're dealing with the customer. So that puts in a lot more factors. So first it's becoming aware and then locating it. But then when it comes to repairing it, then you have the issue is who's paying for the repair? Who's going to do the repair? So it extends that repair a lot further. So you got more like 46 days. So even though the leak might be smaller, going over so many more days, the actual loss goes way up. So it's important that you're able to find these leaks if the quicker you can find these leaks, the better advantage you're going to have at saving or not losing as much water. So in an AMI system, you have multiple type of devices that can communicate over an AMI system. You have, water meters, electric meters, gas meters, your acoustic devices. Then we have a device called a smart gateway. A smart gateway is basically like a radio, just like this, except for it's designed to be connected to an unlimited type of devices. You can use it for connecting it to like a pressure device that's installed inside a meter or installed inside of a PRV vault to transmit that back to the system. You can use it to monitor your pH levels in your tanks. You can use it to monitor like your reservoir levels, or if you have a place that you have to monitor for a flood stage, you can put levels in there that say you don't have power there. You can connect it to this device because this actually has a battery built into it, so you don't have to have power, but you can monitor levels of maybe a reservoir or a river or a creek or something, that when it gets to a certain level that you're at flood stage. Well, you can monitor that through the same system. It communicates with through the same frequency, the same network, and you just have to be within range of the network. You do not have to have power. Here's an example of one that the gateway is basically monitoring the pressure in this PRV vault, and is able to monitor the upstream and the downstream, upstream and the downstream. Here's an example of a PRV malfunction, and you can see here where the PRV is in the process of filling, where it's going up and down, and the inlet pressure is 121, and they're trying to reduce that pressure before it goes into the system. And the problem here is if you do not have some sort of a SCADA or a smart gateway AMI system like this, you're going to have troubles finding those leaks, because if you go out there and visit that site and the pressure happens to be fine at that moment, you're not going to see that you have an issue. But by getting this data, you're able to track it, that hey, there is something going on wrong with our PRV that we need to go out and investigate a little bit further. And then you can see there where the total loss of function happens in red. I circled it. And then after the repair, you can see that the pressure is maintained. But if you don't have this continual data, it's much harder to track and find these issues. Then you have, here's a couple more examples on how you can monitor water pressure. The one is with this Ally meter that I have here. And basically you don't have to use it for delinquent customers. You can also just use it for places to monitor and install it in a pressure monitoring device and a temperature monitoring device. And then on the right hand side, you see that's one of our Omni commercial meters, and there's a test port there. And the test port is normally used for testing the water meter's accuracy. But in here, we've inserted a killer pressure transducer, and then the other end is connected to a smart gateway. So it's actually able to transmit what the upstream and the downstream pressure is going, it's not, I guess that's not the upstream, sorry. But it's going to monitor the pressure inside that water meter at that time. So this is just some spec information on the Ally meter that has the temperature and the pressure valve in there. Plus it also has the open and flow valve in there. It also has it's guaranteed for a 20-year accuracy, and it's very low flow measurement. So it starts reading your water at like 300 of a gallon. iPearl meter also does that, where your typical brass meter, you have to have a quarter of a gallon of water has to go through that water meter before it actually starts to register water usage. And the biggest problem there is your residential usage is low flow. So if you are using a mechanical meter, you're missing the low flow. Plus those meters have the ability to tell if they're empty. Here's an example of a customer we have in Washington. What they did is they installed a bunch of the Ally meters in for their frequent delinquent customers, and then they installed some more Ally meters because they wanted to have a pretty good coverage of their whole water system and what the water pressure was doing. And then they also installed pressure devices in their PRV vaults. And here's the map that they're able to pull up, and you can see how they've got their system pretty well mapped out for pressure. And then on the right hand side, you can see where they're actually able to see what the heat map is. So if the water is getting really hot or getting really cold, it's going to show you alert there. The colors of the square will actually change. So this is the screen I like. It's basically when you come in the day and you want to look at your pressure settings, you can go in here and see where your high pressure is, your low pressure. You can track it as your system as a whole, which your water pressure, if your water pressure is fluctuating and going up and down, it's very hard on your water system. And your system, your water lines, your mains, they don't do well with a lot of fluctuation. So you want to be able to have a constant pressure. So when you get this kind of data, you can chart it and see that you're having issues with your pressure going up and down, and it will allow, so that way you can go out and find out what the issue is. Maybe you're turning your pumps on or something that you need to do something a little bit different that is affecting pressure in a bad way. Another big thing is if your pressure drops below 40 psi, obviously it becomes a health risk. And you need to now have people go ahead and boil their water. And so this way you can actually figure out what area of town is actually being affected by that.
What's the object of the temperature of the water, I guess?
The temperature of the water?
Why are you monitoring that?
So if you're not treating your water with chlorine, then there's really not a whole lot of purpose other than freezing. But if you are treating your water with chlorine, your water temperature needs to be a certain level. If it goes above a certain level, then the chlorine will actually evaporate out, and then bacteria can grow in your water. So that's the biggest reason for temperature. So this is our system that is a hosted system. Here you can see just a picture looking down in the data center of people that manage the hosted system. So people that go up on our AMI, they don't have to maintain their servers. They do not have to upgrade their servers. Basically, you use your browser. You log into your browser. You're able to access that data. You're able to print that data, do charts from it. You're able to bill from it. But you don't. The big thing is you do not need an IT department that actually maintains the system. So you maintain your infrastructure that you have local, but the IT end of it is taken care of for you. So this is just a little mapping of our census system, basically showing you that it reads lots of different devices, not just water, electric, gas, the gateway I showed you, the acoustic devices. The data basically goes to the base station, which is located where the antenna is. The information then is uploaded into the RNI, which is called Regional Network Interface. That's basically the server that is hosted. And then that data, we have another server that's also there called Census Analytics. It takes information from your billing software, so your account information, your customer name, your customer's address, that sort of information, and it pairs it up with the data that comes from the RNI. And so in Census Analytics, you log into that, your customer service will, because then they know for this meter, they know who it belongs to, who the customer is. They can see all the information that comes out from billing. So in the Regional Network Interface, the R9, that is where you actually control the alarms, the radios. So when you go AMI, you don't have to go out on site to do it, to program them. You can actually go log into the R9 and change the programming of the radios, upgrade the firmware, and you do that all from the R9. This is what it looks like when you do an upgrade firmware upgrade to your radios. You can broadcast it to all the endpoints or just some of the endpoints. I just wanted to show you kind of what it looks like. It's a fairly simple procedure. Then when it comes to adjusting like your leak alarms and your different alarms here, you can go in depending on the customer and customize those alarms for certain customers. I have a customer that has a 1-inch meter, and the alarms were, it's a cement company, and of course at certain times they use lots and lots of water, and so like the high flow alarm isn't really useful for them because they use so much water. But they need to have the leak alarm because obviously at 3 o'clock in the morning they shouldn't be using water. So here they can go in and customize these leaks according to that type of customer, so that when you're actually looking at the alarms for them, that they're actually meaningful. So this is what Census Analytics looks like. In here you have your administration where you can create users and give access, that sort of thing. Your alert manager where you can set different alerts, you can group meters, and you want to be alerted for different situations for backflow or leaks. And then of course billing is obviously where you pull your billing information. A device access, I'll show you a screen for device access next. That's basically where you can pull up the information. You can pull by customer name, by customer address, by meter number, radio number, that sort of information. Then you have a report access where you're going to run different reports like consumption reports and zero consumption, and there's a whole list of canned reports. Then you have Alarm Insight. Alarm Insight is basically going to be an area that summarizes your alarms so that you don't have to go looking at each and every meter. It's going to show you where all your alarms are on one page, so then you can drill down and go find the meters that have those issues. The file dashboard just shows the billing, the files uploading into the system. Meter Insight, that is the really big one there. That would be used by mostly your service people, outside service people. It's going to show you basically what meters are not reading so that you can go out and maintain them or come up with a schedule to go out and maintain them. But it makes it easy to find the ones that are not reading. So this is a screen from the device access, and you can see on the right hand side where you can see the customer information, and you can basically pull this down by, if you just knew their last name or their first name, address, their account information, all of it to pull that information. This customer here actually had a leak. If you look at that, you can see the chart graph. It is graphed in hourly information, and if you look, I think we only have like 3 days of data up there. And you can see as of like October 6th, all of a sudden they have a continual flow. So most likely they probably have a toilet or something that is leaking there. But the point I'm trying to drive home is by having this kind of AMI data, it becomes really easy to find those leaks. So whether you want to inform the customer of this issue or not, at least now you have information to say, yes, you truly did use this water, and we can show you where you use this water. It's giving you the tool, whether you want to get a hold of the customer or not. But the big advantage there is if you do much bill forgiveness, this is helping you be able to say, well, you do have a system. You have to fix the stuff in your, your residence, or you're responsible for that water. And of course, you as a utility are alerted when this happens. So if you want to warn your customers or let them know what's going on, you very well could. Here's virtual meters. Virtual meters is a very handy tool when you have AMI. Is if you have, a town, if you want to know how much water you're using on your in your parks or all your city buildings, or maybe you want to know how much if you have like a condo. Big Sky has a lot of condos, and so they'll have a condo that has maybe 60 meters, and they want to know exactly how much water is going in that condo. They can lump all those meters together and pull reports on exactly what's going through that condo, or they want to lump all their irrigation meters together, and they can track that. And you can run your consumption reports off your virtual meters, and so you can separate that usage out. When you go AMI, the big advantage is you can do on-demand reads. So if you have people that are moving out and they need to close out their bill, you can do an on-demand read, and within 90 seconds, you'll get a response back. So it's right from the computer. Basically, you just request a read off the meter, and it will come back within 90 seconds. You also have the ability to turn the water on and off with the Ally meter, and it'll take up to 90 seconds to turn it on and off. And this screen here is kind of showing you if you're in Census Analytics and you did an on-demand read, it is going to show you the water pressure at that time too, as well as the temperature. The big advantage of the census primary frequency is you're able to get those reads back very quick because it's a point-to-point network, and what I mean by that is you're communicating with each and every device, and it's very fast. You don't have to pay extra money to get those extra reads. You don't have to pay for every read you get every month. You're able to just read that meter as often as you possibly want. And it's not, you're not being charged for that. You're also not being charged for the pressure data. Here's just a picture of the empty pipe alarm, basically where it shows you what the customer is and what the address is of the customer, the type of the customer. And you can see here one of those is like an irrigation meter. Well, if you're pulling that report and it's winter time, it might be pretty obvious it's going to be empty. But at least gives you information on where to, what to track if you're wanting to find maybe somebody that might possibly be stealing water. But you may also know that, hey, the water's turned off there at that one place because maybe it's down for construction. They're doing something. But most of the time, we have an idea when there's no water there. They're not using water. Here's an example of a consumption report. And like I said, you can run this off a virtual group. You can run this off of, let's say you have a grouping in your billing software for maybe your irrigation meters or your commercial accounts, your different type of accounts. You can run this consumption report off those different type of groupings in here, and then it's going to show you the meter size and what the first read is, the last read, and then the consumption. And then at the top of the report, it's going to show you the total consumption. And you can change your date. Like here, I only have a month time frame, but you can change this to be 45 days. You can do 60 days, a year. You can look at it a lot of different things. And I have some customers that repeatedly send their service people out to look for an issue because there's no consumption, and they will send customers, the service people, and the service people get annoyed and they're like, well, we've already investigated this. There's a reason that there's no usage there, but they will keep sending them out because there's no usage. Well, in here now you can extend it to a wider range than just a month. You can look at the last 6 weeks in different range, so that actually when you're sending them out there, it's a useful visit, and maybe it truly is a zero consumption meter. Here is when you're in AMI, this is where you would log in for your notification if you're reading issues. And if you notice up there, the top left-hand corner shows you basically the total number of meters that are actually reading on the system. And then right below that, it shows you stale meters. And so that means what they were going to do billing right now, 4 meters would not be able to bill from because they do not have current data. So there's obviously some sort of a physical issue you need to go out and investigate. You may know because it might be because maybe the meter is off because they're doing some sort of construction. There could be a reason for it that you already know. But the big advantages here is you can fix this before billing. You don't have to wait until billing to fix that. And almost still is basically where they have not read for a day, and you can still bill off a day because you have the second day read, but you can kind of keep a track of which ones are not reading. The top right hand corner shows you the inactive device usage. That is really handy in your billing software if you have customers set up where they've moved out, so you've closed the account's deactivated, or you shut their water off for some reason or another. You update that information in your billing software. Well, that billing software is updating Census Analytics to those account status. And when that account goes to deactive and the system sees that there's water usage, it's going to alert you that this customer is using water, even though they don't have a valid account. So at that time, you guys know that you can go out and investigate what is going on. Then here you have notification of service issues. This is just a quick way of being able to go in and find customer leaks, your empty pipe, register errors. Register errors would be where you have like a brass meter where the register is failing, and you might be still getting some reads, but it's not it's an on and off again issue. The big advantage of I see register errors, you can go out and fix it before your system is not reading at all. And then, of course, you have your high flow alarms. So all you have to do is click on that number 14, and basically it would list all the plate locations that you have a high flow alarm. And then you can drill down and go look at their usage to see if they really truly have a high flow or a leak information. It makes it super easy. So when you go AMI is not, basically you're not reading meters anymore. That's not the focus of reading meters. Basically, you're able to take your information for like your backflow, your reverse flow, and send it to the correct people, to your distribution, the people that maintain your system. Your consumption reports. Now you have the ability to take those consumption reports and create them at will whenever you want, and send those reports to your administrative head, your water resources, total consumption, peak consumption, consumption at specified thresholds. There's lots of information that you can gather for lots of different people that may need it. Basically, when you go AMI, it does change the way you operate. So before, you're out there reading your system and you have a meter reader that actually is focused on reading those meters and investigating your exceptions. Well, when you go AMI, that is no more. You were investigating those exceptions as the month goes before billing. You're finding those issues and you're fixing those issues. You're not waiting till the end of the month. Do you still have issues you have to go out and fix? Obviously you do, but now you're not focused on reading meters anymore. Oops. Okay. You can organize how your data works. So for your missing meter reads, you can set up schedules. So if something hasn't been read for 3 or 4 days, you can send somebody out. Or maybe you can always do it every other week where you send somebody out to fix any of those issues out there. But you're able to organize your manpower a little bit better, especially with most of utilities in Montana. You aren't just responsible for water meters, you're responsible for other things. And so this way it allows you to be a little more organized and strategically send people to where they need to go. Your customer leaks, you definitely are able to have better data. So you're sending your customers, or not your customers, but your workers out to where the actual issues are versus where you think that they might be, to investigate any of those leaks or backflow issues. So basically your old cycle of reading meters is gone. You no longer do that. Same with your exceptions. Normally if you're not in an AMI situation, your exception reports aren't they're maintained enough to get billing out. They're not necessarily always fixed before the next month. And with AMI, it gives you more time, so you can spend the time to actually fix any issues you might have. When you go ahead and do your billing, it's less than 5 minutes to pull a billing file. It's also another thing is like your customers, they may be aware that they have a leak, but with AMI, you're aware before your customer's actually aware. And the people that manage your customers and their service issues change. It's not necessarily your outside people, it's the people that are manning the phones. They have this data at their fingertips, and so now you don't have to send out the service people unless they actually have to go out and fix an issue. So with metering, AMI, you get 720 reads versus 1 dumb read a month. So with AMR, you get that 1 dumb read a month, which gives you very, very little information, and you have very little time to fix issues. But when you have 720 reads, you can stay on top of it. Leaks are seen immediately. Tamper alerts, empty pipe, backflow are seen immediately. Your on-demand reads, your move-ins, move-outs, you're no longer sending a truck roll out to go get the last read so you can close out somebody's account. Your reduction in bill forgiveness, and that's because you're able to see when the leaks are happening and you're able to either alert your customer at that time or you're at least able to prove that they actually used that water. Conservation, if your community is big on conservation, now you can sit there and, or if you have a time where maybe you have a period of time that you can't water between certain periods during the day because maybe we are in a drought, you can actually track when people are watering and when they're not. Safety dollars, where that saves is in workman's comp. So you're no longer out there reading your water meters and because your system's automatically reading those water meters, and so you have less people out in the field, less chances of something happening. And if you have delinquent customers that you need to shut off their water, you can shut off their water without actually going to that customer site. And the big advantage there, safety-wise, is if you have a disgruntled customer that's extremely uptight about you turning their water off and may cause harm to you, you can actually do it from your computer, and nobody actually has to go on site to do it. The pressure monitoring is huge because the life of your system depends on you monitoring the water pressure. Right sizing the meters. If you have utility, a new business or a school, you can watch and track the information, the amount of water going through that water meter every hour to see if you're oversizing those meters, undersizing those meters. Then obviously, fixing meters before it's billing time. So being very proactive versus being a reactive utility. So Census offers a two-way power, 2 watts of power, in the radios. So that gives you two-way communication. That's the point-to-point communication. Is not a mesh network. Most of the networks out there, AMI systems, are mesh networks. And a mesh network basically is where one meter communicates with the next meter, and it's basically a hop before it gets back to the main collector. The problem is that a mesh is when one goes down, you don't necessarily know if a whole bunch of them go down. It becomes really obvious when you're like in an electric environment, because if you have one electric meter go down and all the other meters on the other side of the electric meter, you don't know exactly if one electric meter power is out or if a whole slew of them are out because of a mesh system, because the way they go from meter to meter. And so a lot of our other water AMI are also mesh. So if one meter goes down and stops communicating, it may be one, but it may also be hundreds that are actually down because of that one meter. So you don't have a way to pinpoint it. And so when it's point to point, each endpoint, each radio, each smart gateway, each device actually communicates with the base station. So if one of them goes down, you know exactly where to send your guys to fix the issue. The primary use license, that is the ability to be able to turn those radios up. Of course, you have in an AMI environment, you have user configurable alarms. AMI, when it transmits, some people get concerned about the health hazards with radios. They actually transmit every 4 hours. They transmit the last 6 hourly reads for the last 6 days, so that if for some reason a transmission does ever fail, then it backfills any of that data. So, but it transmits every 4 hours, and the transmission is less than 100 milliseconds. Hour reads, you can change your settings for your endpoints remotely. So if your smart gateway devices are monitoring pressure, maybe you're not getting as much data as you want to have more data, or maybe you're getting too much data, you can actually remote configure those devices to change the way the data is coming across. And you can also upgrade the firmware. And so going AMI, the biggest advantage is becoming a proactive utility versus a reactive utility. And sorry, I go a little fast, but I was starting to run out of time. So does anybody have any questions?
What would it run to set up a complete 65 home subdivision? 0.3 miles is the farthest range. The pumps are that distance from the tank.
Are you next to another community, or is it?
It's probably 2 miles to the next community.
So the biggest disadvantage when you have a really small utility with like 68 meters is the cost of being able to put up a fixed base system. So when you are less than a couple hundred, then of course the cost gets up there to be a little bit. So a lot of times you have 68, you're going to be able to read it with AMR. Now if you're close to a community that is going AMI, you could actually, if that utility, so let's say like in Big Sky, they have a utility that's right in the center of Big Sky that they're actually reading water meters for, and basically give them water meter, the reads for them every month.
Now with AMR, is there a way to get the digital reading without going? This is a troubled subdivision with mainline leaks.
Yes.
And all the lines are under the road, so it's kind of a cost prohibitive. Basically, if they were able to meter all 65 homes at 2 meters, they could easily divide their system up and figure out where to even go to look for the leaks.
So you do have the ability in an AMR environment to still use like the Ally meter, so you can still monitor your water pressure. You can also still, so there's ways to be able to cost effectively monitor that water pressure to help you out.
I guess I'm looking for volume also.
How much water is going through? Well, of course, you're going to do that by reading your water meters.
Well, right, and like I say, there needs to be basically 3 system flow meters put in to kind of divide and conquer the issues.
So you know how much water is going in and how much is actually being consumed.
Well, basically how much is going out and going out where.
Yeah. Well, by metering them, obviously is the first step. Your meters all have the ability to store, I shouldn't say all, our meters at least have the ability to store the hourly information of what's going through there. So if you think that you have a problem and you're trying to locate it, they are storing the hourly reads actually inside the meter and the radio. So you can pull that either through the radio or through another device
And that's with AMR.
that's with AMR. The biggest disadvantage with AMR is you have to physically make a site visit to pull that data. AMI, nobody has to do a
Well,
site
this one
visit.
actually, I think they've still got an operator that lives in the subdivision.
Yeah,
So, I mean, he could,
yep.
what's the transmission range on the meters that are with the AMR?
Actually, it depends on what's around them, but they can actually be read quite a ways. That's why we're able to do like Great Falls. Eventually, we hope to go fixed base. It's going to take them to do three antennas basically to read the whole city of Great Falls, and you have about 22 square miles. So they have a large range. The radios, if you read it with like a handheld, you know you're going to be able to read it from multiple blocks away. Read it like a tablet, like this scenario. And then of course if you have a vehicle unit, you're going to be able to read to like a half a mile away, a mile and a half away.
So
Okay.
he could actually put the vehicle unit on his house and
Absolutely.
read the whole, where, like I say, the whole subdivision is
And
under,
you can-
under a third of a mile.
Correct, and you're going to read it like every hour for a while when you're trying to investigate. Absolutely. Yep. So, any more questions?
How prone are these systems to being hacked?
Well, actually, they're all encrypted. They're not very prone, but I do have some information on encryption if you would like to see, but they are all encrypted. To be able to communicate with the radios, this is the device, the command link. It is has to use software that basically is configured with that utility code and the frequency that that customer is using, and basically the radios become activated with that information. So only the utility that has that configuration in the software and one of these would be able to communicate with those radios, or with a vehicle unit, but the information is configured in that radio with what the security information is, and only the people that meet that security level would be able to read it. So if you had, so now we can put our software on like an Android device. If maybe you had an employee that had it on their cell phone to go out and activate radios, which is it's a big advantage because you don't have to carry a handheld under a house. You can leave your phone in your pocket and you get under that trailer and go to activate that radio. The software on the handheld has the configuration to communicate that radio, but it cannot communicate with that radio without this device. So, and then of course in an AMI environment, it will authenticate using, and all the data that is transmitted is encrypted as it's transmitted to the base station. Any more?
Anyhow, the first part of the question, to go AMR, roughly what is it to go with that many units, and the
So a radio typically is going to be about $150. Okay, just to give you an idea. The radios all have a 20-year warranty, 15 years full, last 5 years prorated. Same with the iPro meters, they have that same type of warranty. Then you need like a tablet, like this tablet's a $150 tablet to read the system, and the software, to buy the software, and it'd be about $7,000, $7,500 to get into the system, and then of course you'd have to buy the radios. So, any more questions?
So online, we have a question. Is cost of a 3/4 inch AMI meter with valve? Do you know what that is?
This would be about $477. You're talking about the Ally meter for the shutoff valve? Yes. So of course it's going to be more expensive than your regular meter, but it's so about $477. Okay, well, if you guys need anything or have questions, I have some business cards up here. So thank you guys very much for your time.
Logged into it.
Yeah, they're there and they're not there.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you'd fit there.
Coachy.
No, you.
I'm in your area a lot because like big guys in my customers get Belgrade, Water, Gray Water. I mean, so I have a lot of customers in the area.
Oh, this must have been what it is. Okay. So on the PowerPoint card, I put the break on here so it's going to be
Okay.
this right here.
Oh, absolutely.
If I cancel that.
Okay. Good morning. During my presentation, we will explore two crucial events that help shape why we do what we do. These are instances of fire and water, John Snow and the Cuyahoga River. We will discuss the what and the why, but you're probably asking yourself, who is this guy? I'm Daryl Barton. I'm a water quality scientist with the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. I work in both wastewater treatment and for systems that discharge to groundwater, and I conduct source water assessments to determine the safety of public water systems. Prior to my work with DEQ, I had a private business where I did consulting for 9 years, and then before that I was a county sanitarian or environmental health specialist. So that's who I am. There are two main reasons why we do what we do: protection of human health and protection of the environment. These are healthy humans, and this is the environment. I find it interesting that this is usually the kind of picture we see when we talk about the environment. The work we do to protect this kind of place is very important, but more importantly, we're working in areas probably not quite this bad, but something like this. A lot of the stuff that we do, a lot of the work that we do is to protect ourselves from ourselves. So, the DEQ mission statement takes it a step further than just human health and the environment. Our mission is to protect, sustain, and improve a clean and healthful environment to benefit present and future generations. Now, this is important. What we do improves and protects our lives, but it should also protect and benefit future generations, like her. Okay, so who and what started all the hubbub? The focus of my talk is work of John Snow and the burning of the Cuyahoga River. These are early events in the protection of human health and the environment. So, who is John Snow? Some of you may have heard of Jon Snow from Game of Thrones, and I can see that some of you, yeah, there's a gentleman over here smiling. Not him. We're not going to talk about that Jon Snow. Instead, we're describing the man who is considered the father of epidemiology, the branch of medicine which deals with incidence, distribution, and possible control of diseases and other factors related to health. At the time Snow did his work, the thought of microbes causing disease was not considered real. The germ theory of disease had not been created yet. Snow was born in London, March 15, 1813. He became a medical doctor who gained notoriety as a pioneer in the field of anesthesia. In fact, he was so successful that he was chosen by the Queen Victoria, to administer anesthesia to her during the birth of her two youngest children, Prince Leopold in 1853, and then again in 1857 with the birth of Princess Beatrice. Today, when we think of Snow, we remember his work in 1854 in tracing the source of cholera during a large outbreak in London. Through interviewing and mapping, he theorized the source of the outbreak, a contaminated well used for drinking water, and had the well's pump handle removed. In 1858, Snow died from a stroke. So this is London, August 1854. London at that time was the largest city in the world. It was the largest city the world had ever seen. About 2.5 million people. And people at that time didn't know how to deal with that kind of population or the problems that would come from that kind of population. So cholera hits the city, and in 3 days, 127 people die. By September 10th, 616 people are dead from cholera. Now, to put this into modern perspective, coronavirus, the first death was January 9th. Since then, we've had an average death rate of 49 people per day. During the cholera outbreak in London in 1854, 55 people died per day. We saw a very quick onset and fatality with cholera. It basically causes all the water in your body to leave it. And it doesn't only kill the elderly and the weakened, all age groups and types of people were susceptible. Now, Snow should have been considered a hero. Instead, many of the great minds and powerful and well-respected professionals of the time adhered not to the germ theory of disease, but instead to the miasma theory. Now, miasma held that diseases such as cholera, malaria, or the plagues like the Black Death were caused not by microorganisms, but by miasma, which is basically a noxious form of bad air that they also called night air. The theory held that the origin of epidemics was due to miasma, a bad air emanating from rotting organic matter. Snow's theory was that the cholera sicknesses were caused from people consuming bad water. This is significant because, like I said, the germ theory of disease was unknown, and it's really impossible for any of us to imagine that in this room, being born into a time when you don't even think, we don't know about bacteria. Nobody's seen bacteria at this time. Nobody's even thought about viruses or fungus. So they came up with the theory of miasma. It's really difficult to put it into perspective how difficult it must have been for Snow to come up with the theory without anybody thinking about germs. So, at the time, health statistics were being taken in London at the time. Snow began to use these statistics, but he added a very important aspect, the drinking water source, to the list of statistics for mortality cases associated with cholera. So he conducted door-to-door interviews to learn where people were getting their drinking water. He found that homes getting their drinking water from the Broad Street well were the homes that were suffering from cholera. Those who used a different well did not become infected with cholera. There was a definite cause and effect relationship proved by Snow. Now, there was a brewery that was across the street from the Broad Street pump, and they had no sicknesses there. So it seemed kind of odd to Snow. So through the interviewing, he learned that the workers in the brewery actually drank the liquor or the beer or water from a well that they had within the facility, and it wasn't infected with cholera, so none of the workers in the brewery actually became infected. This was the first true epidemiological study, but Snow had help from a man who today many of us haven't heard of. Henry Whitehead. Henry Whitehead was the Church of England priest and assistant curate of St. Luke's Church in Soho, London during the 1854 cholera break. He was a former believer in the miasma theory of disease, so he actually started doing his work with Snow to try to disprove Snow's theory. But as he worked with him, he eventually came to prefer John Snow's idea that cholera spreads through water contaminated by human waste. Snow's work and Whitehead's own investigations convinced Whitehead that the Broad Street pump was the source of the local infections. Whitehead then joined with Snow in tracking the contamination to a faulty cesspool in the outbreak's index case. They actually found later that the index case, they believe, was a baby that had been infected with cholera. And so it had diarrhea, and it had the cholera, the Vibrio cholera, within the diarrhea. And the mother was rinsing out the diapers and got into a cesspit, which was about 3 feet away from the Broad Street well. And the bacteria was going from the cesspit into the well that way. So they think they trace it to one specific index case, and then all these people that drank the water got infected from that. Let's see. Yeah, so Whitehead and Snow combined the demographic study with scientific observation, setting important precedent for the emerging science of epidemiology. Now, they created this map. This was John Snow's map, and this is a famous map, really. I've added the red circles to show where pumps in the area were. This is the neighborhood of Soho where the epidemic came from. And so all the red circles that you see there are water pumps, basically. I guess they're a little off. Somehow they got off, but they're near. You can see the word pump where the circles were. Anyway, and the B there shows where the brewery that I was talking about is. So right in the center, to the left of the B, is where the Broad Street pump is located. Now, this was the first time that any sort of map like this was created. You can see the black marks that are there, like it almost looks like a line, that long black line that's to the left and below the Broad Street pump. Those are all individual marks. So Snow just created individual marks to show how many people were dead there. So each mark was a dead person. And so what you can see is that all of the black marks are centered around that Broad Street pump. There are some outliers out there, but it really focuses on that Broad Street well where people were getting their drinking water from. At the brewery, there was no incidents, but as we found before, they were either drinking the beer or the liquor from the facility or well water from that well. So this is actually the same map, but it's using current GIS technology. The pumps are shown in blue, and the size of the red circles indicates the numbers of death at that location. Of course, the data can be overlaid on the original map, but it's just a really nice way to visualize what was happening. And this was the first epidemiological analysis of disease. So to try to understand the spread of disease caused by factors in the environment. And it's also the first geographical analysis of disease data, plotting points on a map and looking for their relationships. Nobody had ever done this before. Through the work of Snow and Whitehead, the Broad Street well was identified as a source of the epidemic. The pump handle was removed and the sicknesses subside. So that was the very simple way to end the cholera epidemic at this time, was just remove the pump handle at the Broad Street pump. And when they did that, the sicknesses subsided and the cholera epidemic was done at that time. But Snow continued his studies. This is the Broad Street pump today. This is considered a historical landmark. Like I say, researchers later discovered that the public well was dug about 3 feet from the old cesspit, and that was leaking fecal bacteria into the well. But this is a historical landmark today in London. You can go there and they have the pump and a plaque there describing the pump. So, Snow became a hero, right? He was overnight a huge success and accepted by the scientific community as a hero, and he solved the cholera epidemic. No, this wasn't the case. Snow actually never saw the recognition for his cholera work, and he never saw the tiny Vibrio cholera that actually causes the disease. He didn't live to see his greatness recognized. When he died, the Lancet ran this obituary. Dr. John Snow, this well-known physician, died at noon on the 16th instant at his house in Saxville Street from attack of apoplexy, which is a stroke. His researches on chloroform and anesthetics were appreciated by the profession. That's it. That was his first obituary. Snow might have hoped that his great work regarding cholera would be a large part of his legacy, but in the first obituary that ran after his death, it didn't even receive a mention. However, Snow had significant impacts on the scientific community and public health. His work stimulated the rise of scientists studying what would become the germ theory of disease. It also paved the way for a new way of studying outbreaks. This would become the science of epidemiology. Another outcome, which was really important at the time, was the building of the London sewer system. So was he one of the greatest doctors ever? In March of 2003, a survey by Hospital Doctor magazine, John Snow was voted the greatest doctor of all time, with Hippocrates coming in second. While the poll was likely biased with overrepresentation of John Snow supporters, the findings do point to the increased prominence of Dr. Snow among contemporary physicians. Now, it's ironic that this famous cartoon was produced in 1858, the same year that Snow died. This is titled The Silent Highwayman. It was published in the popular English magazine Punch, July 10, 1858. The caption with the cartoon read, "Death rose on the Thames, claiming the lives of victims who have not paid to have the river cleaned up." It refers to the problems caused by the very hot summer of 1958. The summer heat, together with a very high level of sewage and pollution, caused a very bad smell coming from the river Thames. This cartoon depicts the allegorical figure of death rowing a boat on the polluted and foggy river where dead animals float by. Death here is associated with pollution and disease. St. Paul's Cathedral can be seen side by side with a smoky factory in the distance. Snow had proven to many that contaminated water can cause sickness and death. His work in the Great Stink of 1958 led to the building of the London sewer. So I pulled together some fairly interesting pictures, I think, of that London sewer. This was at the time of building, and the gentleman who was responsible for the building project, Sir Joseph William Bazalgate, is to the top right. He's the engineer that he's standing up on top there on the very right. He's the engineer that managed the project, and he's overlooking the northern outfall sewer being built below the Abbey Mills pumping station. Here's another view of the London sewer. So this sewer system was really important because it became a model for the world. I mean, it was a great undertaking. Nothing like this had ever been done before. And it worked for London, and then it was used all around the world as a model for the right way to do a sewer system. There's some more pictures. I just think they're kind of interesting. These are newer pictures of a very old sewer system. One more. All right, this isn't London. This is actually in Montana. This was a wooden water line that was built by the Montana Power Company by the Pacific Coast Pipe Company. And this is actually a wooden line. I mean, if you're not really familiar with it, they would build these wooden water lines and then like steel rings around them, and then when the water went through, the wooden pipe expanded and made it watertight, actually. I just thought this was really an awesome picture as I was going through different sewer pictures. I found this. It's a 14-foot line. You can see the gentleman up there send it. Just an awesome endeavor by the Montana Power Company. Okay, so that's John Snow and his contribution towards public health. Now we'll move from water to fire. Fire on water. So how do we get a river to burn? George Satiana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. To understand how a river burns, we must first understand its history." So the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, Ohio was important because it was one of the quickest ways to transport goods from the west, which in the 1790s in Ohio, that was considered the west. So it was an important way to transport goods from the west to the east. However, it soon lost importance when the Ohio Canal system was built. It effectively bypassed the river completely. Since the river was not being used to ship, factories began to take advantage of the flowing water for energy and waste removal. There were no regulations to stop the pollution, so trash, waste, raw sewage went into the river. The most dangerous pollutant was oil from the factories. The river had burnt many times, but the most famous one was in 1969. Time magazine published dramatic photos of the burning river June 22nd, 1969. The river was described to be so saturated with sewage and industrial waste that it oozes rather than flows, per the story. Concern erupted nationwide. The flaming Cuyahoga became a figurehead for America's mounting environmental issues and sparked wide-ranging reforms, including the passage of the Clean Water Act in 1972 and the creation of federal and state environmental protection agencies like EPA and later state agencies like Montana DEQ. The 69 fire burned for only about half an hour. It was so small and short-lived that no one actually managed to capture a picture of the fire itself while it was burning. So the photos that Time used were actually from the 1952 pictures, or the 1952 fire. And that's what this is from, is the 52 fire, which is a larger fire. Only pictures from the aftermath of the 69 fire exist. The Cuyahoga River had caught fire at least 13 times leading up to the fire that caught national attention in 1969. The worst fire was in 52. The 52 fire caused between $1 and $1.5 million in damage. It was mostly to rail lines that were held above the water. Now here's some pictures and a cartoon prior to 1969 and the 69 fire. We see an oil slick on the water in 1965. And in 1948, that's a pretty good picture of the river fire that happened in 1948. and then an editorial cartoon from 1964. So people in Cleveland really weren't surprised that a river would catch fire. They had seen it happen many times before, and people in industrialized areas of the nation probably weren't surprised either. But when Time ran that article in 1969, most of the people that saw it across the country said the obvious question: how can a river catch fire? So when Time released the photo in the article describing the problem, the timing was right. People were upset. This outrage came right at a time when America was starting to pay attention to pollution, starting to realize that the benefits of industry do not come without a price tag to our natural world. Dumping toxic chemicals in a river is bad, right? I mean, does anybody think that dumping toxic chemicals in a river is good? No, we all agree on this fact. I mean, I think a lot of people knew that at the time, but yeah, good, we all agree. We know that it's bad to dump toxic chemicals or any sort of chemicals into rivers. The nation needed a poster child though, and that's what the Cuyahoga became. The Cuyahoga stepped up to usher in the environmental era. The incident spurred an avalanche of water pollution regulations: the Clean Water Act of 1972, the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, and the creation of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. The spark that lit the Cuyahoga fire also ignited positive changes in water quality. So this was the fire that led to better water quality. In summary, we have the fire of 1969 that spurred the Time magazine to provide coverage, national coverage. The public outcry created water quality regulations and actions, and the federal agency responsible for shaping and enforcing these actions, the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, and then later state agencies like Montana DEQ. The basis of the Clean Water Act was enacted in 1948, and it was called the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. But the act was significantly reorganized and expanded and improved in 1972, and it became the Clean Water Act. Throughout the many adjustments to federal clean water law, two major approaches are evident: water quality protection rules based on establishing enforceable standards that apply to the chemical, physical, and biological condition of surface water bodies, and two, the protection measures based on treatment technology requirements for facilities that discharge effluent, pollutants, wastes, and other substances into water bodies. So we'll go through, it's just a quick overview of some of the key Clean Water Act elements. First, we've got water quality standards consistent with the statutory goals of the Clean Water Act that must be established. All waters must have designations for how they're used and criteria that support those uses. Anti-degradation policies and implementation methods are also required. To ensure that high-quality waters are not unnecessarily degraded and that all waters meet their minimum water quality criteria. Then water bodies are monitored to determine whether the water quality standards are met. If all water quality standards are met, anti-degradation policies and implementation methods are employed to keep the water quality at acceptable levels. Ambient monitoring is also needed to ensure that this is the case. If a water body is not meeting water quality standards, a strategy for meeting these standards is needed. Key elements of a strategy include: 1, a total maximum daily load, or TMDL, and 2, a TMDL implementation plan. TMDLs determine what level of pollutant load would be consistent with meeting water quality standards. TMDLs also allocate acceptable loads among sources of the relevant pollutants. The term 303D list, it's short for the state's list of impaired or threatened waters. Necessary reductions in pollutant loading are achieved by implementing strategies authorized by the Clean Water Act. Along with these tools that are available, and they're listed down at the lower left there, left-hand corner, these are basically tools like the NPDES program, which covers point sources of pollutants discharging into surface water body. Section 319 addresses non-point sources of pollution, such as farming and forestry operations, largely through education and cost share grants. Section 404 regulates the discharge of dredged or fill material into wetlands or other waters of the United States. Section 401 requires federal agencies to obtain certification from the state, territory, or Indian tribes before issuing permits that could result in increased pollutant loads to a water body. And the state revolving funds, which provides large amounts of money through loans for municipal point sources, non-point sources, and other activities. After implementing these strategies, water body conditions are again measured and compared to ambient water quality standards. If standards are now met, only occasional monitoring is needed. If they're still not met, then a revised strategy is developed and implemented, followed by some more ambient monitoring. The process must be repeated. So this is the same thing in a different diagram. Each program within a water quality program interacts and is dependent on the other. If we start with permit limits, permit limits are developed along with plans of how a permittee will meet these limits, implementation plans. The water quality is monitored, data from the monitoring is assessed and then reported. 305B are all assessed waters, all the assessed waters, and then 303D are all the impaired waters, which creates the impaired waters list. TMDLs are established along with alternatives. This leads to improvements and updates in permit limits and other tools used and authorized by the Clean Water Act. In turn, implementation plans are created where needed to meet permit limits, and the cycle continues and repeats. Okay, so another interesting, I know the last couple slides were a little bit dry, sorry about that, but it's important. I mean, we start here and then we get to the Clean Water Act, and so thanks for sticking with me on that. Another interesting development that happened in Cleveland right around the Cuyahoga River fire was Earth Day, actually. So shortly after in Cleveland, after the river fire, several Cleveland University students celebrated the inaugural Earth Day in 1970 by marching from campus to the Cuyahoga River to protest pollution. So this April 22nd, this will be our 50th Earth Day. This is the 50th anniversary of that Cleveland march to the Cuyahoga. So the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland became the poster child for water quality change, but there were many places across the country that needed help. The next few slides show some conditions at different places in the country before the Clean Water Act. We see Baltimore up in the left-hand corner there, New Orleans, and we've got a duck's body kind of covered in oil there. This is a river in Massachusetts. And then to bring it back home, we've got a couple slides. The Berkeley Pit in Butte and Silver Bowl Creek, an old picture of Silver Bowl Creek. It looks a lot better than that now, of course. Yeah, it's been cleaned up and now has a healthy trout population. That Silver Bowl Creek was devoid of vegetation and fish for years and years and years. And now it's got a regular fishing season and a healthy trout population. And that's due to a Superfund regulation and the work of Montana DEQ and others. So that's been repaired. I mean, it's a slow process, so it's still repairing itself. But there's also work being done on the Clark Fork River, Anaconda, and Butte, and many other places impacted by mining. So Superfund programs, that's another thing that came into existence after the environmental movement sparked by the Cuyahoga. Some more pictures here. The lower left is it was in Ogden, Utah. But pollution even found its way to the Statue of Liberty. You can see an oil slick there. That's pre-Clean Water Act. That even at the Statue of Liberty, we had pollution there, an oil slick on the water. So in summary, this is why we do what we do. We try to protect human health and the environment for ours and future generations. Snow's work led to great advances in the protection of human health, and the fire on the Cuyahoga led to great advances in protecting the environment, including the Clean Water Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, and Superfund programs. Today our waters are cleaner and waterborne outbreaks are relatively rare in the U.S., proof of that the actions resulting from the Clean Water Act are working. And in countries that are unfortunate not to have these kind of regulations and these kind of programs and good people like yourselves working in these areas, we still see it difficult for them to obtain safe drinking water and to treat their wastewater. So this is who I am. And Any questions or discussion? Yeah.
So are there regulations on like nuclear chemicals that when they do the horizontal drilling, sometimes they like inject the water that's got a tracer in it so they can tell where the oil is and where they need to stop doing such any water. But so like I was just living in Texas for a couple years and it seemed like they had big water quality issues using aquifers out by where they're drilling and pumping that water into town. So, I know you said like, if they didn't pass, there would be a plan, but like, does every state set up those regulations differently?
That's a good question, actually. Just to rephrase that, we were talking about injection and centered around oil industry, really, injection wells. And that's a really good question. That's not really my forte. I know that we have regulations that way. DEQ does, and that EPA has set forth things like that. I can't answer specifically what they've done. I do believe that in places you were talking about, Texas, I think sometimes an industry gets ahead of the regulations and then it's difficult to manage that sometimes. I think that happened in Texas. I think some people may say that it's happening in Montana with the fracking. But yeah, there are regulations in place. I can't go specifically into them because it's not something I'm not familiar with though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what sections this will be in?
I don't, but I could try to find out. I'm sure we can find somebody here that could find out. I could get your information after if that's all right. Yeah. Sorry. Anybody else? You're probably interested in getting to your break, so sometimes when it gets really close to that break, I know when I'm out there, I don't want to be the person that asks a long question. And yeah.
Are you using the same sewer system in Leverage?
Parts of it, yeah, parts of it are still intact. That old brick. Those are fairly. Those pictures that I was showing, or some of those are fairly new, where they go down, and a lot of it's had to be retrofitted over the years. But yeah. Great. Thank you.
folks, we're at a little after 10, so we're going to get going if you don't mind. I'm Brian Bonsack. I'm at Wichita State's Environmental Finance Center out of Kansas. It's the second time for me to come up here and speak in Montana. It's a privilege to be here. I'm honored to be here. I've actually got some relatives here in town that are very active in the water scene. So it's nice, got to connect with them and get to share with you guys. So we got a neat presentation, I think, today. I'm going to update you a little bit on asset management. But the best part is you only got to listen to me for an hour, and I got a better presentation following up with me with Linda Hills. For some of you may know Linda, she's out of Montana, and I think you're going to be excited to hear what she has to share. So with that, we'll get going. Trying to get going. There we go. Asset management. Is anybody in here already implementing asset management plans? See one hand. Where are you all from?
City of Billings.
So I've heard great things. My relative is Randy Hafer, who I think ran for your mayor, and he's
Architect.
Yeah, architect, and he built a neat house in town.
Yeah, off the grid.
Yeah, off the grid. Anybody else doing asset management planning? Where are you from?
I actually work with the National Park Service.
Oh, cool. I'm ex U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so I'm there with you. Are you with Yellowstone or?
No, I'm actually at the Clark Canyon.
Big okay, cool. Neat. Great to hear. That's asset management. Yeah, you guys are big time into that because that's what we always hear with your maintenance backlogs and the stuff that you guys hit up with Congress. So we're the same. Ex U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, our hatcheries. So great deal. Well, anyway, asset management plan. If you haven't heard about it, or if you're not that familiar with it, you're going to be hearing more about it, and that's because Congress doesn't agree on much, but they did agree on that asset management planning is important for the U.S. and for our water infrastructure. So, as part of the American Water Infrastructure Act of 2018, they added a requirement of that states are going to have to go out and start promoting asset management planning more. We're pretty fortunate with the Environmental Finance Center at Wichita State in that we actually have funding from EPA, and we're coordinating with another Environmental Finance Center to try to help the states address that. So if you haven't heard about asset management planning, you will be hearing about it more. Your state DEQ folks, I don't know, are anybody in here know your status of you guys? Are you guys very active with promoting asset management planning? Like I said, states are all over in their efforts. If you want to see a nice summary of where folks are at, EPA did prepare a nice report that was released last February 20th or February of 2019. It can kind of tell you where folks are at. So what is asset management? Today I'm going to kind of talk about, and quickly, give you an overview. There's 5 core components of it. Inventory and condition, level of service, criticality, life cycle costing, and long-term funding. It just, at the basics of it, it just makes sense. It's a great opportunity for y'all to start. If you aren't already implemented, if you aren't already thinking about it, it's a nice thing for you to do. We've got a great program that Linda Hills will be talking about, a nice Excel-based program that will help you get started if you're not started. Most folks aren't started. And the main thing that we encourage you to do is just do it. Like the Nike motto, just do it. We at Wichita State, and you may not know much about our Environmental Finance Center. We're an Environmental Finance Center network. EPA has stood up one of us in each of their regions. And so we get to go out and we get to work with a bunch of different issues. Asset management is one of those. And so we're fortunate, I'm fortunate, we get to go throughout the country and teach asset management planning. One of the things we're hearing from folks is the folks are retiring, or we end up learning about all sorts of system problems that systems are finding out or encountering. What we're finding a lot of times is long-time operators are retiring. They have the knowledge up here in their minds or their brains as to what their system is, what their system needs, and then they'll retire. And the people they're replacements are left with nothing, or they're starting all over, or maybe they'll have an accident and they might pass away. So we really, really encourage you guys to start thinking about asset management planning or get it going. And like I said, unfortunately today you got Linda Hills who will be following me up with a neat program for you to get started. So just our big deal is just do it, get started. My particular interest, or where I really enjoy, is the level of service part of it. I enjoy working with the people part, and that a lot of you, that's where my training is. So I'll try and focus a little bit more on that on my part of the talk. Linda will be talking a little bit more about some of the other aspects. The formal definition of asset management is asset managers are maintaining the desired level of service at the lowest life cycle cost. I don't know how many of you guys may experience, but we certainly experience it where folks think water should be free, and we all know it's not. We frequently get called in. We get called in with Indian tribes. One of the ones, actually it's one that Linda demoed her product with. We got called in at the Omaha tribe in Nebraska. They had a consent decree. Their water situation got so bad. Their system was breaking down continually. A lot of the tribal members think that the water should be free. They're right by the Missouri River. They see the resource there, and they think that, hey, it's, why are we paying? Why are we having the water issues we're having? Why do we need to pay for it? What they didn't know is that their water actually comes from wells, not out of the river, and has to be treated. So, that's what asset management is. It's not going to be free service, but it's a level of service at the lowest life cycle cost. Asset management planning, or what is it? It's designed to be a process to make management decisions easier, and that's the thing that Linda's program is really going to help you with, I think, personally. Linda's shaking her head a little bit, so I think, but it's great. A lot of us, if you start, Linda, thanks to EPA's funding, EPA funded Linda's company to develop a program that's easy for operators to use, and it actually does a lot of the thinking behind the scenes for you, and it's going to help you with these decisions. What asset management does is it helps people decide how and where to spend money to achieve the best desired results. And in the demo, I'm hyping you up, Linda, but in the demo that Linda did with the Omaha tribe up in Nebraska had an excellent operator, a guy by the name of Jerry Hinshide. Then he leaves, retires. After he left the system went to heck. His replacements just let it go to heck. So EPA eventually gets to the point where the tribe gets into a consent decree requirements or consent decree. They hired Jerry back, and Jerry's got the system turned around. Jerry's spot-on operator was considered for Operator of the Year with the tribes out of the Southwest. And so Jerry actually demoed Linda's product and agreed with it spot-on, said it's accurate. So great news for you. And I said, you guys are fortunate. You're only going to have to listen to me for an hour, and you get to hear from Linda for an hour. So that's what it is. It's going to help you make some of the rough decisions on knowing what to replace, and her systems does a nice job of evaluating. A nice thing about asset management planning, if you do implement it, if you are a larger system, is it should be involving everybody. What I get to do in Kansas a lot is go teach with one of our partners from Kansas Municipal Utilities. And one of the their trainers that I work with a lot, she was formerly with one of our major engineering firms. Her firm in her previous job would come in and they would do an asset management plan for you. And they would be the top of be a state-of-the-art one. Your utility would be paying probably $60,000 or something like that. But more than likely, the asset management plan would just sit on the shelf because it was prepared by somebody else. Asset management planning, if you can, and if you're doing it right, should be involving a lot of your staff, should be involving a lot of your old-time employees, and getting their knowledge and getting it shared under the system and getting their input. And if you do that, you're going to probably end up with a good running plan. Just take baby steps and get going. So that's one of the things I really like is a lot of times, like what we're seeing in Kansas is we have operators that are retiring with 30, 40, and 50 years experience. And if you let them walk out the door without getting some of their thoughts captured, you're missing out on a lot of opportunities. So great time to be thinking about it, great time for EPA before focusing on it, and great time for Linda's company to come in with their product. The thing I really like about asset management planning is the customer focus. My particular training is, I'm also known as a human dimensions specialist. I got my PhD, and I'm actually a fisheries biologist by training, but what human dimensions folks realize is the importance of the human aspect of natural resource management. So I love the customer focus part of asset management planning and starting to get folks involved with that. So that's a little bit what I'm going to focus on here in just a minute. Utilities decision making, you guys are faced with a lot of challenges. You guys have a lot of expensive things that are going bad, and you need to figure out which one. Probably you need to figure out, or you may be faced with deciding what's the most important thing to replace or to spend your money on. I'm from Topeka, Kansas originally, and if you were to put some of these particular decisions up there as in Topeka, probably what their focus would be pipe replacement. Right now, Topeka's a town of around 120,000. Their average, well, I won't say their average. A year or two, they had about 1,000 water line breaks throughout the town, and they still seem every time I read the local paper, they still seem to be on that same track. So I mean, your needs are different, but you're faced with a lot of challenges as to where to spend your money. And fortunately, Linda's program will help you make some of those decisions, and some of you, it's just your intrinsic knowledge of your system and know what's going on. So anyway, like I said, there's five core components of asset management, and the first one of those is determining the current state of the assets. What we encourage you to do, if you haven't already started asset management planning, is start simple and start easy. And start figuring out what do you own. What the folks that have implemented asset management planning recommended at Billings, where did you all start?
We're in it right
You're in
now.
it. Do you know from the very beginning, where did you start? From our experience, what folks talk about is starting easy, like starting with maybe counting the number of fire hydrants or counting the number
We
of
got
manholes.
a pretty good record of our assets.
Do you? That's what.
It's kind of a condition assessment. We gotta establish kind of what condition they're in.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
We've been doing replacements for 40 years.
Oh, have
so
we?
we're kind of we're not ahead of the curve, but we're close.
In good shape.
Yeah, not bad. You know, we average say 50 to 75 water main breaks a year.
Yeah.
And we're about, probably 110, 115,000 people.
Much better than Topeka then. And I don't know if that's your water line that was brought in. Somebody during the breaks, if you noticed
that wood one?
but-
I don't know whose that is.
There's a wood one. And
That's not ours.
Park Service, how are you all doing? Are you feeling pretty good? I know you have to, your budgets get controlled by Congress. Are you feeling good with starting with asset management planning, getting it up off the ground?
Yeah, we
And
know everything that we got, we know when it was built, and all that stuff, and when it should be replaced, it's
Good deal. Well, that's important. Get started with something easy. My hometown of Topeka, like I said, when we do go out and teach this, what we talk about is starting something you can start, something visible, something easy. So here's a state of my city, Topeka, actually has some information. This is some stuff that they've shared on their Facebook page. They've collected, I think they have a pretty good asset management plan. What they're sharing with the folks in Topeka is they got 20,000 manhole lids. One of the things that I like to share with folks is I used to live in the D.C. area, came back home to Kansas after working in D.C. for 16 years. My feeling about you guys is I have tremendous respect for the utility operators. I'm one of those that are still learning what it takes to provide your services. And what I like to equate y'all to is the submarine fleet. And I heard a little bit about that. Hearing the speakers yesterday from DEQ, there was great respect from the speakers yesterday from DEQ talking about the services you guys are doing, but I don't think a lot of folks know about it. So this is some of the information, if you do get asset management going, this is some of the information that you could start sharing. Folks may be amazed at how many miles of pipe you're maintaining or the amount of water that you're treating. So to me, this is a great effort from Topeka, starting to share with folks what it takes, some of their assets. So next part of, so what do you have? Where is it? Where are your assets? Anybody in here have their systems up on GIS? Billings does. Randy was saying you guys just about got it all the way. Any Park Service? Where are you at? Where at? Browning. That's great to hear. A lot of the systems, just have their systems up on paper maps. That's fine too. But if you can start to get it computerized, that'll be a great asset for you. How did you get yours implemented? One of the things I like to stress is, we're in a university setup here, and there might be ways to get some of our workers out that are learning GIS. Private engineer.
And also, government,
Good. But try to make sure, if you don't have it, at least in paper maps, start at paper maps if you don't have it. If you haven't started at all, try to make sure you got paper maps. Get it out of your old operator's head before he retires, and that's going to be a big benefit for you. If you can, then get it up to the GIS level. Then great. And yeah, Hafer was saying that you guys are just about to get everything mapped to you. So congratulations on that. What is the condition of my assets? And I think you talked about it already. You guys are doing condition assessments. Is anybody kind of routinely doing condition assessments out there in your normal operations? Pretty much? Good deal. You're ahead of the game then. How many of you feel like you really know? I mean, that's one of the little tips that Linda's going to have is they demoed their product up with the Omaha tribe, the main operator there. He just said, this valve is this. It is in this condition. Most of you guys probably have that type of knowledge about your facility, is that right? Good. I mean, I hope so, because that was one of the things that was critical with Linda, as they demoed the product, what they found up there, and I'm probably stealing some of your thunder, Linda, but they were able to get the system put in 2 days. The water system went in 1 day, and the asset management plan, the wastewater went in 1 day, and that's because their main operator, the Jerry, said, we've got this and it's in this condition. You can haggle over it. Main thing is kind of get agreement as to what you're thinking your ratings are, what your systems is. There's all sorts of rating scales. Develop your own. There's no standardization. Just kind of get a feeling for what you have. Once again, this is what I like to share with folks. I mean, there's a water pipe that somebody, a wooden water pipe that somebody brought in. It's out there by the front desk. This is some more information that I like from the city of Topeka. City of Topeka, I don't remember now when we were founded, but this is some stuff that their utility department is sharing. Like I said, I love the information sharing, and I'll share this particular story with you. So this is a Facebook post from from the city utilities. Their city utilities doesn't have too many followers. I'm in Wichita. I'm 2 hours away. There happens to be a City of Topeka History Geeks following or paid Facebook group. I shared this particular post to them, and lo and behold, I mean, it has a larger following than the city utilities. Lo and behold, there happens to be an editor from the Topeka paper on there. He saw the post, and they ended up getting an article in the Topeka paper about it and sharing more information as to what you guys are faced with, some of the challenges you're faced with. You know, the wooden water pipe out there is great. So anyway, yeah, City of Topeka, they still have stormwater infrastructure or storm sewer infrastructure being used from the 1880s, and that's in the downtown. I can't help but feel in today's information society, if you have some of that unique information with your systems, that your folks would love to know it, and that they'll get greater appreciation with what you guys are doing. I certainly have a great appreciation for what you're doing. The talks yesterday where the individual had sat in on the trench work presentation, and the guy was talking about the collapse they had when it was 20 or 30 below, and you know, you guys are doing great work. You guys really need to be commended. Start sharing that with folks and start sharing this type of information. And I think you'll get some support for more support and understanding as to what you're doing. So another thing, you know, it's still working on the core asset one or the thing is looking at how much of the remaining life of your assets. You know, when you go put in a new pump, more than likely it's coming with engineering specs. It's going to have a lifespan left on it. If you don't have the information as to when it was put in, start collecting that type of information. Linda's going to hopefully zoom through her presentation and talk about Jerry as they implemented theirs, but they were stressing that Jerry, the Hinshide, stressed, you know, taking the pictures off of the manufacturer plates and getting as much information as you can about your assets. Lifestyle, the remaining life of your assets is very important to know, and it helps you with your planning. Also, probably the most important thing is starting to know what the replacement value. From the planning perspective, what's the replacement value of some of your major assets so that you can start making sure that you have funding set aside for it, either through your rates or capital improvement program or capital improvement plan. That's one of the things that we talked about and try to stress. Billings, are you guys doing a good thing on your replacement value? You have an estimate to what you're needing?
Yeah, through the years, you know, we've got a CIP every year that we work up. We know we're going to kind of do 5 year out, so we kind of plan for it.
Yeah, yeah. I know Park Service certainly does, because y'all are always making the news with this maintenance backlog, and we're always envious. You have Congress's ear, they just on you. So, this particular thing, moving on to the next core component of two, which is level of service. And if you guys haven't thought about your customers, that's the part that I really like to focus on. That's where my interest is. I'm an extrovert, and I love dealing with people. So that's the thing that a lot of you folks may not like to deal with, but that's going to be where you really need to place some emphasis if you can. There's all sorts of things that you can do to involve and educate your constituents or your users. So we encourage folks to involve customers throughout as many processes as you can. We know we in Kansas, I mean, we deal with a lot of small systems. We know a lot of you guys are standalone or have very limited support. So you know, do the best you can. One of the things that I wanted to point out to you briefly, particularly for small systems, is, like I said, EPA has funded us. There's an Environmental Finance Center network. We're getting funding to help y'all with the small systems. There's handouts back there. If you have some technical assistance needs, we might be able to help you with some of those communication challenges that you have. We have been preparing stuff like bill stuffers. We prepare posters for some of our small systems, so feel free to contact us. We have a counterpart here in this region. There's a couple different postcards. So these are some of the things that we can help you with the small systems. EPA is very cognizant of your needs, and I'm personally impressed. I didn't know much about EPA until I took this position, but EPA is trying to be very, very proactive and trying to provide assistance to you guys, and one of the ways they do that is through the Environmental Finance Center network. So feel free to contact us. One of the things I love doing is trying to work with people. So. One of the things that, when I heard it in the talk that was going on before here, was performance metrics. And that's one of the things that levels, that asset management can include. One of the talks that came in was talking about your meters and some of the performance metrics. So you can involve your customers in that. You might be able to set some metrics for your system, and you can start using those metrics to see how you're doing. They will be helpful with your planning efforts, and also maybe starting to keep your board and advisory folks advised. One of the neat things you can do if you involve customers is for sure you're going to want to meet all your regulatory requirements. At the minimum, that's what your customers expect, but you can go above and beyond. One of the things that I'm involved in, and one of the things that actually surprises the heck out of me, is I live in Wichita, Kansas. Kansas is number second or third largest city. We have 300,000 people in the city. We don't fluoride our water. I don't know why. But the water utility has listened to the constituents or listened to the city of Wichita folks, and they don't provide fluoride. So I mean, that's something that you guys may, if you aren't putting fluoride in your water, it might be something that your users want or don't want. I see a head shaking no. So that's fine. Just that's one of the things that they don't have an interest or nope. So it gets me.
Fluoride's bad for you.
Fluoride's bad for you.
Yeah, it's not good. You don't want it. You don't want it.
Yeah. What they tell me is that grew up in Topeka, we have fluoride. They tell me the local dentist can tell you whether you were raised in Wichita or not just based on your teeth.
That's not true.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm learning just
my
like...
father had perfect teeth and I have rotten teeth because I got mom's teeth.
Genetics. Well, I'm learning, just like the individual yesterday on the hazmat example where was it acetylene or whatever you're talking about. Yeah. I'm learning. Thanks for the head shakes. I'll get there. I'm a fisheries biologist. But anyway, the other thing, I got involved in a situation where Kansas, we got declining rural populations. What our state folks would like to see us do is a lot of the water systems combined. So I got called in to help moderate a meeting between a rural water district and a small town. The small town was going above and beyond. They're actually softening their water. The rural water district, their water is mainly going out to the cattle. So the state would have liked to see them combined and thought there was some efficiencies of scale. Ends up that small little difference, the water softening cost versus the water is going out to the cattle, was what the two utilities looked at, focused on, and decided not to combine. That's the official reason. The unofficial reason also gets to egos and so forth and so on. But at least on paper, that's what the official reason was. So think about that. You can work with your users to see what they might want out of the system. We talk about some of the things that, some of the performance metrics that you might want to use. Fewer than 5 odor complaints per quarter related to the wastewater treatment plant. There's goals that you can potentially work towards. Minimum water pressure of 50 psi throughout the system, 95% of the time. Is that kind of like the psi that a lot of y'all are shooting for, or you guys have higher? I've heard some of our systems in Kansas are way higher than that. Where are you at?
Forsyth, Montana.
And then what's your PSI, about 50 or?
It's 58, 60.
Same thing. So these are some of the potential examples of performance metrics that you might want to develop. You can develop some of these, if you're involving customers in it, you can come up with some external ones. Here's the internal goals if you're just involving the staff, maybe trying to, hit 75% of the planned maintenance, 75, and only have 25% reactive maintenance. So those are some of the things that you can talk about. I heard some of the earlier, the first presentation of the day was talking about performance metrics. So that can be part of your asset management plan efforts, and that's some of the stuff that you can be sharing the information up to your boards and so forth. Like I said, I really like to talk about customer service part, and that's some of the things I think is critical. I just want to share this with you. I was fortunate. I went to Texas A&M, and I got to have a class on services marketing by one of the fathers of service marketing, a guy by the name of Larry Berry. And this is some information out of one of his books. And these are things that your customers want. And if you're starting to provide, if you can provide this type of service to them, you're probably going to have a happy customer base. And you guys have a lot of these opportunities with some of these systems that you are getting contacted with, particularly with your notice when you get a water line breaks, and probably other information that's coming out from your systems. But this is what people want. Being called back, receiving an explanation of how a problem happened, providing me with information so I know what numbers to call, being contacted. I mean, y'all can read them just as well as I can. But these are some things that I encourage you guys to think about. I love the customer service aspect and involving customers. That's why folks know what you guys are doing. Like I said, I'm learned so much in this position is what it takes. I take my drinking water and wastewater for granted. I've learned so much. I've been in this position about 2 years now. And I like to share examples of what I think are some good systems. Here is one out of Bozeman that I found just on Facebook. Sorry, might be a better way to post it, but this is just a simple water line break. And if you go back to what people are wanting, I don't know how many people are actually following the Bozeman's Facebook page. I could tell you, but anyway, look at that. So they got a water line break. They're telling you that here it is, and they're giving an estimation of when it's going to be fixed. So I don't know for your systems, how are you guys notifying when you do have a water line break? Are you guys doing texts or anybody? Text alerts or Facebook postings? Anybody?
We've got a Facebook page.
Facebook? Yeah. And that's actually, the city of Topeka has 1,000 water line breaks a day. They actually have a dedicated social media person, and they were actually finding out about water line breaks before the utility was actually contacted, because folks were complaining on Facebook. So I think that's a nice thing by the city of Bozeman. Here, anybody in here from Roundup? Here's a nice post from Roundup. It wasn't from the water utility, but it's actually the city of Roundup. I thought, this is some chat that went on, and then you can't see everything, but the water utility up there posted that they're going to be doing some spring flushings. And this one particular person went on to complain about how the flushings afterwards, the water became dirty, and there's a nice recommendation in there in that if they'd known earlier, they wouldn't be changing the filters out in their whatever it is, probably their refrigerator or something like that. So just a nice little chat. Don't be afraid to get on Facebook. Yeah, you're going to have some of the crazy folks make comments, but I love Facebook in that regards, or whatever type of social media you can use to get the information out. So just thought I'd share that with you. That's something that we struggled with a lot in the government. I'm ex-U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in state. We don't like seeing the negative comments and this and that. We really struggle with getting information out. But to me, the more information you get out, the better. And like I said, it's a great example from Roundup. Billings, you guys are doing a great job of educating your public. This is a nice thing. You got presentations going out in the city at the public works, going on through libraries, and trying to make sure folks know. It's really nice. I love coming out to the West because you all are so more environmentally aware than we seem to be in the Midwest. Maybe that's just my particular feelings, but I told my relative that I'm staying with here, I just love getting your paper because there's always environmental issues. You guys are spot on with us. So kudos to Billings to doing this type of effort. You can also do things like academies, started academies where you are teaching citizens what it takes to run a city or running your water operations. So just want to share that. That's me a great opportunity or a great resource. And then I also wanted to remind folks, I don't know where you guys are at in regards to some of your demographics, but this was real relevant to yesterday's talk regarding the ISOs and the emergency operations. Make sure that you are considering some of your constituents that may not be English speakers. I don't know if you all heard about it or not, but I think it was a call of maybe 18. City of Austin is a water supplier, major water supplier, and they actually ended up going to boil water because there was floods down there, and their system couldn't handle the turbidity that was coming out of the Colorado River. So they actually, I forgot how many million people got affected by it. But here's some of their reaching out to the Spanish folks, Spanish speakers. So keep that in mind. Yesterday's presentation on emergency preparedness, I thought, were spot on. It sounds like you guys have been faced with a lot of challenges already. With oil spills in the Yellowstone, but think about that. Make sure that all your constituents, customers, are you reaching them if you can. So I like that particular example from Austin. Core component 3 is what assets are critical to sustain performance. Make sure that you guys know what assets, what's the probability or likelihood that an asset will fail, and then what happens if they do fail. There can be environmental, legal or environmental or social consequences if things fail. And if you got some high priority systems or high priority components, make sure that you have some redundancy built in. That's some of the things that asset management planning can help you plan for if you get the systems up and running good. This is kind of we're in academia now, but this is a graph where we encourage you to use. And Linda, does your system kind of incorporates this, doesn't it? So you look at your assets and you try to figure out, what's the highest risk, what's the consequence of the failure, is that particular pump or valve or whatever, is it affecting maybe a hospital or a school or a nursing home versus a small cul-de-sac? Look at your system, look at your system components, what's the very critical aspects of it, what's the risk of it, what's the probability of failure, and what are the consequences. Trying to make sure that you got systems in place to address your highest things with consequence. Maybe you got a jail on it, jails or schools or nursing homes, hospitals, those type of things. Make sure you got those systems backed up, redundancy involved. There might be some federal funding available or state funding. So that's some of the things that good asset management planning will involve. I don't know if it made the news here, but these are some of the consequences that can happen. As you see Nick shaking his head, so maybe you heard about it. Houston just had a major water line break. I used to live in Texas, so if you don't know about it, it's the effect of one of their loops, one of their major transportation systems throughout the city. Water line break. They actually had high water rescues that went on as a result of this. So I don't know if it was planned. Obviously it wasn't planned, but I didn't know if they knew that particular risk. But there can be major implications if our systems fail, and major disruptions to society and everything else. So I couldn't get over. We were following there at Wichita State. Like I said, high water rescues as a result of a large water line breaking in Houston. Next thing, the core component 4 that we talk about is what's the best life cycle cost of O&M and capital. Where do you put your money? You got to consider all the costs of operating and maintaining the system over your entire life cycle, including rehab, capital costs, environmental, legal fees. There's a lot of things. If things go down, you get sued. Was talking with some folks from Wichita's water treatment plant last week or so, and apparently they're still kind of reeling from a fish kill that happened a few years back, where they didn't feel like they had quite a bit of environmental damages to pay for a fish kill that the state attributed to their water treatment operations. In particular, now in hindsight, it maybe wasn't their result. We were having a hot summer and there were some fish trapped in a pool and so forth and so on. But anyway, keep in mind that there are all sorts of operating costs that you do need to factor in when you're doing your asset management planning. What we like to stress is routine and preventative maintenance, and I think you guys all know that. If you can get some money to maintain things, it certainly is probably best in the long run to have a well-maintained system. If you're getting the operating funds that you need from your councils and your boards, or in the case of the Park Service from Congress, and Billings. It sounds like you guys get along great with your advisory boards and are well funded. So we really stress, asset management planning. If once you get a system up and running, it can help you take advantage or help you keep up with your maintenance. Helps you track what to do and when. We heard that a little bit from one of the speakers yesterday with DEQ, where he was talking about the speakers in the morning about things that are constantly breaking. If you're not keeping track of that, then you just may keep fixing it. But if you start tracking it through asset management planning, you'll know that, hey, it's time to replace that motor, that pump, etc. Here's an example that we use in some of our classes, and this is some of the, we do provide board trainings. If you're, we like to talk about 2 different examples. One is the town of, I think we call it Prudentville on the left, which they've worked with their board, their advisory council, they get decent money for maintenance. Whereas the option on the right, I think we call that Dodlerville in our class. They haven't worked with their council, they don't get much money for maintenance. Their council just doesn't understand the importance and what can be the benefits of a proper maintenance budget. So the council may think on the right-hand example that it's best not to provide them the maintenance funds and things will be cheaper, but kind of they're just kind of kicking the can down the street, if you would. We like to encourage folks to do a long-term analysis, and more preventive maintenance at the end may be higher upfront cost by more of a maintenance budget per year, but in the long run, it's a cheaper way to operate your system. Asset management planning, if you're doing that properly, can help get some of those figures out on the table and get the discussions going on within your system. Here's some advice from your peers. We are the Environmental Finance Center Network. We've been doing this type of stuff for 10 to 15 years. We're well recognized experts in it. I'm not one of those experts per se, but what your peers have suggested is here's where you need to be putting your maintenance funds. Put about 45% of your maintenance funds on the high risk, the high failure, potential high consequence items. Things that are extremely important in your system, try to focus on those. And there are things that you're just, in the lower left-hand corner down there, that you're just going to want to not put much of your focus on. Run parts of your systems to failure. A lot of you folks may be engineers by training, and engineers are not trained to let things fail, but that's the reality of the real world, and that's what you're going to have to do. You know, if your maintenance funds are getting diminished, you want to focus on the higher risk, higher priority things. And yeah, a cul-de-sac may get a sewer line may fail in a cul-de-sac that affects 10 people, but you've been spending your money elsewhere. Deal with that small line break or whatever at the time. Place your maintenance money elsewhere is the advice that you have from your peers. And this particular graph is something I think is a good. If you got turnover in your systems and you haven't had a chance to share some of your advice, I think this is a good graph for folks coming in. That, you know, where do we need to spend our money? Some good advice from the long-time operators. This, like I said, this is we heard a little bit from the DEQ presentation yesterday, folks. That things that are breaking and when do you replace them? So this is a nice chart from academia. It's really easy for us up in the ivory towers to say, look at your replacement things. But it's what you don't. If you're keeping track of when things are breaking and what it's costing, you can start to look at when your optimal replacement point is. And then you might be able to fix a particular piece of equipment for a time or two, but if you keep having to repair it, and if you're keeping track of it, then you know, hey, it's time to replace it. So, and there's also, you can probably get some advice from your peers. I was leading one of these training sessions in Mississippi, and there was a city alderman there. It was a very small system, and they had a motor that they had to rehabilitate like 5 times in the last 3 years, and they didn't know. They were just going to keep repeating it, but they asked their peers, is this normal? And in that case, the state actually has engineers that can come around and travel, and they might not have had a motor for the right size, might have been getting stressed too much, but certainly was a piece of equipment that they would have been better off to replace versus continuing trying to repair it. So, like I said, once again, that's more of the insights that asset management can give you if you do implement a system and start to track things. And finally, you know, what's the best core component 5 is the long-term funding strategies. What do you need to get your systems to maintain your systems? Are you guys faced with Kansas? Are you guys having the rural communities that are going down in population? And I see a head shaking. That's certainly what we're facing in Kansas. It surprises the heck out of me. Of course, well, you guys may have similar counties. We have counties that by 2040 are predicted to have less than 1,000 people. You guys may already have that here, but you know, those are the type of challenges we have with Kansas. Our big urban populations are growing. Kansas City, Wichita, Topeka are growing, but all of the western part of the state is shrinking. And so it's really going to take a lot of ingenuity to keep these systems going. When you do have process, or when you do have parts of your system that are needing repaired, you know, these probably isn't earth-shattering to you, but you got a couple of options. You know, for your capital improvement projects, you can go out and look for loans or grants, special funds, but you're a lot like fish and wildlife agencies for your normal operations. You're mainly operating off customer fees, user fees, impact fees. If y'all don't know it, I mean, a lot of my career was at fish and wildlife agencies at the state level, and they're funded off of almost entirely off the hunting and fishing license fees. So y'all are the same, to my knowledge, in that you're pretty much operating off of your user fees. So those are your, obviously not anything that you don't know here, but it's very important for you guys to make sure you're charging proper rates. And that's one of our specialties at Wichita State, and it's one of the specialties, one of the technical assistances you can get from the Environmental Finance Center Network is we can help you with rate studies. If you're not charging enough rates, if your rates aren't high enough, you're likely to be faced with some bills and replacement bills and not have the funding that you're going to need in the future. So that is something, like I said, the purpose of today's talk is asset management, but if you're a small system with a population of 10,000 or less, and you're needing rate studies, it is something that we can potentially provide for you or somebody through the Environmental Finance Center Network. So make sure your rates are at the levels you need, make sure you get some reserves that are available to help cover some of the big expenses that you probably have coming down the pike. Billings mentioned it a little bit. Does anybody, how many folks in here already have capital improvement planning going on? Billings, you mentioned it. Where are you from?
Forsyth.
Yeah, good. Yeah, some folks don't have that going on. Capital improvement planning is looking out, kind of projecting into the future what your needs are, what high dollar pieces of equipment are likely to fail. And so you can start advising your board that, hey, we have this storage tank, either repair or replacement's coming up, it's going to be, we need 650 or whatever it's going to cost, 650,000, 700,000 to do that. Make sure that capital improvement planning, if you're not already doing it, something that you can potentially think about. So it starts to let folks know about what your needs are, and folks can then start budgeting it and know what's coming in the future. It's something else that we can potentially provide you for assistance with. And then, at least from our perspective in Wichita, the more you involve your customers, the more likely you are to get support from your council and your customers to get supports for the rates that you need to charge so that you guys can stay solvent. The more you involve folks, the more folks understand what's needed in the systems, the more likely you will get the things that you need. Asset management, just kind of wrapping up and then I'm going to hand off to Linda. So asset management implementation, it sounds like Billings is already doing it, Preferred Park Service is doing it. Like I said, our recommendation is really just do it, kind of like the Nike ad, just some Nike swoosh. Just do it, just get started, particularly while before you lose some of your staff with the long-term corporate knowledge. Get started. Linda's system is great. I think you're going to find out it's going to be a great potential thing for you to consider and to maybe use. If anybody's been using EPA's CUPS program, it was a free asset management program that they made available to the systems. It's going away, or it may have already gone away. They had systems incompatibility. It wasn't operating on the internet, and so they've just let it go. And Linda's system is one of the things that's really has a lot of potential to place in it. So our recommendation, like I said, is just do it, get started, and hopefully get some build-in or buy-in with your workers and coworkers, and just get going. It doesn't matter who promotes it, who gets it started, but if you can get it started, we think it's a great resource and great tool for you. So with that, I guess I'll take it. Is there any questions, or kind of talk quickly? No, sorry. Well, here's my contact information. I said encourage you guys to pick up these if you have any needs. I said I can't say enough good things about EPA, with them trying to be proactive and trying to provide services to the small systems. They realize that you guys have a lot of challenges, and we're potentially there to be a resource for you. So, thank you.
I'm always a fan of keeping expectations low, so again, my name is Linda Hills. I'm with a company called ERG, or Eastern Research Group, and we are really out of like the Boston and the DC area, but I'm in Helena, Montana, which is why Brian said, hey, come and present on your tool. How about you just come over and present it yourself? And again, as he mentioned, this tool, EPA Region 7 realized that it was time to kind of help facilitate asset management out there as it's becoming more and more required. And so they came to us and asked us to build this tool. The idea being trying to keep it a little simpler. There's a lot of those web-based tools like CUPS out there that people were frustrated because, it looks fancy, it kind of seems to work nicely, but you had no access to the back end. It wasn't even easy to dump the data into something else. So they asked us to come up with a fairly simple tool, but also a little bit sophisticated. So we kind of walked that balance. So that's what I'll be presenting on today. Let's see, here we go. Okay, so the purpose of the tool is to facilitate tracking and basic asset management of drinking water or wastewater assets. It is very much set up for small systems. I don't know that it would be that useful for the city of Billings because there's so much more going on. It was very much set up for pretty small. I think our target audience was 3,300 and smaller. So not to say it couldn't be used for somewhat bigger, but that's what it's targeted at. To provide an ongoing analysis and update of the utilities assets, the inventory, the condition of the inventory, and the vulnerability. I think we can't really overstate enough that it is not enough to do this, to get all this information in there and then just leave it, put it on a shelf somewhere. It's not going to do you any good. So the only way any asset management program is going to be helpful is if you continue to update it, revisit it, add new inventory, get rid of old stuff that you've replaced, reassess some of the condition when you know, okay, that used to be in pretty good shape, but we know it's really failing us now. So I think that's really an important point. It's also there to help inform decisions about repair and replacements. And some of you may be the decision maker in your utility about how money is spent, but probably a lot of you are not. Probably a lot of you can say, hey, we really got to replace this, but you got to go to somebody else to get the money for it. So hopefully this tool can help you with that. And again, straightforward enough that it can be manipulated and maybe dump data into something else if you want to present it. And passing down information to future owners and operators. And I think Brian touched on this. A friend of mine refers to it. We're in the fourth quarter of our career. Still some time left, but you know, we're kind of, a lot of people in this room are probably in that fourth quarter. You're looking at maybe leaving that job. You have a vast amount of knowledge about what has happened, when things were installed, the condition of things. And a lot of that, if it doesn't get passed down, it's so much harder for the next operator, owner to get up to speed on all that. So hopefully this is a tool that can help you pass that information on to the next generation operators. Again, we give credit to EPA Region 7. They funded the development of this tool, and they're making it available to everyone. That's one of the beauties of EPA. They're not trying to make money on these things that they develop. So they have basically said they're gonna, I'll show you where at the end of this presentation where you can access it. You can just download it from ASDWA's sites and also the Southwest Finance Center. And I also gave it to Jen, so if you guys are, if you're interested in this, and you can reach out to her and get a copy of it. We'll talk about the functionality, but there are macros in it, and so sometimes emailing it might be a little problematic. Okay, tool users. So who is likely to make use of this tool? Well, it was really set up for small system operators and the utility decision makers, but I was just looking at my slides and I said I really should have added in there technical assistance providers. So DEQ, RCAP, Rural Development, IHS, all those, rural water, all those technical facility or technical assistance folks can really make use of this. If they have that tool, maybe they can come help me walk you through. As Brian said, we went to these a couple different pilots and walked through, and you can get a lot of data collected in a day just to get people kind of kick-started. What are the system requirements? It's just a simple Microsoft Excel, maybe not simple, but it's a Microsoft Excel based program. So all you really need to use it at its basic level, all you really need are some really basic Excel skills. It's pretty much, you know, you should be able to walk through and get a sense of it if you have any knowledge of Excel. There is both a macro enabled version and a non-macro, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with what that means, but basically the macro just means there's all kinds of stuff going on around in the background that make it really kind of useful. But if you have a firewall, if you have some problems with your facility or your computers that you can't use macros, it used to be a problem more in the past. It's not so much anymore, but there are non-macro versions. They're not particularly useful because it doesn't have all that functionality, but they're available if you need it. There are some protected sections of the file, and I'll show you how that works, but there is no password. So if you've got really better Excel skills, if you've got an operator, maybe your engineer, your town engineer has Excel skills that they want to take it and modify it, that you're welcome to do that. If you had a 15-year-old son or daughter, they might be able to really make use of some of that other stuff. So there are protections within it, but it's all non-password protected. We also have a user's guide, and I think both of the sites where these are posted, the user guide is available. Our goal was to set it up that you don't need that. It should be kind of logical as you open it up, like, oh yeah, I get this, I get how this should work. But there's a user guide that goes all the way through. It goes all through all the detail of what each cell, how to fill it in, what each kind of entry means. But again, we were hoping that this tool is pretty self-explanatory. The general layout is, if you're familiar with Excel, you have a series of tabs. And so there's a tab for basic information about your system. the asset inventory itself, which is kind of the workhorse of the whole thing, a condition assessment, a vulnerability assessment, and then there's a criticality sheet. So that kind of takes all that information you put in there and it gives it a score. There's some other optional things, like there's a product list. So if you work with, like you always use Mueller valves and you get them from Joe Smith at Valves R Us, you can kind of keep track of that kind of stuff. There's additional resources on each sheet and at the end, and then there's some assistance with things like, okay, you're asking me to rate the condition. I don't know how to do that. So there's some assistance with that. So those are all just helpful, and we'll walk through all of it. Again, this is kind of the mantra, and I'll probably overstate it, but it's designed to be as simple or as complicated as you need. So use it to whatever extent. You might just say, all I want to do is enter my assets. I don't care about this condition assessment nonsense. Or you might want to use it more fully. You might want to modify the tool to meet your needs. As far as the tabs go, there's a little bit of color coding. The red tab is the primary information, and that's what we use to track the assets, and you have to complete that first. Then there are some green tabs, which are questions about the condition and that kind of thing. And then there's gray tabs that are just additional information. Also, within each sheet in the tool, there's some color coding that may or may not be helpful to you, but blue cells are drop downs, and basically you're just gonna hit that little triangle, get a drop down and enter one of the options. Red cells are places where you are required to enter some information, and that information is required or else the tool won't work. Yellow cells are auto-filled. So we'll show you, but we'll have you say this is pipe, and it'll have an automatic expected useful life of pipe. So that'll just come right in from the background of the tool. If you disagree, you can overwrite it. Then there's other gray cells that are for entering optional information. And then there are certain cells that are values that really can't be changed. Again, you can always overwrite anything because you can. Even the protected cells you can unprotect, but we're trying to set it up so that if you have a basic Excel knowledge, if you don't unprotect the sheet, you should be pretty safe. Okay, getting started. Obviously, the first thing you're going to do is if you don't have anything, we're going to just assume you don't really have anything set up for asset management. So pull together what you've got. And for us, when we were doing the pilot test, we told them, okay, let's any maps you've got, any schematics, let's get them out. Let's take a look at that. Any information, if you've got a binder full of information about equipment, the size you're installed, anything you've got. Construction projects, do you know or do you have any kind of history on, we did a water main replacement in 1998 and we replaced, this section of town, or we built the treatment plant at such and such a year. So anything you've got, try to pull it all together if you're doing a big effort to start out. Pull together any information you've got. We'll talk a little bit more about this later, but and Brian hit on it, that start big picture and add detail as you go. So don't get overwhelmed. So maybe initially focus on your major assets like the treatment plant. Later you can break that treatment plant out by the filters and the pumps, or however you want to break that out. But start big and narrow down. And we know that the buried assets are the biggest challenge. Careful not to get buried in detail. You might just start with things like we have 6 miles of PVC pipe, and maybe that's all you start with, is just the big picture. And then later, as you get more, as you start using the tool more, maybe you can break that out into more detail. Also, what we did when we were testing this out, and what we recommend you do, is just go ahead and walk through your system, source to tap, with a camera and a notebook, and just take some pictures. It's really valuable if you're going to go back to your office or back to your workplace and start filling this out. If you have pictures that remind you of what you've got, and then take pictures of the information. Open up the control center and take a picture of the faceplate so that you can be reminded about some of the details of that asset. So again, here you got a generator. open it up, lots of information about that generator. And you may even want to have a separate file that keeps track of these pictures. I always think it's a good idea to first take a picture of what it is and then the faceplate so that you can remember what that faceplate is tied to. Again, as we were going through in our pilot tests, we walk into the well house, and then he said, take a picture of that fan, that heater fan, that's going out pretty soon. So we just took a quick picture, and then we remembered to put that in our asset. Even though it's a small asset, he was like, the operator was like, yeah, that's something that is going to go pretty soon. Or like, take a picture of this flow meter. We have to replace that about every 5 years. So let's make sure we get that in there. It's brand new, but I know it's going to be about 5 years out. So as we tested it out in Macy, Nebraska, at the Omaha tribe, that was really helpful. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to walk through each of the sheets in the file, and then we'll maybe take a little break, and then I'll open up an example file and we'll actually demo it. So I realize some of this is a little bit hard to see. Apologize for that. When we first set this up, the original training was everybody was going to have their computer opened up, so I apologize if it's hard to see. So the very first sheet is just basic information, and this is just a pretend example, Eastgate, rural water, I made it up in East Helena. But basically the idea being whatever's helpful to you here. So the system capacity, in this case, they said, so many gallons per day average, summer demand, about 210 people. Really, the only thing that's important on this sheet is the date, because that date tells the rest of the formulas in the sheet how to calculate age. So, but basically, whatever's helpful to you here. The next sheet is the big one, is the asset inventory. And again, I'm going to have slides that kind of go through each of these, so I realize it's hard to see, but basically the idea here is the first set of fields are mandatory, kind of mandatory, and the second set are optional. And within the mandatory, you have the blue ones, which are drop downs, the pink ones, which are just whatever you want, like freeform, whatever's helpful to you. And then there's yellow things that are pre-populated. And so that's kind of how it's set up. The other thing is, up at the top of each sheet, you have a nice key, some information about like, what does that mean? The blue, the pink, the yellow. Once you've made use of this sheet, you could just hide those rows because it kind of takes up a lot of space, and I'll show you how to do that. And again, hopefully that's your level of Excel. You know how to, like, say hide sheets or hide rows, but that will just be helpful. Same with some of these columns that we'll talk about. It might or might not be useful to you. So anyway, okay. So the first thing you do, you select a category, and we just came up with basic categories for drinking water. You can see them: pump, source, treatment, all the way down. And of course, if the category, the thing that you are wanting to keep track of, isn't in there, you can always use other. The wastewater tool, and I probably should have mentioned, there are two separate tools. So there's a wastewater file and there's a drinking water file. And under the wastewater, the categories are collection, pump, treatment. When we did the demo or the pilot testing, they came up with a couple things that we hadn't thought of, and we were just able to add that in. And again, that would be like a higher level of Excel experience, but if you have a little higher level, you can just add in different categories that you think are appropriate. So that's how it's going to set up. You'd have a drop down for, you say source, and then based on the source, the next file is your asset type. And so within source, it could be a well, an intake, a spring, a reservoir, or other. So that gives you, 5 options for the next thing. And you can see how over here how we've got a couple different entries for category and type. Okay, level of detail. Again, whatever works best for you. And I think we already stated it, but start off as general and get more detailed as you go on. You might start by saying we have 60 hydrants. But later you might, if you're a small enough system, maybe only have 14 hydrants. You might want to list every one of those hydrants out and say what the condition of that hydrant is. Or you might say we have 60 hydrants, but there's one that you want to keep track of and have a separate line for that. Distribution and collection, water and wastewater, are going to be your biggest challenge as far as deciding the detail. and deciding even how you're going to categorize it. So you might say, okay, we've got, 500 feet of old cast iron main, we've got, and it's 8-inch, we've got 2 miles of PVC pipe in this part of town, or you might want to break it out by size, you might want to break it out by type, you might want to say era. We have the original that was installed in 1980, we have that water main replacement program that we went through, or like these parts of town that grew in a certain era. There's really no way to tell you how to break pipe out because it's going to be so, it could get really buried into the weeds. Or for instance, treatment. You might start off just by saying it's a treatment plant. It's installed in 1980. But as you go on, you might just break out your unit processes. You might want to go to each pump. I mean, that would be the ideal, is listing out each pump, when it was installed. But try not to get overwhelmed right at the beginning. Okay, the next column is a pink one. So this is just a free-form entry. It's just a description. And so it could be whatever you call it. If you call that well the south well, that's a way to enter. If you want to call it well number 2, however you refer to that that asset. It can be blank if you don't really have a name for it. It's just a pump. So any kind of entry that is helpful to you. The next one is a system area, and again, this is one that we in our pilot test they came up with. They said we filled it all out, and they said, well, I'd like to just look at everything at well 3. And so we said, okay, well, let's add in a system area where you can say, you can, however is helpful, but you can say, you can code areas of town or treatment plant 1, treatment plant 2, as long as you keep them consistent. That little triangle, I don't know how familiar all you are, but this is a way to filter or sort. So if you use this column, you can maybe just say, I want to look at everything in a certain part of town. If that's not helpful to you, hide it. If you think, why do I have to put a system area and a description, or later we have location, you might not want to use it. The next one is an asset ID, and this is something that's automatically generated, and I don't think you can delete this column, but this is one that I would probably hide because it's not very useful to me. But basically it's something that's automatically generated, and if you do have a more sophisticated system, or someday you do get one, you can use that to help tie into a GIS program or that kind of thing. So then we start getting into more of the details. So the next column is the estimated useful life. And again, it's yellow, which means that it's automatically populated. And basically we used kind of a lot of different sources to come up with industry standards for this. You may totally disagree. You may say, oh, baloney, that well should last a lot longer than 50 years. And if that's the case, you may change that. It's perfectly fine. It's really just a starting point for consideration. And then the next one, and this is an important, obviously a really important column, is estimated installation date. So it does not have to be exact, but it does have to be a month, day, year format, because it's translated into a number that's used later to do some calculations. So I typically just put 1/1, like if I know it's like, that well was installed in 1965, I don't know the month and the date, but we'll just put January 1st. That's close enough. If you happen to know it was February, if you happen to know the exact date, you're welcome to put that in there, but really the year is the critical thing. Okay, so based on that, based on the estimated useful life and the estimated installation date, we can very easily calculate the remaining useful life. And this does require that date in the front. The very first sheet says what today is. So in order to estimate what the remaining useful life is, you have to know where you are in history now. So this will show you which ones don't have any useful life left, a 0. We did have some people who said, well, I want to see the negative, if it's negative 15 years. For a series of reasons, we did not do that. It's just 0 means you're done. But there are some that are more out of their useful life than others, we realize. Okay, we're getting longer, I realize, getting smaller, but the next is location, And in this example, we're just using things like Deal Drive South, end of Elm Street. It can be whatever location is useful to you. This is where if you had a GIS system, it might not be a bad idea to just put lat long. It used to be that to get lat long, you had to buy a little, you had to buy some kind of a GPS system, and they were a little bit complicated. Now everybody can pretty much do lat long on their phone. So that's a suggestion, especially for things like a tank or the well. Obviously, pipe, you're not going to put lat long for pipe, but whatever's useful. Keep in mind that a lot of this is filterable and sortable, and so if you keep your information short but also consistent. So if you're always referring to well 1, put well 1 rather than W1, so that when you filter and sort it, you'll be able to, that consistency will help with that. The location doesn't matter to any of the calculations in the tool, of course. Then we added a comments column, because obviously there are some assets like a well that it really matters when you've recently, or when you last really did a major rehab. So this was another one that the folks in Macy were really helpful about giving good ideas. But they said, yeah, that well may have a 0 useful life left, but we rehabbed it in 2008. So we want to keep information about that in there. So we added that. It can very commonly be blank, but that might be helpful to things like tanks and wells where major rehab can really extend the useful life. Okay, then the next entry is operational or not, and this is kind of a little bit of a funky entry, but it's just like it's a drop down yes or no about the current is this asset in use or not, and it's basically is it is it out of, maybe it might be not in use because it's an old well that you're not using anymore, or it might be not in use because it's backup, it's waiting, it's sitting waiting, it's a pump that is not in use yet, but you're going to be using it when one breaks down. Okay, the next set, that's the whole first half of the asset inventory. The next set is a bunch of optional fields, and they truly are optional, that might be helpful to you to keep track, especially things like pumps. So if you want to say this is a Grundfos pump, and maybe even you have the name, the model, and the serial number. If you took that picture when you went through, you might enter that in here. This is, now you're kind of getting into a higher level of asset management where you're giving like more detailed information. Estimated replacement cost, if you have that, this can be helpful if you are trying to turn this into a presentation to management about why things need to be replaced or which need to be replaced, but that can be helpful. Again, as you can see, a lot of this can be blank. The other thing you can do here is keep track of like the capacity, like it's a 50 gallon a minute pump, or things like number and length. So 12-inch pipe, 2,000 feet. So this is just a way to kind of just further define what that asset is and just what have you got there. There's also an alternate asset ID if it happens to have another ID. Again, this is another one that if it's not useful to you, hide it. I will, in a minute, I think, have a slide on there's another sheet that you can tie this product information to. And again, this would be kind of a little higher level of Excel if you want to use it. But again, if you always work with a certain supplier, or you always use Grundfos pumps, or that there's a sheet that can help you keep track of that. Okay, so that's all that first step, which is the bulk of the work. At this point, you basically have an inventory of your assets. If you want, then you can just stop there. That's a really helpful start. The next couple steps are that condition assessment that Brian talked about and vulnerability. So it's more work, but if you want to try to get a sense of not just what you have, but what is the condition, these next steps will help with that. So the condition assessment is an evaluation of the condition of that asset. It's based on age, use, repair frequency, and some other factors. So we'll go through a series of questions, and you answer them, and then it'll come up with a score. Vulnerability assessment is, all right, what's the likelihood this thing will fail, and if it fails, just how bad is it gonna be? So it's an assessment of relative risk, and it's based on that consequence and probability, like that, the graph that Brian showed. Based on the condition and the vulnerability, then you get a ranking, or we call it a criticality score. So it'll say, okay, which asset is most critical? Which ones do we really want to be paying some attention to? Okay, so we'll walk through the condition assessment. This is, again, now we're in that third sheet of the file. So when you do the condition assessment, the first two things are pulled in from the first sheet. So that category and asset description come in just to help you remember which thing you're scoring. Okay, then the inputs are condition. And this is just a drop down. Excellent, good, fair, poor, very poor. Just give it a score. Reliability, yes, no. Basically, this would generally be, I would think, a no, but does that asset, has it, required more frequent repairs in the recent past? So it's just your assessment of, is it reliable or not? And again, this is where it's important that you keep your sheet up to date, because that's going to change over time. Based on those two things, you're going to get a score of 0 to 10, 10 being the highest, and it'll just say which of these are the condition of concern. If you think to yourself, well, I don't know how to give that thing a score. I don't know if it's good versus excellent versus, there's a sheet at the end of the file that has a condition rating guide. Very, very much just some food for thought, some ideas. So if you've got a particular valve and you're trying to decide how to rate it, you can look at operations. What would be considered excellent? It's easy to operate. What would be considered good? There's minus resistance. The valve box. What's considered excellent versus very poor? Leakage, packing leakage. It's just basically to give you an idea of what things you might be thinking about when you're giving it a score. If you're perfectly happy just coming up with a good, very good, excellent ranking of your own, that's fine. But this can be helpful if you're looking for some guidance. Okay, so that was condition. Now we'll talk about vulnerability. And the vulnerability that, like Brian talked about, is the relative risk to the utility of that asset's failure. So there's two pieces, consequence and probability. I always like the probability first. Probability that asset could fail. Again, based on the remaining useful life, its capacity, its reliability, based on those information, the answers you gave. Then the second is consequence. How problematic would it be if that asset failed? Are we talking about people not having water? Are we talking about sewer backups? Is there a compliance component to that? Are you going to be out of compliance? Or are there public health and environmental concerns? And like the condition score, it'll give a score and 0 to 10. Okay, so this looks worse than it is. These two came in from the first sheets. You've answered some questions about consequence. You've answered a couple questions about probability. Again, the yellow ones are auto-filled. And I can't see very well from here, but so this first question is about redundancy. Is this a redundant? Is there redundancy to this asset? Consequence: how many people are going to be out of service if this asset failed? And so it's just a drop down of 25%, 25% or 50%. Is there a regulatory compliance issue? If this fails, are you going to be out of compliance? Is there a public health or environmental concern? Yes, no. These are just yes, no drop downs. And then you get your condition score. Similar for the probability. The first thing is it in the last third of its life? And that's just automatically calculated for you based on the information you already gave. Then capacity. Is it at capacity? Is it below capacity? Are you really pushing this asset? And then repair schedule. Is this getting harder and harder, or having to address it more and more often? So all of this is going to go into those two scores. Oh, I think I just walked through all that. So yeah, the inputs for consequence are redundancy or not, importance, how many people are going to be out of service. Again, these are just drop downs, regulatory compliance and public health, and then the score. And then the probability, I think I just covered them all, but estimated remaining life, is it less than a third? Are you working above capacity or at capacity? Reliability is auto-filled. And then have you had to address this more and more in the last couple of years? Seems like a lot. But the way we did it in Macy, we kind of had a couple defaults, and we said, okay, let's just assume, like, for instance, let's just assume no for the repair schedule for everything. So we put no for everything, and then we just changed the ones that he said, there's a couple of these that are yeses. So you can do that, copy and paste in this. And so you can, there are ways to make this a little easier to work through. Okay, so the next thing is criticality. And criticality is the final output score of the tool, and hopefully will be of use to you. It ranks the assets from most critical, number 1, to the least critical. There can be ties, so if there might be like 3 2s. So it's based on the consequence and probability, and as well as the redundancy, and hopefully this can be used to prioritize your assets. So this last sheet, it's got your scores, it's got your criticality, and sorry, I can't read very well. Anyway, ultimately what this does is it ranks all the assets that you have in your system, it ranks them and gives you like the number 1. The number 1 would be the thing that you're most in need of addressing. Okay, so after you've done all this, you've got your asset inventory, maybe you've done this assessment of the condition and the vulnerability. Obviously the next step is using it to help you prioritize your decisions, purchasing and planning. And then of course, like I can't really overstate keeping it up to date. It's only useful if it's maintained. So the one thing that we really heard about some of these other programs were you did all this work, it looked really slick, you get it into this file, and then you never opened it up again. And so that's way too much work. Your time is valuable. Don't do this unless you're really going to make use of it and have it be helpful to you. Some additional resources. So this, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what ASDWA is. It's the Association of State Drinking Water Authorities. But they've posted this on their website. And I'm sorry these are not in your slides because we just got this yesterday. They just barely posted them. But if you were to search on Asset Management Tool, ASDWA, you would find it pretty quickly under Tools and Resources, or if you want to write this down, that is the site for it. So I'll give everybody just a minute. But it's pretty searchable. I look for it. I tried it myself just to say, could I find this if I didn't know anything about it? Okay, then these are not as easy to write down. Also, the Southwest Environmental Finance Center has posted them, and this is another one. If you go to the Southwest Environmental Finance Center, you can find this pretty easily. But they actually posted all of them. So this is, as I said, there's a drinking water tool, and there's a drinking water tool with no macros. There's a wastewater tool, and there's a wastewater tool with no macros. And then there's the user's guide. So all of that is available to you. And I'm pretty sure even the user's guide is just a Word document. You can take it, you can make use of it, change it if you want. And I'll make sure that Jen has all this. So if you are like, I actually do want to take a look at this thing, but I can't find it, she can get it to you. These are a whole bunch of additional resources. These should be in your slides that we use a lot of these in developing this tool. But there's just a lot of information out there about asset management and planning. So if you're diving into this, there's all kinds of tools out there that can help you. All right, the next step is going to be a demo, but any questions for me or Brian on, I know we've covered a lot and we talk fast, but any questions? That worries me. Okay, we've got about 40 minutes left. Let me talk a little bit about, we've talked a little bit about our Macy pilot test. Let me go through some pictures on that, and then we'll demo. So again, we went to Omaha. They were awesome. They were great. Really good relationship between the operator, this guy Jerry that Brian talked about, and IHS. The gentleman from IHS, they obviously had a really good relationship. He's been around for a long time. Most of what we did was pick their brains. You know, a lot of it was, when did we put that in? And we said, that's close enough. If all you can say is it was about 1994, that's close enough to start. But the two of them had just a vast knowledge of the history of this, and the system itself, both the water and wastewater, and the history of when things were installed. They had done a really good job since that compliance order to get things up and running and in really good shape. So basically we took 2 days. As Brian said, we took one whole day of their time, and we walked source to tap through their drinking water system. And then we took a whole day and we walked all the way through their wastewater. It was a lagoon. We're not talking about super complicated, but and then we'd go back to their office and we would just really quickly rank them. So that's what it took to do a first cut for each of them. So on day one, there was a couple wells, there was a treatment building, there's a tank, and we did a little bit in the distribution. As you know, it doesn't do much good to go out and walk the distribution system. You can't see a lot. A lot of that was mostly through paper trail or from their memory. And then day two, they had was the wastewater. We did a lift station and a 3-cell lagoon. And there's a gentleman from Region 7, and then Jerry Heinstein is the operator, and so we just give props to them. Tristan Worcester was the IHS guy. Can't say enough about how great Region 7 and the Macy folks and IHS was about giving us their time and really good input. So we just walked over to the well. There's their first, I think that's well 1. I don't know if you guys remember all the flooding that was going on in Nebraska about 1.5 years ago. This whole place was totally, not when we were there, but just soon, about 6 months before we were there, had been completely flooded right up to the bottom of the well. So they didn't have water over the top of the well casing, but they had some issues. So again, we walked into the well house, pump house, whatever you want to call it, and just started taking pictures to remind us of, okay, let's make sure we cover the, air release valve, the, gate valves, the transducer, that kind of thing. So we just kind of walked through and took pictures, opened up faceplates and took pictures of the faceplates as well, so that we could document what we had and remember what we had. And so we were able to pull that information into the sheet. Again, as we went through, they said, yeah, don't forget about that heater. Like, I wouldn't have thought to really even mention the heater fan, but he's like, that's gonna have to go pretty soon. So we throw that in there. And then some new, like the transducer was new, but they were like, that's like every 5 years we have to replace that. So, and again, the generator, open up the door of the generator, get some information about it. And as you go through, we did quite a bit of, like, how old was this and how's it working? You had problems with it. So we did walk through and take notes about different types of infrastructure and the condition. So more just pictures of faceplates as best you can. They're hard sometimes, they're shiny, so, but that's the beauty of cell phones now. It's so much easier than it used to be to getting pictures and getting them downloaded quickly. This is where they had a little thing where they kept track of their maintenance. So I think that picture, we have a better picture of that. But again, information about this motor control center. Then we got to the lagoon. And again, just taking pictures, trying to get a sense of the condition, so that when we go back, we can say, yeah, the dike was in pretty good shape. I think the next picture was a little intake structure, and it looks like maybe we'd give that a fair as opposed to an excellent condition. We went to the lift station, was in very good shape, got in, was able to take a picture to remind us of what's down in that lift station. The guy from IHS, Tristan, said, let's add they added a other for the epoxy lining to this lift station, because that's something that they had to do every 5 to 7 years. He said they relined it. So, and hopefully that's the beauty of the tool. Like, sure, that's not in there already, but you can add that as an asset. And then again, you got your generator, open it up, and or controls, and open it up and take some pictures. So, the next step is we're gonna go through, I'm gonna open up a blank tool and we'll enter just a few rows and show you how it works. And then we're gonna open up the maybe the tool from Macy and show you how you can do some filtering and sorting. But we've got half an hour, so I'm gonna say, why don't we take a break, and we'll start that at about 20 minutes to. So people can take a break. If you've seen enough and you don't come back, I'm not gonna have hurt feelings, that's fine. But, if you can't see very well, feel free to move on. Thanks. when you open it up, it's gonna say enable content, security warning. I guess I just have to promise you, we didn't put any malware in here, but enable the content. This first sheet, again, so down on the bottom is the names of the sheets. So we have basic information, asset inventory, and then we have these three are the ones that we go through and ask the questions, the condition assessment, the vulnerability, and the criticality. And then over on the ends, we have these other additional information. So I'll show you each of them, and we'll just kind of show you how it might work. So again here, I don't have the keyboard, but I'm not going to fill this in, but utility name, location, date, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so then you come into your first sheet, which is the asset inventory, and I'm going to go over here and make it a little bigger. People can say, oh, not quite that big. There. Is that, how's that? Was that? Yeah, I might. Thanks. Perfect. Okay. So again, as I said, up at the top, there's all this information, instructions. This is how you fill this out. And you don't really only need to read this once. There's also these additional sources, which are links up here. But for me, I'm like, okay, I've already read that. That's not important to me. Don't delete them, because there's a lot of formulas in this sheet, and if you delete them, it's going to mess with things. So I'm just going to I'm going to highlight them, right click, and where's the hide button? It's not letting me hide. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about this. This is important. Over here, we have protect and unprotect. So when you open up the file, it is going to come in protected mode. And then that is really kind of to save you from yourself, to make sure that you don't kind of screw something up that you didn't intend to. But if you know what you're doing, once you got used to the tool, you can say, I'm going to unprotect this sheet, and then, let me see what happens here if I hide these cells. So I highlight them, and I right click and I hide. And so now it's it's easier to work with, because I don't have all that junk up at the top, and we still have protect and unprotect over here, kind of covering things, unfortunately. But okay, so then we start off here. We say, what's our first asset? And we are in the drinking water tool. So we hit this little triangle, and it says, which of these assets is it? Is this, what category? Is it a pump? Is it a hydrant? Is it, and there's a longer list, so you gotta be able to kind of scroll down there. But let's just say treatment. So the first asset I want to put in is a treatment. What type? So it says define the asset type, and I hit that triangle again, and I'm going to say, let's just say all we've got is, okay, so let's just say we're just a little chlorination system. Okay, the description, and again, now I don't have a drop down, I just have an entry, so I'll say chlorinator. System area, I might say, okay, let's just say that's treatment. Oh no, I'm going to say at the well. Maybe we just said well sites. Well field. Oh, sure enough, this does. For some reason, the asset ID did not come in, so unfortunately, I'll have to figure out why that is. But basically, this says, okay, for a little chlorinator, the estimated useful life is 10 years. And I'm going to say, okay, that sounds good enough to me. And so, when was it installed? I'm going to say 1/1/2018. Okay, so based on that, it says we've got 8 years of useful life remaining. So, you may agree with that, you may not. In here, we might put lat long. So I might put in the lat long of that if I have it. Comments about inspection or repair. Maybe I just don't have anything to say about that chlorinator because it's pretty new. So operational, yes, no. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to keep going over to the side. And unfortunately, once I hid these, it covers up that ID. But you could get over to it anyway, but I don't have another ID for it. But size or capacity, I'm going to say 20 gallons a day, 20 gallons a day, or liters per minute, or whatever that chlorinator, whatever you would use for the capacity there. Number, I might put a 1 here, I might put nothing here, I might, whatever you want, but I don't think it's useful for a chlorinator. Product information, you might put the name. I'm going to go over to this product sheet I mentioned before. So if you want to use this at a little bit higher level, this product sheet over here, you can keep track of the products that you buy. So let's just say you say your pumps are garden pumps. And you say, I always get them from Jim Smith. Pumps are us. And 202, we'll do 406, it's over here, right? 406. So, and it's kind of running over into that other cell. If you're familiar with Excel, you know that you can tell it to wrap. If you say, it'd be helpful to me if this column was wider, just make it wider. So again, you have some control over this. So then you go back to your asset inventory, and let's say we have a pump now, and it's a submersible pump. And now I go over here, let's see if it works. I'm always nervous these things aren't going to work. And it should pull in from the other sheet. And sure enough, it didn't. We're still testing this out. That should pull in. Anyway, apologize for that. The same thing happened to me at the last one. Let's see. Well, pump. Operational, say yes. Let's see if that helps.
You said no.
Did I say no? Okay, yeah, that'll help. Thank you. I'm clicking a little fast. Anyway, sorry, not pulling in. Shoot. Anyway, but this is still a really good place for you to keep track of if you want to keep track of who you buy stuff from, and so that if you have a Rolodex somewhere, you can kind of put it in here so that when you retire, somebody can say, where do we get our valves from? Where do we get our pumps from? Okay, the next sheet over is the condition assessment, and again, so this first two are pulled in. So we'll say, what's the condition of this chlorinator? And we're going to say excellent. And what's the condition of this well? And we're going to say fair. Does it need more repairs in the recent past? I'm going to say no. And for this one, I'm going to say no as well. It's still fine. And so this is going to give us a score of 0 and 6 for condition assessment. Then we'll go over to vulnerability. And again, so now we've got some stuff already pulled in because we've already answered some questions. So we'll answer redundancy or backup. Does your asset have redundancy? And we'll say for the treatment, for the chlorinator, yeah, we have a little chlorinator that we keep on hand that we could replace it with. For well pump 1, let's just say no. Just importance, how many customers would lose service if this asset fails? So we'll say for the chlorinator, maybe none. But maybe for that well, maybe that's your only well, or maybe that's your major well, your primary well. So let's just say 50 to 75% of people would lose service if that pump went down. Could it lead to regulatory violation? Maybe this chlorinator, yes. Maybe in some states you are required even for groundwater to keep a residual. So let's just say that chlorinator might result in compliance issues. And for the well pump, let's just say yes as well, just high scores. Is there a public health or environmental concern? That's going to say yes for both because these are pretty critical assets. A lot of your assets are going to be no for that. Okay, so for this, for the condition, we've got a 4 for the chlorinator and a 9 for that pump. And again, these are out of 10. Estimated useful life, is it within the last third of its life? And this is already filled in for you. You get a yes and a no. Capacity, where are you operating that asset at? So let's say for the chlorinator, we're just at capacity. But maybe for that well, maybe we're a little beyond capacity. Maybe that well is that pump is not really it's beyond what it was really designed for. Maybe we're pumping way too much, too long of the day. Repair schedule, has it had more repairs recently? We're gonna say no and no. So based on all that, we get a probability of failure score of a 2 for the treatment and an 8 for the pump. So based on all that, we come to our criticality and we get a score that says, based on what you've told us, the pump is the most critical asset of the 2 that we entered, and the treatment is the second. So that's, I think it's going to be more helpful to go through the tool that's all filled out, but that's basically, that's obviously the only 2 assets that and you're going to have anywhere from dozens to hundreds, depending on how big your system is and how detailed you want to get. But just look at some of these up.
What's our testing on there? Our upcoming testing, cost of testing?
Okay, so the question was, could we put in cost of testing? This is really about assets, and so you could probably somehow meld this with other costs, like operation and maintenance costs, but this is really, the tool is really all about assets and the condition of those assets. So I think you're talking about compliance testing, doing your TCR.
What's coming up, things we have to do in 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, it is not designed for that. It's not designed to kind of keep track of when you have to do your testing. Actually, that would be a pretty interesting, similar tool to build. More just about like the cost and like when things have to happen. But that's not what it's designed for. It could kind of be dovetailed into that if you wanted to try to work with that.
How hard is it to add columns like for your chlorinator pump to where you may have one that needs monthly or quarterly service?
Okay, so a quarterly service?
Yeah. I mean, to basically pull it down, clean the ceramic and the rubber parts, and...
Right. Okay, so the question is, could we incorporate into this not so much asset management, but like operations and maintenance? So kind of ongoing operations and maintenance. It does have some functionality, like it does have there's things like this column here where it says comments for inspection or repair. You could incorporate that in. You could say monthly. You could say, we want, I want to address this monthly. I don't know that it could really meld in the cost of all that, but there's that. The other thing is that I would say that I do not have the Excel skills to really modify, and I know Excel. But if you are working with an engineering firm that maybe somebody's really got Excel skills, they could take this and do with it what you want. So I guess it's not designed for that right now. It's an asset management tool. It's really not about operation and maintenance or compliance monitoring. But if you saw that functionality, if you thought to yourself, I really like this, but this is what it's missing, you're certainly welcome to have somebody look into that. But this would be, right now I would say, this comments for inspection and repair, that's where I would put those kind of comments.
When we go on and load this, it's completely open source.
Completely open source. Yep, there is that unprotect, but you have to. There's no password for it.
Right.
There also, for those of you who are a little more Excel savvy, so there's a whole bunch. Obviously, there's all kinds of formulas in here, and if you click on the cell, you can see the formula. And there's also a bunch of hidden sheets. But all you have to do is unhide them. If you want to see them, you just unhide them. If you go down here, you right-click down in this. It's hard to get at because it's so small down there. There. Unhide, you can unhide. These are the sheets that are unhidden, or that are hidden. So all the drop-down menus are there, the asset tables, the estimated useful life, and the weighting. So all these formulas have some weights to it. If you are savvy enough, or if you know someone who is, and you want to take this and take it and run with it in a different direction, you have access to all that. And you can say, I don't agree with these estimated useful lives. You can actually go into those and change them right in there. So it's totally open source. You are welcome to use it whatever way. And thank you again to EPA Region 7. It was nice of them to make it, because we could have protected all that, and they said no. So this is the condition rating guide that I mentioned earlier. This is, I realize, completely hard to see. But again, this is just some thoughts about if you're trying to rate your pump, as excellent, what kind of things might you look at? You know, how many motor hours, vibration, temperature, noise, leaking, and then things that might be useful for you to assess whether you want to give that pump an excellent or a good or a very poor. Again, this is just pulled from lots of information out there on asset inventory and about useful life. But take a look at it, see if you think it's useful. So I think what I'd like to do is go to the demo. Don't save. Okay, so here is the demo for that. It's kind of from Macy. It's been modified since then, so there's some dummy data in here. But this is filled in. So again, the first thing you got to do is enable content. And I'm going to leave the sheets protected for now. But you can see that there's quite a bit of information. This is, again, what we did in a day. So we got about 50 some assets that we were able to pull together. And so we have asset descriptions. Sometimes they would just say, oh, we got the PVC out there. What would you call that? Oh, that's the Macy pipe. I don't know what that means because I don't live in Macy, but that's what they called that pipe. And they would say like, oh, that's Heritage Hills or that's Skunk Hollow. This is some of the locations that they entered as we walk through. So again, so you've got, and right now this is sorted by system area. And if you see these triangles, it's unfortunate that drop downs look the same as sorting and filtering. But anyway, these are sorting and filtering triangles. So right now you can see that this has an arrow. So we are filtered by system area. So I'm going to read, and it says that's a protected sheet, but that's okay. I can say go ahead. So right now we're sorted by system area. So this is all the assets at well 3, except for one distribution in there. But these are all the assets at that we had at well 3, and this is that transmitter that we mentioned that he said let's make sure to put that transmitter in there. And this was where we didn't, but we could put like replace at 5-year interval or whatever. So that's pretty handy. You can say I want to look at everything by system area, or I just want to look at all things by asset type. So you can say I'm going to filter by asset type, and it says, are you sure you want to do that? I'm going to say yes. I didn't do it though. Let's do by category. Like I said, there's a lot of, oh, that's why it says unprotect first and then do it. Okay. There's a lot of functionality in here. Okay, so now we say, here's all my AC pipe. Here's my bolted seal tanks. Again, this is by alphabetical. Butterfly valves. So you can sort by lots of different, different categories. I'm going to hide this asset inventory because it's not working very well. So again, don't delete it because that'll mess with formulas, but you can just hide it and say that's not useful to me. Here's where we had like lat long popped in. So again, it's not hard like it used to be to get lat long, and this can be really useful. So if you're out there anyway and you're walking through with your computer and your notebook and your camera, you can just ping it and say, give me the lat long for this tank, put it in there, and you never know how useful that might be later. Also over here we have information about what they found useful to put for the supplemental. So for this pipe is 6-inch pipe, 2 city blocks. That's what was useful, to them. Another one they might have said like 8-inch pipe, 800 feet. Here's the project information for that. It's a dialogue chlorine monitor. 75,000 gallon tank. So as you can see, a lot of these are blank. You don't have to fill it in if you're not interested in it. If you're not useful, that's fine. So as we went through with the Macy folks, we went through and we did a condition assessment, and we, like I said, the way we did it there was, I think we put everything as good and everything as no, and then we modified the ones that were somewhat other than that, because it takes a lot of time maybe to go through each one. So we kind of started with your basic and then said, okay, these should be excellent, these should be poor, and that was helpful to just get this done in a day. So here we had our condition assessment score. Then we had our vulnerability, a little bit of more information there, but similar kind of thing where we said, let's say for all these, the default is none. We're not gonna have any customers out of service if this fails. But then we said that there are a couple things where we would. So we'd say, yes, certain number of people would be out of service, or we're gonna have compliance problems with if this thing fails. So we filled all that in, and then we got to critical assets. And this was my nervous moment where I said, well, which one's going to come up as highest, hoping that it made sense. And sure enough, the very number one, so here I'm filtering it based on rank, and the very number one criticality asset was this PVC pipe. And it was from, they had one service line they had 2 wells, and then those 2 wells fed the treatment plant, and then there was one long line to town. And they said, that's the only line, there's no redundancy, there's no parallel line, this is the only line. So if that goes down, we are in trouble. We're gonna be on a boil water order, people are gonna be out of water. It's old, and so basically, because of all those things, fortunately the tool worked, and it said that's your most critical asset. So you're going to the folks saying, the decision makers about where to spend your money, you say, this is our critical asset. People are going to be out of water. It'd be easy enough to build a parallel line. We don't have to replace it. We could just build a parallel line so that now, if that one fails, we have a backup. And then you would reassess your score. You would say yes for redundancy, and then that would become a lower score asset. So hopefully one thing that Brian and I were talking about as you can see, I'm a little bit nervous about the functionality, because the more you use these things, the more likely you are you're going to find a bug. If you do find a bug, if something says debug error, just check and see if there's some critical information that's not filled out. If you didn't put a date in, then other things cannot be followed through from that. So if you get an error, check and make sure everything's, that the required information is in there. But do be aware that we're just getting it out there now. If people start using it and testing it, we're going to find out about problems, and we're going to fix them. So I would love it if any of you used it and let us know, maybe through Jen, let us know, yeah, it worked well, or here's a problem that we found. We're hoping that Region 7 will maybe help fund maybe the next generation, because these things always have to go through a few rounds. But I'm going to be around for a little bit, so if you have any questions or you want to come take a look at it and play with it yourself, you're welcome. Thanks everybody for your attention.
it's 1 o'clock. And according to my phone, it's 1 o'clock, which is really amazing because usually the wall clock is not the same as my phone. So we'll go ahead and get started now. And we'll hopefully finish up at about 5 to, I like to leave some time for questions at the end, but also feel free to jump in with questions as we go along. So today we're going to talk about water, and we're not going to be spending time as in your other courses throughout this time where you've been spending a lot of time about how you do your jobs. Today we're going to talk about why you're doing your job. Why. And why we worry about water. And I'm going to be giving you more of a public health perspective on why we worry about water. So hopefully this will work. So I know it's after lunch. We hopefully got some good food in us. I spend a lot of time worrying actually about foodborne outbreaks more than waterborne outbreaks, because they're a lot more common for us. But today we're going to talk about water. And why are we talking about water? Because water can carry things that make people sick. And we have had waterborne outbreaks in Montana. Fortunately, they're not as frequent as the foodborne outbreaks. We usually get some of those every year or two. But we do have water outbreaks. Legionella is one little critter that we get. Cryptosporidium, we've had a couple outbreaks with that in the last few years. And then also norovirus, and then giardia. And we haven't had any outbreaks with giardia, but people do end up with giardia here in Montana. And then also we'll be looking a little bit at chemicals and toxins. And you may have heard harmful algal blooms lately. We even have our own webpage on harmful algal blooms here in Montana. So hopefully by the end of this presentation you'll understand a little bit about public health and what we do. And then we're going to look just a little bit at national waterborne outbreaks, and then we're going to spend most of our time looking at outbreaks in Montana and looking at some of the prevention measures that were taken in those outbreaks. So first of all, who am I? Why am I here talking to you? I'm not a water expert, but I am a registered sanitarian. I work with food and consumer safety, which is part of DPHHS, part of public health and human services. And hopefully you won't have to have very much interaction with us, because usually when you're interacting with us, it's because there's something gone wrong. But I would advise that you do find out who your sanitarian is, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. I actually have a PhD in microbiology. I love talking about bugs. I spent a lot of time working on salmonella. And I also have a master's in food science, so I love talking about critters and food. So why am I here today? So first of all, in case you're not aware of who or what a sanitarian does, each of your counties has a sanitarian, either a sanitarian that, or more than one sanitarian that's there full-time, part-time. Some of the counties have contracted sanitarians that come in from other areas to look at the various licensed establishments that we have here in Montana. So we have over 11,000 licensed establishments in Montana in a lot of different areas. So we license our biggest category, that big purple one, retail food. Your grocery stores, your convenience stores, your restaurants. Then we have wholesale food. Those are our food manufacturers. So they're all getting licensed as well. Public accommodations, hotels, lodges, trailer courts, campgrounds, pools, spas, body art. And guess what? Most of these have public water and wastewater systems, because they're serving enough people that they have a public system. Now, it may be part of a larger system, or sometimes that is a single establishment system. Does anybody here work with a single establishment system. So what kind of system?
School.
A school. So schools are something else that sanitarians go in and inspect, mostly for their food, but they can also inspect that school for safety as well. So they may be asking you some questions about that system, especially with the new school rule. So
You got 5 schools.
you got 5 schools, yeah. So, and we're going to touch on schools just a little bit in a moment because schools are very important when we talk about water. So why do we worry about water? Okay. 1/5 of the world's population actually lives where water is very scarce, where they don't just get to go and turn on the tap. Okay? Most of us can just go and turn on the tap and not think about what's coming out of that tap. 1 out of 3 people lack potable water. So not here in the US, but when we're talking about worldwide. We're very lucky to have the water systems that we have, and you're key to those water systems. So when we talk about disease, and especially waterborne disease, over 5% of the global disease, and probably a lot more than that, estimates are up to 20 to 30% of that disease that we see in the world is tied to water. Because who in this room drinks water? Okay? Most of you probably at some point consume water. Okay? Did all of us have a hamburger today at lunch? How many of you had hamburgers today at lunch? Okay, so a few people did, but not all of us had those hamburgers, maybe down the street, something like that. But most of us, how many of you have drank the water here since you've been here? Yeah, so most of us are drinking the water. So here in the US, we have a very robust public health system. And this helps ensure the safety of water. And we do that through permitting, inspections, regulations, which you're all a part of. And that's why you're here today, because this is part of the regulations that go along with water and wastewater system, is having a certified water or wastewater operator. So really, you're key in terms of protecting public health, the basis of public health here in the US. We don't spend a lot of time worrying about waterborne disease because you guys are doing your jobs. But let's look at what public health is, and then some of those times when things went wrong. Okay, so public health, the science of protecting and improving the health of people and their communities. So basically when you're talking about public health, you're talking about a group of people. So we're not focused so much on an individual, but a group. And we do this mostly by prevention, and that's where water and wastewater operators are key, is in that prevention. So if people are drinking good, clean water, they're not getting sick from the water. They may be getting sick from that hamburger, but they're not getting sick from that water. So what do public health departments do? How many of you know someone in your local public health department? Have talked to them at least once? A couple people, okay? How many of you know your sanitarian? Okay, a couple more, okay? Something to think about. Maybe get to know at least who the sanitarian is in your locality. Public health, obviously, those immunizations, when you think about them. Emergency response to disasters. So if something goes wrong with your water system, besides working with DEQ, you're usually working with your local public health department. Obviously, licensing those establishments and making sure that they are compliant, getting out there and doing inspections, and then also often providing those water and wastewater permits, and then also looking at local health issues. So a lot of different things go into public health. And then the one that we don't like to do, investigate outbreaks. So when something goes wrong and a bunch of people get sick, your public health department is looking at what went wrong and hopefully ending it and then trying to prevent it in the future. And then obviously insurance and assessment of what's going on in that county. So why are you important? These people, all of you sitting in this room. How many of you are water operators? How many wastewater operators? Okay, a few less, but kind of split there. Because obviously our public facilities, our establishments are on public water and wastewater systems. We have very few that are not. And then we also realize that these systems serve a large number of people. So think about your system right now and how many people does your system serve? Does it serve less than 100 people? How many of you less than 100? Okay, a few, small. Okay, less than 1,000. Okay, a few more. How about 5,000? Less than 5,000. Okay, so everybody who's above 5,000, raise your hand. Okay, so a lot. So you're impacting a lot of people every day. If something goes wrong with your system, that's a lot of people that you can then impact. And a lot of these facilities serve vulnerable populations. So when we talk about diseases, and when we look at some of those different diseases that we're going to look at in just a moment, we talk about vulnerable populations. So who's dying from coronavirus right now?
Old people.
Old people, okay? They're what we call a vulnerable population. They're more likely to have something else, underlying problem, that then when we throw a bacterium or a virus on top of it, then they get sick and they die. Okay? Also the young, so schools. You got schools, somebody else had schools, yeah, okay, you got schools. We consider very young children under 7 also a vulnerable population because their immune systems aren't fully developed. And so a lot of times these things hit them harder than, say, a person that's 30 years old. Okay? So when we talk about influenza, who dies from influenza? The old and the young. So those vulnerable populations. Also, pregnant women are vulnerable. Often they can pick up things that other people might not get sick from, or that organism can attack the fetus. So then the other person that's not on this list are immunocompromised. Somebody who's being treated for cancer and they're undergoing chemotherapy, we're wiping out a lot of their immune system. They're not going to be able to fight off these bugs as well. So when we look at the people that are really affected in these cases, it's those populations. And obviously we rely on you guys for safe water and then also for proper sewage disposal. So just think as we go forward the type of people the type of facilities that are on your system and the people you might be impacting. So many of you may have nursing homes. How many of you think you have nursing homes on your system? Probably quite a few. Or assisted living homes, okay, schools, if you have hospitals, other facilities like that where we see these very vulnerable populations that might come in contact with these organisms. So we're talking about waterborne outbreaks. What does it take to make a waterborne outbreak? It takes more than one person. Okay, 2 or more cases of illness. And you're going to see in a minute in the numbers that I'm showing you, we always have people getting crypto, we always have people getting Legionella, but it's 2 or more people that are linked by time, location, and illness characteristics. So they've got to have been exposed to the organism in the same place and within a certain time frame. And obviously the same illness. And we're going to collect information from those cases. We're going to see who's been hospitalized, were there any deaths involved, And then we're also going to try to figure out what's causing the problem. In a lot of outbreaks, we don't figure out who caused the problem, especially in terms of foodborne outbreaks, because often the diseases look very similar to each other. And if people don't go and get tested, we don't necessarily can't say that's the organism that caused the problem. In terms of waterborne, often we do figure it out because there's only certain organisms that we see associated with water. So what organisms do we see associated with water? Legionella. Okay. You may have heard of Legionnaire's disease, right? Okay. Who's affected by Legionnaire disease?
Legion members.
Legion members, okay. And were these guys young and old guys? Okay, old guys. But that's actually one of the places where they named this disease was when there was a big outbreak with a legion gathering, and I think it was in New York. Yeah. So Legionella, it's going to cause muscle aches, fever, headache. So generally not feeling great. The symptoms appear in 2 to 10 days after exposure, and it's usually spread through water droplets. It's actually a respiratory disease, so they're not drinking the water, they're inhaling the water. So think about things that put water into the air that you might breathe. And we're going to be looking at one of the outbreaks tied to Legionella. So things like showers, cooling towers. We don't see a lot of cooling towers in Montana. We just don't have those big buildings. Hot tubs, fountains. They can all put water into the air that then you can breathe that water. So over 50 smokers, chronic lung disease, and immunocompromised are going to be the most likely. Usually there's something else going on when somebody gets Legionella. So a healthy adult person is probably not going to get Legionella. But if they have other underlying factors, it can occur. And in Montana, we actually have about 12 cases per year, but not necessarily an outbreak. It's just scattered here and there. People come down with Legionella. And so it's only when we can tie those cases together that we start to say there's a problem. Cryptosporidium, you may have heard of this before, causes watery diarrhea, stomach cramping, nausea, vomiting. We're going to see this a lot with our various organisms that cause gastrointestinal diseases. So if you think about crypto, again, it is a parasite. It's not a bacterium, it's not a virus. This is actually kind of what they look like. If you look at them under a microscope, they're held in a little ball, and then they can break out of that ball in the right conditions. So the symptoms appear in 2 to 10 days, and it can persist for 1 to 2 weeks. So people don't feel very good with this, and they often end up at the doctor because of that. Lots and lots of diarrhea. Okay. Can be life-threatening for people with weakened immune systems. We don't see people dying that much from crypto. We do see people dying from Legionella. But it can, if somebody's really immunocompromised, lead to problems. And crypto, recreational waters, how many of us swim in our lakes or rivers? Few of you do. Some of them are pretty darn cold. But a lot of us do get in, or we go fishing in these places. Usually you're going to have to ingest it, so if you fall down in the water, which I have done before, you can be exposed through that fecal oral route as well. If somebody contaminates food, has it, and then they prepare food and then you ingest it, and uncooked foods as well. So it's very resistant to chlorine, and we're going to see that sometimes this is associated with swimming pools. And you don't need very many to get sick. So certain organisms you need quite a few to actually make you sick, but this guy you don't need. They feel that even a couple particles can make somebody sick. So, not a fun thing. Actually, it's about 64 cases a year in Montana. Again, not necessarily an outbreak. People go swimming in the rivers, go swimming in the lakes, usually some sort of recreational water exposure like that, and then they get crypto. Then we have Giardia. Okay. How many of us have heard don't drink the water when you go out hiking? Okay. That's because animals can get Giardia as well and spread it in the water. Giardia is another parasite. Okay. So not a virus, not a bacterium, a little bigger, a little harder to get rid of once you get a parasite. You can get symptoms after 1 to 3 weeks, and it usually lasts for 2 to 6 weeks. So these people are usually pretty sick when you get Giardia. It doesn't just come and go away 2 days later. It makes you sick for a long time. Not a whole lot of fun. I had a roommate that had it once, and she was not a happy camper, and ended up in the hospital for about 2 days getting rehydrated because of it. So, diarrhea, gas, greasy stool, cramps, nausea, a lot of the same things, spread by contaminated food, drinking water, lakes, rivers, mostly in Montana, mostly again that recreational water exposure. So not because people are drinking it, not coming out of your systems, because obviously you guys are doing a good job, but usually from recreational exposure. And so we have about 104 cases per year in Montana. So quite a few cases of Giardia. And all these diseases that we're going through are what we call reportable diseases. So if somebody goes to the doctor and gets one, it gets reported to the state epidemiology lab. So it does get reported if somebody comes down with that. And then obviously viruses. How many of you have seen norovirus in the news lately? Okay, there's been some outbreaks at some of our assisted care facilities around the state. Usually that happens every year, unfortunately. And norovirus is often referred to as the stomach flu, but it's not actually the flu. It is a specific virus that makes your stomach upset, and your symptoms only last for 12 to 48 hours. So not real long, and it's usually fairly quickly after you're exposed in terms of that. Diarrhea, vomiting, stomach pain, nausea. We often see it in assisted care living situations where there's a lot of people in a very confined space. One person gets sick, and obviously the caretakers are cleaning up that person, and then it gets spread to other people. It's very, very contagious, so it is of concern. Wash your hands. Just like you're being told right now with coronavirus, wash your hands. Okay? Just keep washing your hands, okay? Every time you pass the sink, right? But wash your hands, handling food safety and clean and disinfecting, make sure you're washing. So then let's look at the chemicals. Probably the one that you might hear, you're testing for nitrates in the water, nitrites, making sure that they're not present. Cyanobacter toxin is the one concerned with harmful algal blooms. They can actually make toxin when they have those blooms, and that concentrates in the water, and it can lead to problems for both humans as well as animals. And then there's a frothing agent that's sometimes been associated with waterborne outbreaks as well. Methylcyclohexane methanol. Okay, don't say that too many times. There's other chemicals that lead to long-term toxicity. Obviously, you guys do some testing for these, lead, arsenic, other heavy metals. These are not usually what we consider an outbreak. They're more that long-term. They're not a short-term disease that comes and then is treated and goes. So obviously, you're working with DEQ on water testing. The coliform rule is going to give you some idea of is there a bacterial load in your water, and other quality issues. So obviously what happens when you do have a problem with your system? Often you need to let the establishments know that something is wrong. If you need to turn off the water or the water needs to be treated, that's where your local sanitarian is handy. They've got ways to notify those establishments on your system. And we've been trying to be better about tracking what establishments on what system. I would say some counties have that information, some counties not as well. But they can work with you. So let's look at waterborne outbreaks. We're just going to briefly touch on the U.S. and then we're going to get into Montana-grown outbreaks. Okay, so U.S., the last published study was looking at 2013-2014. So when we look at 2013-2014, U.S.-wide 42 drinking water associated outbreaks. So not a huge number when you're talking about that year-long process, but there are some outbreaks going on all the time, and some of them are with water. And if we look at like foodborne outbreaks during this period of time, it's in the hundreds. So just to give you an idea there, sometimes above 1,000 for the U.S. So this resulted, those 42 outbreaks, 1,000 people got sick, 124 were hospitalized, and 13 people died of waterborne outbreaks. All the people that died were Legionella. So Legionella, people get it. Remember what's wrong with those people that get Legionella?
Old, young.
They're old, they're already sick, right? So you just put them under, okay? So they already were struggling, and now you just put them under, okay? So we don't want to see people dying from water. So let's look at the most common agents, Legionella, crypto, and then in 2013-2014, it was actually, there was a big chemical spill that led to several hundred cases out in West Virginia, I believe it was. So one of these things where upstream something got in and they didn't catch it before it got into the water system. So good to know what's upstream, because what happens when you guys have an outbreak? How many of you have ever had to shut down your water system? None of you. Okay, that's great. Because when you do, what do you think happens? What?
Chaos.
Yeah, chaos. People get mad, right? They expect to turn on their tap and water to run out of it. Okay? We're spoiled here in the U.S. We just think, you know, we should have clean water because you guys are doing your jobs. You know, we just expect that water to be ready for us to drink. And what happens when it's not, there's a lot of fallout. So public health response, you've got the public health department will get involved, interruption of service for individuals. You don't want to be sending notices out and telling people that they can't drink the water. Ongoing illnesses can occur if there's an outbreak. Sometimes it takes a while to figure out what's going on, and then people get really mad when they found out it was because they drank the water. And that actually leads, you're usually bringing outside supplies of water. And then the other thing is that there's a real community effect. People don't trust their water system anymore. You lose that community trust. So most people in Montana trust their water. I'd say that a few do not. We get some interesting calls sometimes at the public health departments, but most people trust their water in terms of what's coming out of their tap and that they're hooked up to a system where things are working well. And a lot of times these problems, as we look at Montana outbreaks, they're not there in your system, okay? The water coming out of your system's fine, but what's happening to that water as it goes down the pipes and into some facility? There may be a problem along the way. So, a lot of times when we look at these outbreaks, they're not necessarily going to be at the public water system level. They're going to be at an establishment level, at a location, a specific location. But often we're going to have to work back to try to figure out where the problem is. So we'll be looking at those testing results from that public water system. to make sure that there wasn't a breakdown before it entered that establishment. So, anybody recognize where this might be? Butte, Montana. Okay, big party going down there in a couple weeks. Butte, 2013. DPHHS has to call Silverbow Butte Health Department. Why? Because we've gotten reports at the state level that 2 people have Legionellosis, okay? And they both stayed at the Copper King Hotel for a convention in June. So it's July, it's just a couple weeks after that convention. The reports have come in. They've done some interviews with the individuals to try to figure out where they've traveled to, if there could have been some exposure. And they both stayed at the same place. Not looking good, okay, for the place when you have 2 people. So what happens? The public health department gets to play detective. So how many of you have ever watched this show Elementary with Sherlock Holmes? Okay, a few of us have. Okay, so you can always figure out the thing no matter what weird thing goes on. It's always able to figure out the case. Not so much with public health departments, but we try to figure out where things went wrong. So we do an environmental assessment. That means we go in and look at the establishment and try to figure out what might have gone wrong. Okay. So it identifies potential sources, but in this case, Legionella, we're not going to do sampling of the water in most cases with Legionella. It's really hard to isolate Legionella from the water system, and it doesn't necessarily mean that 3 weeks later that you're necessarily going to find it, even if it was there 3 weeks before. So it depends in terms of what the organism is, what kind of study might be done. But in this case, no sampling. So why? It's usually inconclusive. A lot of times there aren't Legionella isolated, and then it costs money to run those tests. So it's going to be more, let's see what might be going wrong. And so let's look at what we have. When we talk about a hotel motel, what's on site? Swimming pool, spa, HVAC system, so air conditioning system, and then we also had 2 different hot water systems there at that hotel. So kind of a lot of different things that are usually associated with Legionella. So we're going to start with the obvious and see if one of those might be a problem. And very quickly, there was a problem. So, the pool. How many of you are staying in a hotel right now? How many of you jumped in the pool or the spa? Okay, a couple. So, we actually go out, and I do this in the summertime, go out and inspect pools. But pools are inspected at least once a year, hotels twice a year, in terms of seeing if they're monitoring the water quality of their water. On a regular basis, they have to be doing it several times a day when that pool's open. So, what happened? They went and tested the pool. The chlorine was very low. Okay, it should have been higher than 2 at that point in time, and it was not. The rules have changed slightly here, so, but this is under that rule. So they weren't having enough chlorine in that water. What happens when we don't have enough chlorine in the water? Yeah, bacteria can grow and cause problems. Okay? And viruses also, many viruses are destroyed by chlorine. Crypto is not. But so the pool was out of compliance, okay? And it was immediately closed. Now, these people knew that there wasn't enough chlorine in the water, and yet they were continuing to keep the pool open. Part of that's education of those operators. It's like, if you don't have enough chlorine, don't open the pool. So it's working with them The spa was actually closed for repairs when they went to check out the spa. Remember, this convention was a couple weeks earlier. We're talking about about a 3-week delay because it takes a while for the people to get sick, get to the doctor, get tested, know what organism it is. So the spa was also below the required level. So pool spa, not so great. So possibility there. What happens when you go in the spa? What do we like to do when you get in the spa? Relax, and what else do you do? Turn the bubbles on, and what does that do to that water? It aerosolizes the water. So, these were 2 older gentlemen that got this. They actually did use the spa in those histories. So real good possibility there in terms of that. Now that Legionella, if it's present, is getting up into the air where they can actually breathe it in as water droplets. So, the HVAC system was also looked at, often associated with Legionella. They didn't have a cooling tower, which is a problem. When we look at Legionella, those cooling towers can serve as an area that Legionella can grow. They had a closed hot water system. It maintained at about 70 to 80, which is a little low for Legionella growth. And they had cold water entering the system, but it couldn't reverse back out. So it was pretty much a pretty closed system in terms of that. The hot water systems, they had a south system and a north system, and the guest rooms, pool, spa were served by that south system. And the water temperature in that south system seemed a bit low when they tested it. So we're going to see some results there, but you can see that the temperature tests indicated that the temperatures in the guest rooms was low initially and then increased over time. So there seems to be some standing of that water, and the water temperature decreases. Legionella likes to grow in those pipes and things when it's not warm enough to kill it off. So possibilities, pool and spa. Pool had a slide, also aerosol mist. Spa, chlorine levels were low, and the south water system. So the initial temperatures there were pretty low. It can live and grow between 68 and 113 for Legionella usually. So if we heat the water up to about 130 degrees, that's going to kill off our Legionella in the system and usually provide room temperatures of about 120, which is, we look for room temperature at faucets about 100 to 120, because that's warm enough to kill stuff off, but not so warm that it burns you when you try to put your hands underneath it. So, some other possibilities: north system, not really a possibility. The HVAC system, not really a possibility. So what happened? So more enforcement with that swimming pool and spa being checked more often with those operators, and that can mean asking them to send in their log records of their testing results, making sure that they're closing the pool when the chlorine is too low. And so they have to maintain that regular readings throughout the day. The hot water system, they actually went ahead and did a thermal disinfection on that hot water system, really heated it up, and then ran chlorine through it to make sure to wipe out any bugs that might be present. Legionella loves to hide out in these systems and can actually grow and coat the pipes. So, trying to eliminate that stagnant water. So other people got sick too in Montana. This was an outbreak in 2013. 2013 was not a good year, okay? Kept the public health departments busy, because now, right here, Yellowstone County, okay, they actually noticed the problem, okay? The local health department calls DPHHS and says, hey, we have a problem. They actually track the number of crypto cases, and suddenly there was a big increase in the crypto cases here in Yellowstone, Montana. So a bunch of people came down with crypto. And they look at this over time, and when it spikes like that, it's like, something's going wrong. This is not just the day-to-day people picking this up from, some stream or some lake or their dog or something like that. They're picking it up from a common place. So these people, so a confirmed case, they had to have crypto tested in a lab, and between certain dates. So if somebody had crypto back in July, they weren't included in this group. So this spike kind of started at the beginning of August and went till the end of September, and they had to have recreational water exposure in the county. So a probable case was people who went to the doctor, had diarrhea during the same dates, and had also had that recreational water exposure. So what did they find? 23 people with actual probable or confirmed cases. Median age 7 years, okay, range from 1 to 48. What does this tell us? Okay. It tells us that, and 18 of the cases were actually under 10 years old. Okay. So what do we know that little kids like to do in the summertime? Play in the water, right? Play in the pools. Okay, go to the pool, play. Activity peaked in the week of 8/24, just before school started. Okay, so everybody's going to the pool at that point. It's hot here in Montana, usually in August, so everybody's going to the pool. But most of the pools closed between 8/25 and 8/26 because kids went back to school and they can't recruit lifeguards after that point. So most of our municipal pools close at the end of August. So what did they find? They had done pool inspections. There weren't any violations. The routine inspections done weren't showing violations. The sanitarians actually started contacting pools on the 27th of August, which unfortunately most of the pools were already closed. And they basically requested any pools that were still open to go ahead and hyperchlorinate, because crypto can survive at the concentrations that we require pools to be at. So that 2 to 10 parts per million chlorine doesn't kill crypto. So we have to raise the chlorination concentration way up to kill crypto if it's present in the pool. So again, they didn't have a lot of violations. So young children, usually going to be a pool type exposure, especially if you've got a whole lot of them. Unless you had a group of kids that all went down to the river together and that river was contaminated, but when we see something like this in the community. Recreational water exposure, so with those kids, with the facilities emphasizing proper hand hygiene, and what do little kids do? Swallow water, okay? So that's why the adults weren't getting it, because how many of us adults go swimming and drink a lot of water? Most of us don't. The kids do. So the kids lose out and get sick. And obviously the above average temperatures in Montana were affecting the population going to the pool. A lot of people were going to the pools. And multiple water venues were reported by the individuals. So it could have started with one kid that was sick, had diarrhea. It's recommended that you stay out of the water for at least 2 weeks after that diarrhea clears up. What's a little kid going to do right before school? Even if they've been sick the week before? Go to the pool because it's their last chance. So, but the pools were closed after that, so there wasn't, the outbreak wasn't really going on. We had another pool outbreak up in Flathead County. 11 youth on a swim team were all sick, and one had crypto. So what should be done in this case? What do you think they should do? They're all swimming at the same pool. Hyperchlorinate, yeah. So they're going to, again, treat the pool, make sure that it's not a problem there. So, and they're going to encourage those kids not to swim for 2 weeks afterwards. So, a lot of different ways to prevent this ongoing outbreak. Obviously, when these things occur, we also look at the public water system reports on these systems that are involved, but usually there's no problem because obviously if you had a problem, if you had like a coliform count or something like that, you've already dealt with that. That's already happened and it's been dealt with and it's been reported, and so we don't see problems in terms of that public water system usually. There's been other cases. This was a case of Legionella in Lewis and Clark County, where I'm from. So in this case, and I want to point this out, is sometimes an outbreak may span a long period of time. How many of you have heard of the romaine lettuce outbreak? Okay. Did it happen all at once? No. Okay, it went on for several months. Okay, so the cases started accumulating over several months, and so it seemed like it was not just one item, but it was an item that was then getting carried over time. That contamination was present over time. So that's something to keep in mind. So with Legionella, actually is the one that we can see often. Legionella leads to an outbreak that the cases may be several months apart. And this was in a nursing home, so a long-term care facility. So what do we know about people in nursing homes? Well, they may or may not be old, but they're usually compromised in some way. They're sick, okay? They wouldn't be in the nursing home if they weren't sick. So they're already sick. So again, we get people getting ill. In this case, what should be done? They're going to do, there's very specific recommendations for buildings in terms of what you need to do to maintain that building to try to prevent Legionella. And so they didn't test the water. They didn't do any sort of environmental assessment because it was one facility with 2 individuals that got sick with Legionella. They immediately go in, had them increase the water temperatures in the system, and also did a facility flush to try to get any Legionella that was present in the system out of the system. Another good practice that they started to institute is to actually turning on the water and letting it run before putting somebody in the shower, so that you have flushed anything out of the system before that person is introduced into that area where they might be exposed. So just good practices in terms of Legionella and preventing it. Now, real quick, before we run out of time here, we don't deal with, public health deals with compromised water as well as outbreaks. So these are not outbreaks. These are when something goes wrong. So, and these are just a list of events that have happened here in Montana. So when you think about your water system, vandalism, obviously, mostly a problem here. So, do you know what's happened when somebody's gotten into your system? Okay, so you're going to want to test that water to make sure that nothing's happened to it. That's where your sanitarian can come into play as well. They maintain a test kit. Is usually maintained in each county. There's a test kit. Usually the sanitarian's in charge of that test kit. Sometimes it's one of your public health nurses. It depends on the county. And so that can be used after a tampering event. Yeah.
The test kit kept at water treatment plants.
Okay. Yeah. So sometimes you'll have them. Yeah, you have them there. Yeah. But your sanitarian, some of the smaller counties will also have those test kits. So you just want to keep in mind that you do have that available to you if something goes wrong. There's usually 1 or 2 events in Montana per year. And so working with your public health department can be advantageous. We're going to actually just really quickly, obviously, we don't always have an outbreak where an organism This was actually a chemical spill. Anybody here from Dawson County? Okay, so 2015 was not a good year for you guys. Yeah, because you had oil actually going into the river. It was discovered. It was near Glendive, and they actually had to deploy an incident command group to try to prevent that getting into the water. Obviously, it came into the plant. They tested it. They had a water advisory, and they did some cleanup. But guess what? What's happening to the river in the middle of January? Ice. So guess what happened a little later, March 14th? Okay. Ice melts. Yeah. So sometimes when a problem happens, you want to continue monitoring to make sure that that problem has completely gone away. So it's not your fault that the problem happened. Unfortunately, in this case, an oil discharge upstream of that plant. But knowing what's going on, how many of you are using surface water in your systems? So quite a few. So there's a lot of things that can impact your surface water. Things can impact your groundwater too, but you want to be aware of what's around your system and what might lead to an impact. Sometimes just stupid things like what's going on outside right now. Wind and a lot of dust. Okay? So that can impact your system too. So it really depends, being aware of that environment around you.
It also aerates the system too.
So we don't have a lot of outbreaks. We haven't had any in the last couple of years in terms of water. We always have foodborne outbreaks or norovirus that we're dealing with. But you guys are doing your job. That's the main thing. Okay? In other parts of the world, they don't have this luxury. They have diarrhea all year round, all the time. Okay? Think about when you go and travel. Okay? When you go and travel, do you drink the water?
Oh, hell no.
Do you drink the beer?
Yep.
Yeah, okay? Because beer is fermented, it's going to kill off anything that's around there. Because you got all that alcohol there. But you're doing your job. Okay? Systems that are well designed, work well, your water's going to be okay. But you've got to maintain it. So sometimes when we see a breakdown, it's because of maintenance. And we're going to be talking about that in the wastewater thing in another hour or so. And then you obviously use secondary treatment. So even if the water's not great to begin with, you're using treatment to make the water good. And contamination usually occurs in these outbreaks after it leaves your system. After it leaves your plant, something's going wrong downstream. Okay, not too often does it happen at the, PWS level. Unfortunately, the biggest outbreak in the U.S. was due to water in 1993 in Milwaukee. Okay, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people got sick there from the water because of a breakdown. Yeah.
Beaver fever.
So you can have a lot of things go wrong, but obviously these can happen in many places. Obviously, it can be due to bacteria, viruses, chemicals, parasites. Any of these can lead to outbreaks. But the main thing is we want to figure out what's going wrong and what can we do to prevent it in the future. Working with, on our side as sanitarians, working with those establishments to try to make sure that their water, once it comes to the establishment, stays clean, or if something's going wrong as it's getting there, what's going wrong, so that they can provide their customers, the public, the people that they're dealing with clean water. So, questions at this point? Yeah.
Any outbreaks in daycare?
Okay, there's lots of outbreaks. Okay, there are outbreaks in daycares, mostly noro again, in terms of the ones that we see. Sometimes you can get crypto, not as common. The most common outbreak organism for us is norovirus. Why? Because it doesn't take much for people to get sick, and all you need is a breakdown in hand washing between one individual and another, and they get sick. It's very, very contagious. It doesn't take a lot of particles to make another person sick. So all you need is one kid with diarrhea, and then you've got 4 or 5 different kids with diarrhea very quickly. And that's the same with our long-term care facilities. And those are the 2 places we tend to see noro, is in those facilities. And so there's almost an immediate public health response as soon as an outbreak is detected, that they go in, work with the facility on cleaning, deep cleaning, sanitation, and then putting in place, obviously, hand washing and making sure that the outbreak gets stopped and doesn't continue to spread. And making sure that ill workers are not there anymore, that they're kept out until they're over the virus. And that's actually how it often happens with food too, is how many of your restaurant people show up to work sick? A lot, unfortunately, because they don't have sick time. They can't afford to miss work. So hand washing is key. And as we move into the coronavirus world, what is CDC recommending? Hand washing, okay? So number 1 thing that can keep you from getting sick, whether it's the flu, the coronavirus, norovirus, or anything, is hand washing, because so much of it's spread through our hands. So, any other questions? Okay, get up and stretch. You got a few minutes before the next group starts.
your space.
Wagon here. So I'm Kirk Yoder with Montana Department of Environmental Quality. We met yesterday briefly. I, in a way, handle or try to help facilitate public water emergencies, and I will try to talk to wastewater a little bit. I spoke with the folks and got some information. I'll try to tear it up good. So I'll start with a few traps that happen with public water emergencies and a few wastewater emergencies. One's freak out. I like to call freak out. Everything's catastrophe. Everything's gone to hell. It's blowing up. We don't know what to do. Let's not get caught in that trap. And then the other one is like total denial. Like, it's just another issue. We're working through it. Don't bother us. We don't want to talk to you, DEQ. You're not our friend. No. We do end up talking eventually on a denial or two, and it's not like an flat out denial. It's just, I don't want to tell you anything more than I really have to because I'm working through this. So that's okay to some degree, but just don't get caught in that trap. If you're having a major emergency, if like Bob said yesterday, that hair on your neck standing up, then you're having an emergency. And you need to be talking with some folks. And then, yeah. So it's easy to think you can be calm, even if you have a plan, but don't get caught in that trap too. If you have a plan, make sure it's workable and then practice it, and practice it some more. So things we're going to talk about: identifying emergencies, what's a facility emergency, and then for DEQ, Public Water Supply Bureau, what that looks like, identifying and having triggers. And then for your emergency response, do you have a plan? Does DEQ have a plan? How will they manage that? And then security at facilities, talk about water and wastewater both. What does that mean? And then we'll look at physical and cyber, and then resources available. So what is an emergency? So for any given system, would a main break be an emergency? Just a show of hands. Yeah, maybe one or two. For some people, that's routine, of course. And then how about river ice? River ice for water, wastewater. Show of hands. Yeah. You got many wastewater folks here? Few? Okay, good, because I added you guys in here special today. Yeah, so you could get, your outlet or your intake could be affected. And then how about a pipe leak? Maybe, potentially. So if it's on like a telemetry system or something, yeah, it could be total catastrophe for your water system. And then flooding, of course, may or may not be an emergency. If you've sandbagged, looked at your site and understand that you're above flood level, 100-year flood, 500-year, you might be just fine. But these are just some examples of potential emergencies. Another one that I don't really have a good picture for is chronic routine issues, where maybe you have a water quality issue and you're providing bottled water for an unspecified amount of time. That at a number of systems could potentially be considered an emergency. It just depends on, for me and potentially for you, funding and resources, what you want to call it, to potentially unlock funding resources through a number of different vectors. So for the Public Water Supply Bureau, when our public water supply is having an emergency, and so what we look at are basically 4 criteria. And the first one would be a routine problem, less than 24 hours. And I think a lot of them start off this way. Go, okay, it's just a minor pipe break, whatever, and then they can kind of escalate. But this is kind of where we call it a routine problem. And then minor emergencies would be, another definition would be significant disruptions with potential to degrade water quality, quantity, and or production. And then you would look at a time frame of about 72 hours or less to resolve. And then criminal activity is one. We're looking at an unspecified time frame, really, and then it would be until it's proven safe. So if you have no idea of what contamination happened, or what exactly went on, who accessed what potentially, until you can fully investigate that and vet the water for safety, and take all your sampling, get the results back, and then make the decision, you would be looking at unspecified amount of time. And then, of course, major emergencies greater than 72 hours resolved, you're looking at disasters here. And the reason I have the star up there is this would typically involve regional response of some sort, up and above and beyond just your system, your local authorities working to solve this. And then we would move into our department-wide plan and standard operating guides and so forth, and try to get that whole community and surrounding issues taken care of. So some lessons that we've learned from the criminal issues are having potentially trespassing signs, warning signs up, and along with barriers. We've run into that where unauthorized individuals accessed an area. There was barriers, fences, and warning signs, and so in order essentially to prosecute for that, those things need to be in place. And just also be aware for criminal activity or unauthorized individuals that may be somebody with, or they may not have malicious intent. And so there's that aspect too that would need to be considered, especially in the public water system or wastewater system's response. And so you want to be kind of cautious in approaching a potential criminal site so that you don't disturb potential evidence or how they accessed the site and so forth and so on. So those are just some things to be aware of for potential criminal issues. And it's not always clear at the outset of that what has occurred until you've gotten there. So once you do realize that it is a potential criminal, then you want to kind of back off and get the authorities involved and let them provide that oversight for criminal prosecution and so forth. So having samples of materials and water collected by hazmat teams if needed at a potential criminal site. That's probably several phone calls, several different agencies involved at that point in time to get that going and worked out. And then once that happens, there needs to be some coordination, with the hazmat and potentially with the laboratories when you're doing sampling for these sorts of things, and trying to work out and make sure that everybody's on the same page as far as the potential severity. And then unknown contamination can be tricky and really puts labs at risk for testing. So again, that needs to be a lot of coordination that happens there to make sure everybody understands the full risks involved. So for emergency response, does your facility have a plan? And this was mentioned a couple times yesterday. And so we've got Donald Trump here with his big plan and cutting his paperwork. So the reason I put the photo up is that I want people to think about if you have a small plan and it's got the major components that are important, that's perfectly fine. Having a gigantic plan like something like that, or thousands and thousands of pages or whatever, 30, 40, 50 pages that you're trying to read through in an emergency event, it may not be feasible. So feasibility is really high priority for emergency plan. And that's why I say previously that practicing helps with a plan, and also having a feasible, workable plan. So, of course, I ask, is what you have, do a lot of people have plans available at their fingertips? Anybody, show of hands maybe? A few? So the big question is to ask, is my contact list feasible? Do I understand who I'm calling? And do I have that, like Bob said yesterday, relationship with those people? So at DEQ, we had, in our Bureau for Public Water, we had a large plan, many, probably hundreds of pages, I believe. So we pared that down into a few tens of pages, and it seems to be mostly workable, mostly feasible, always working to improve the plan. And then another component to this is not being afraid to use what you have. I've seen that several times over the last couple of years. Folks have something worked out, have a plan, have done some after action reviews even, but they're really not willing to go through the motions every time and follow through with that. And so part of this too is regulations now, and somewhat previously, there was for community systems with 3,300 plus populations, there was a requirement that's carried over. There's a revision called America's Water Infrastructure Act, with the same types of systems, and it is again coming up this year and next year. There's some deadlines to get that certified to the EPA, and I will talk a little bit more about that. And for systems to conduct, it's called a risk and resilience assessment initially, and then within 6 months of certifying that, they will need to complete a full emergency response plan based on a few criteria that EPA has outlined. So just to give you kind of some numbers, there are 35 systems that fall in this category, and that includes those that have consecutive connections in addition to their own population. There were 3 of those that we found in addition to the other 32 that are flat out, their populations are 3,300 plus. So there's 35 total systems that got letters from me or are receiving them for the last 3 I caught at the end of February and sent those out. If anybody has seen one of those potentially. Okay. So what's in your emergency response plan? This list I have up here, I created off of the previous EPA recommendations / what was required. And this would be more for somebody doesn't fall under that 3,300 population. Just some basic stuff to have in a plan available that might be feasible. Some maps and specs, contact lists, of course, and then having safety equipment. And then knowing this middle one, knowing where your emergency sampling kit locations are, that can be helpful. That, of course, is a non-regulatory sampling kit. I don't know if we covered that a little bit yesterday, I believe. I think at least somebody did. Talk a little bit and show you what that looks like. I don't know what the familiarity is, or anybody that knows what that is, where it's at.
All the blue cooler.
Christy knows.
Well, that's how they might know. It's a blue cooler. You know where your blue coolers are? You might have one in your office.
So talk a little bit more about that, and then having it's full of beer too. Yeah, that's perfect.
We want to go there.
And then having your regulatory sampling bottles, or maybe some additional ones in your kind of response kit, and then maybe some alternate water, or know where alternate water would come from, and then supplies or equipment. Of course, contacts are going to be one of the most important, critical things. This is not, of course, sanctioned by EPA, but again, was based on their previous requirements. And keep in mind, this would be for water and wastewater both. And as far as I know, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, there's not a requirement for wastewater systems to have a emergency response plan. It's kind of a weird thing that's happened. It would benefit potentially the system itself to have something. But as far as I know, the only requirement would be for reporting the sanitary sewer overflows, and that would go directly to our Water Protection Bureau.
But I think that they had a rule in 2009 that wastewater plants had to have a plan.
Okay.
And that was when chlorine became the evil chemical to have, and they had to have a site plan where the chlorine was. So at that time, that would have been an ERP plan then. And nothing's been required since then.
Okay.
Other than the update from that.
Right, okay. So somebody might, does anybody on a wastewater system have one or know of one? Okay. So, of course, I have on there EPA. This is the new risk and resilience assessment categories for what needs to be covered. And this could apply to both water and wastewater. It's certainly directed at the water system specifically, and those 1,300 plus. EPA will have some more information on directing those that are 1,300 and less on this stuff. I'm sure they'll just kind of rehash the same thing and throw it at those folks, but the need's certainly there for covering all of these items. And another caveat that EPA throws out is that the assessment may also include an evaluation of capital and operational needs for risk and resilience management of the system. Presumably, equipment or how you're going to operate, and what that looks like for kind of a standard operating guide, that sort of thing. Any questions on anything so far? So the emergency response plan core elements are, of course, specific to water sector, and looking at these self-identified, self-defined categories of what has to be on there. There are, of course, a number of tools that are available. EPA throws out there to complete this after you, of course, you do the risk and resilience assessment. And so, yeah, we're looking, several of these are just strategies, looking at different items that maybe the system may be subject to. And then, of course, that third bullet, action, procedures, and equipment to lessen impacts. And then, again, plans and procedures for responding. I guess any kind of questions on that? It's pretty straightforward. It used to be, again, like 8 core elements that weren't really super great to find. It was just kind of a list. These are a little bit more self-defined. Self-explanatory list. Okay. So here's one of the what we call blast kits. It's a drinking water emergency sampling kit. And these are all located throughout the state. A few people have lists of where they are. Things have changed, and so that's why I say it's important to know where those are and who has access to them and so forth. And I'll read off kind of a list of where they were supposed to be placed. Again, they may have moved around a little bit, but probably not much. And as far as I know, they're all all intact and where they need to be at the moment. We had a few used several years ago that we've worked out with Joel Felix over at HHS to get back in place. And so where these should be is at all county health departments, all public water supplies over 3,300 in population, that's the 3,300 number again, DEQ public water supply offices, hazmat teams, National Guard civil support team, and DPHHS state lab. And some were later added to tribe reservation areas and look like on the list mostly to the health, the public health on those sites. And then, of course, we can see kind of what's in there. There's some more typical regulatory style bottles, but of course, this whole kit, as you can see, is sealed up with evidence tape on the left-hand side, or just some standard packing tape. So these really shouldn't be open unless it's an absolute emergency. And I go further to say, unless you're going to use all of the bottles, do not open it. Just because it's kind of a waste of time to go in there and grab, because there's back tea bottles, to go in and grab a couple of back tea bottles out of there is ridiculous. So you should have more than you need on site, especially if you're putting together an emergency response plan of some sort. And there's some VOC, and there's the whole list there, some VOC type bottles, and then some inorganics and so forth. There's also a little bit of PPE in there. Of course, you don't want to really use that if it's a unknown contaminant. And certainly don't put yourself at risk or anybody else at risk opening this up to look at something that may be potentially lethal or dangerous to anybody. That's a broader point that kind of goes unmentioned. So any questions on these, or how we'd use them, what you'd use them for? Yeah.
It takes about a half hour to clean those damn things up.
Yeah.
You gotta write down every one of the bottles.
Yep, and yeah, you need to identify what you're sampling, where you're sampling, and then fill out the chain of custody form in that too. That's an component to this.
Kurt, you had mentioned the bottles themselves do not have any preservatives in them.
Yep.
So that's why the coolers will last forever wherever they are at. The other thing is to contact the state lab if you're going to start using one of these coolers in the emergency, because that's where this cooler is going to go. To the state lab, because that's how the grant was paid for.
That's
But
how
they
big the
need to be
state
notified that a cooler is coming or that it's going to be put into service. So there's some communication, and I think you have that list, that number is listed on there.
Yeah, and so there, in the top of this, there's information packet that you can go through and help plan for an incident and understand who you need to call. And of course, on the side there, it's got the phone number where you need to call if you do use it. And then if it's been in a hot zone, the lab needs to know that. Needs to know if it's been potentially contaminated by anything, so they can prepare. These can go potentially to private labs, but you need to contact the private lab before you send it there, see what the cost is, and to ensure that they can do the testing that you need done. And that goes for the state lab too. They need to know what's coming and when it's coming, so they can be prepared for what needs to be done, and also so they can have their equipment ready to go, so that they can do the testing if if it's off hours, emergency weekend, and try to get staff and get everything all lined up for this monstrosity to come to their doors. There's definitely a lot of considerations, and you need to understand what's gonna trigger the use of this, and then letting the labs know, and potentially even hazmat teams to use this thing. Anything else?
Just that you can call anyone that has the cooler and use it. So you don't have to stay within your own county or within local. If you're closer to one county, the whole point was to get a sample container to you, to get sampling, to get you back online as soon as possible.
Good. So, emergency response, does DEQ have a plan? The answer is yes, to some degree. Of course, keep in mind that we are just a regulatory agency. We will direct you typically for a water emergency. If an incident would occur, hopefully you're calling your local facility, 911, whoever that may be, and then they're calling the Department of Military Affairs, the number there, and at the same time, hopefully getting hold of the local DES for your emergency so that you can coordinate more locally. Of course, because this DES number here is state, so there should be some, hopefully, intervention in there with the local. And then what should happen is they should be calling the DEQ duty officer program to let them know, and then subsequently our Public Water Supply Bureau. This, for catastrophic events for wastewater, this is the way to go too. This is what we would want to see happen, the same kind of call down. For not really catastrophic, wastewater systems would report accidental or unintentional discharges, non-compliance, or sanitary sewer overflow to the Water Protection Bureau. And that, of course, needs to be done within 24 hours, and then a written report within 5 days. I'll have the Water Protection Bureau number. I'm sure you've all got it on. I think that's part of the permit, right? Potentially. And then the State Office of Disaster and Emergency Services would also get report of that water protection, anything you would report to Water Protection Bureau, essentially. And then what Ryan tells me at Water Protection Bureau is that they're a little bit more flexible. If you call and leave a message, that's fine. Or if you email your complaint, initial action, they will still be able to log that. And then they will either respond with an information request for additional details, or they will send you an acknowledgement letter. That's my broad understanding, talking to Ryan of the Water Protection Bureau. And then again, of course, catastrophic events, we want to follow this kind of a call down. So DEQ has a little bit of a plan on how to help water systems. So again, we're going to be regulatory, but we're just going to direct you to more resources probably, and try to get you in the right frame of facilitating your emergency. And we definitely want to hear about any emergencies as soon as possible, and hopefully it's not like 10 to 12 days afterwards, so we can A, facilitate, and B, if there's anything regulatory that needs to be kind of taken care of behind the scenes, so that you're not put out of compliance or given a violation unnecessarily. That's kind of another component to this call down. So, security at public water systems. So what does that mean? So we're looking at threats and risk management, essentially. And we're looking at physical and cybersecurity. These are our two big components. I throw those up there because that's kind of what Department of Homeland Security throws at us for sector risks. And EPA will talk about physical and cyber as well as the big components for security. There could be, like Christy was talking about, chemical security too. Usually we consider chemical security as part of a larger production facility, something like that. As we saw yesterday, chlorine is a big potential one for water and potentially wastewater facilities, especially the chlorine gas. Also keep in mind that these two can affect each other. So if you have consider SCADA systems or industrial control systems. And this is what I keep hearing about all the time is cyber threat actors are constantly targeting those industrial control systems and trying to disrupt work and so forth. And so obviously if you disrupt some sort of pumping or jack up the pumping, you can certainly do all kinds of physical damage. That's just that interplay that needs to be recognized. And so recognizing these security threats is not just a good idea of threat and risk management. It's also part of, again, the risk and resilient assessment and trying to make sure that you can continue to function day to day, even with some minor issues. So resources for security at public water systems, and this goes for emergency response planning and so forth. And this is applicable to both water and wastewater systems. Our technical assistance providers in Montana, Midwest Assistance, rates for rural and tribal environmental solutions, and of course Montana Rural Water. As far as I know, all of these folks can help with technical assistance, and then possibly on site and going over risk assessment types, evaluations, and then relating those to emergency response planning at various different levels, I'm sure, and then helping get that if you're needing to do compliance stuff to EPA in that direction. Some other resources that are available are this website, which is securewater.mt.gov. I have gone through and put up several different resources. Got a lot of AWWA guidance documents on here that are relevant, completely relevant, and that the EPA also recommends for conducting risk assessments and so forth. There's also EPA tool links for like the VSAT, for conducting the risk and resilience assessment, which is a pretty comprehensive and sometimes cumbersome tool to really look deeply at risk and resilience assessments. And all of those, AWWA and EPA, apply to water and wastewater systems. They can be used to generate reports and so forth, and come up with those plans, facilitate that, so that you can have something solid and hopefully workable based off of those criteria. Any questions on this? Pretty straightforward. And then this guy is a pretty overlooked resource. Randy Middlebrook is a protected security advisor. He can also look at both water and wastewater systems. As far as I know, he's the only one in Montana. It's available. And he covers Region 8 as well to some degree. Mostly he's stuck here in Montana. He is based out of Helena. He would like to do on-site security assessments for water and wastewater sector systems. He does for a number of other critical infrastructure, these assessments. They have, their tools are publicly available, or available for water systems, wastewater systems to use too on their website. And you can get to that through BA as well. It's kind of tied together as an infrastructure piece. But Randy is definitely a good contact. And again, would really love to do on-site assessments if people would just call him. And I will have his contact information so you can snap a photo or whatever. So this guy right here, Montana sworn water and wastewater agency response network. So it's reestablished in theory and somewhat in practice as of January 2020. We need yet to have an operations plan, and we're working to get that going. As opposed to the last iteration of this, which was approximately 11 years ago, there was a drive to do it, coordinate this centrally, statewide, and that didn't seem to quite function as well as it could have, although there was some personnel change and it kind of fell by the wayside. So we'll be looking at regional coordination once some additional folks sign on to it. And that's this bottom part, an agreement must be signed to be part of the network. And we would encourage anybody that's interested to potentially look at it. I have a few brochures for said water wastewater network. If you're interested, it has the contact information and a step-by-step on how to get involved, 1, 2, 3. If anybody's interested, I will have these after this. We have one signatory at the moment with 2 that are trying to sign up, which would be Great Falls and Bozeman, and it's not Tabor. Tabor is signing on at the moment. But again, it's something you would have to have your superiors look over and sign on to. It's a mutual aid agreement, and it allows for, at this time, public water systems to coordinate together to facilitate each other in pretty much any event. Even if it's kind of a routine breakdown, if you have this agreement signed, you can work together. It has provisions for labor and all of the essential legalities lined out in this. And it's based off kind of a model of the fire folks that seems to work really well. And so we're, again, hoping to keep pushing this and help people kind of facilitate themselves, especially in emergencies, disasters, so forth and so on. One issue that has come up is that private utilities, based on the legal authorities listed in the agreement, wouldn't be able to participate just because the state doesn't really recognize them. That's an issue that will be ongoing and potentially require legislature to do something. Any questions on that? That's all pretty straightforward then. So for the regionality, we'll be looking at the kind of thing that rural water uses, which is it's a third digit of the zip code. I don't have a good map right now, and so that's the kind of region we're looking at, is essentially based on zip code. Kind of have to play that out and get some better maps and figure out who lies in those areas. That seems to be functional for them, and we'll try to reach out further to those folks in that area, in those areas, and work that direction. So, kind of wrapping up, looked at definitions of emergencies. Of course, they're absolutely relative to experience and so forth, equipment. Emergency response. What would you do? You need to, of course, make a plan, use the plan, practice it if you're not using it often or at all, and then definitely ask for help if it's needed. And then for security at facilities, just note that many resources are available and out there, and for anybody to use and look at. So, of course, there's my information, and then the securewater.mt.gov pretty much links to all of the technical assistance providers and different resources. And there's Water Protection Bureau's information, if you don't already have it, for those, especially for those wastewater folks. assistance folks. And here's Department of Homeland Security, Randy Middlebrook. If anybody wants that information, I can certainly help provide it if you haven't already grabbed it. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you, guys. If you haven't seen this already or filled one out, please be sure to do a training evaluation for this and or the rest of the courses. There's one side for each course you want to do. There's multiple sheets out front. Feedback is welcome.
3 o'clock, so we'll probably go on and get started. Thanks for hanging in there. Sorry for you guys that are, I think pretty much I'm recognizing most of the faces in here, so most of you guys already have heard me talk much. So we'll try and get going and get you guys out of here. Maybe at least I'll try and wrap things up a little quick, so maybe your follow-up speaker can get you out of here a little bit early. So once again, I'm Brian Bonsack. I'm with Wichita State's Environmental Finance Center. We're, like I told y'all earlier, there's one of us, there's an Environmental Finance Center in each of your EPA regions. They've stood us up at the national level. We're here, we get used by EPA to provide a bunch of different trainings and take on issues, hot button issues that they are needing help with. I'm a fairly new person coming into the utility field, and like I said, I just have tremendous respect for you all, for the work that you guys are doing, and you guys are truly, from my perspective, an underappreciated resource. So here we go. Talk a little bit about some of the workforce issues that are going on, and particularly talk about the preparing for the next generation water workforce. How many of you here are supervisors and have some hiring and firing responsibilities? You, service? Where are you from, Bowden? I forgot.
City of Billings.
Okay, you're up here. All right, cool. How many of you can influence those decisions? Good deal. Well, hopefully today will be interest to you. We'll try and keep it interesting, kind of keep it fun. I know it's getting late in the day, and you guys have been nothing but preached at for a long time. So these are today's topics. We're going to talk about kind of the state of the water workforce, trying to keep great workers, what some of the things you can do to try to keep great workers, recruit, maybe how to recruit water workers, and talk a little bit about succession planning. So, what's keeping you up? That's for those of you that are supervisors. What's keeping you up at night? What's some of your biggest concerns and from the personnel perspective? Billings? Anything in mind? I mean, we certainly have some ideas here, but I would see if we can
quality, people. If you're talking about hiring, I'd say I get people that are qualified, good employees that want to show up and work.
Yep. That's hard to do. Park service, how about you? Same thing? Same thing. Huh. That's what we hear nationwide. One of the things that has struck me, I think I told you guys I'm a biologist by training. One of the things that really struck me, I think there's a good potential workforce with biologists if you're not already tapping into us. Right before I was working in D.C. right when the Trump administration was taking over or coming into town. And we at the Fish and Wildlife Service, and ex-U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we were anticipating a hiring freeze. So we put 75 jobs out, tried to get them hired before the administration came in, and tried to get folks, started. We actually had 10,000 applicants for those 75 jobs. Unreal. And so, I mean, that we might be, I as a biologist, we as biologists might be a potential resource for you to tap into, something for you to think about. Since that time, now I came back home to Wichita State, and I've gotten around some of the circles within Kansas, and I've found several different biologists that are working for public water utilities. My field, fish and wildlife, is kind of hard to get into, and those folks tried at some point in time in their career, couldn't get hired, and so they're now working. One of them works in one of our larger cities at the wastewater plant. So keep that in mind. There is definitely I think there's a biologist may be a potential thing for you to tap into. You got Montana State, and you got University of Montana. So keep that in mind. Might be something for you too. Might be something for you. When you look at some of the national surveys of what your peers are saying and what's keeping them up awake, those deals with hiring folks, but it's a lot of baby boomers are retiring. A lot of your longtime workers, a lot of that corporate knowledge is fixing to walk out the door if they haven't already. Like you mentioned earlier, from what my exposure in Kansas so far in 2 years, we have people that are 30, 40, and some even 50 years, operators with 50 years experience that are retiring, taking that corporate knowledge out the door, and hopefully they're leaving some of that corporate knowledge behind. But boy, when they don't, either they plan to or don't plan to, it leaves the water utility in a big lurch. So you've got a lot of issues with baby boomer retires, when they retire, the leadership, just knowing how to get things done. Things are getting, I know from my perspective, get harder and harder to get things done. You got to walk through processes. You got to do a lot of arm twisting. I see a head shaking. I mean, that's probably part of the reason why some of the folks are retiring. They just can't get stuff done the way they used to. But when the baby boomers or when you have retirements, the lack of leadership that you're losing hurts, and it's hard to get things done in a quick and efficient time frame. The legacy knowledge, you see the 23% there. When the long-time workers retire, just the knowledge that they take out the door. Folks, if they leave and folks leave their contact information, a lot of times they do get called back from the utility. Their replacements, where's this valve? And they're like, oh yeah, it's not on the map. That map's a little bit wrong. You need to go over, one block over, this and that. So the corporate knowledge, if you guys can, that's what folks are worried about as the baby boomers walk out the door. That's why we're really encouraging you to start asset management planning if you can. Get that information on paper. Get that for your successors to have in their hands. At least gives them a building block and can get them started. And finally, job knowledge, walking out the door, and just the workforce gaps, like you mentioned, just getting people that want to work and are dedicated and will work. So the Brookings Institute kind of looked at the water workforce issue, and these are some of their findings. Kind of what you talk about: economic disparity, struggle to achieve equitable income amongst within employment opportunities. I've been surprised at the low salaries that a lot of these folks are working with, or that a lot of y'all are working with and be able to survive on. Recently, we at Wichita State get to work a lot with Indian tribes. We're doing some lead sampling at a tribe just north of Topeka. That particular tribe has a water utility, and they have what I'm happening to sit in on a conference call, and their lead operator is tired, burned out. So they're needing a replacement for him, and so it just happens that we're doing lead sampling in the drinking water at a school, and for some reason the janitor that was helping me take the samples, he struck me as somebody that he seemed dedicated to the issue, seemed like he would care and would follow it. So I got him in touch with somebody that's involved with trying to help out the lead water treatment operator, and found out that the salary is $15 an hour. I mean, that's $30,000 a year. I'm an ex-Fed, and one of the nice things about Feds is we pay well. That's one of the nice things that, as a career, if you're able to bump up in the water utilities, there is some good pay, but boy, $15 an hour nowadays for one of the most essential jobs is pretty darn well paid. So that's actually an area where we, Wichita State, your Environmental Finance Center Networks, may be able to help you out a little bit in the future. I'll get to that on another slide. So these are some more issues that we're talking about, or at least with the workforce problem. Obviously, is the short supply of capable talent. Kansas and what you all are facing earlier. You mentioned the declining populations in your rural communities. It's a struggle to get people out there and maybe want to work and stay in the rural environment. But there are those folks. Keep looking for them. You'll find them, and if you get them rewarded right, I think you'll find some good capable workers. So, are you addressing the barriers? There's plenty of barriers with trying to keep the workforce employed and keeping your replacements. Have any of you guys implemented good systems that you're thinking that you are implementing good systems that are starting to address some of the barriers to keep people hired or keep people interested? Anybody want to share any examples or? No. All right. Well, these are some of our ideas that we want to share with you. Take them or leave them, but these are some of the things that we think about. Like I mentioned, I'm a late comer to the utility field, and I'm in really. I wish I would have come into it earlier. I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service in D.C. for 16 years. I was near I'm not military, but I saw. I don't know what the utility service reminds me of is a lot about the military and kind of like the submarine fleet, like I mentioned earlier. You guys are out there, you're doing your job, you're doing it quietly, we know that you're there, but we take you for granted. And so I think the more that you guys can come out of that shell, this is my 2 cents worth, the more that you guys can come out of your shell and share some of the important things that you're doing, I think we hopefully will stop taking you for, taking you for can't think of the right word, taking you for, yeah, thank you. Late in the day, it's not going to stutter. But yeah, that's, the more you pat yourself on the back, I think you're going to be better off. So here's just some staff retention strategies that we're encouraging folks to think about. It's nothing that you haven't already heard, but we all know people are water utilities' biggest assets. We're probably where 70% of our of your expenses go to is salaries, if not that, and the utilities. So keeping the people happy, recognizing the people is very important for the long-term success of your operations. How many of you are just small 1-man or 2-man shops? 1, 2. Well, I mean, it's a struggle, and you probably have other duties as assigned. What we routinely are seeing is people are the water collector, also the case of Macy in Nebraska we talked about earlier. He's also, I think, the dog catcher. And I know you have other duties as assigned, so keep doing the good job that you're doing. We might be able to, the finance network might be able to give you some assistance with board training to make sure that you get the recognition that you deserve. So one of the things that we do, we talk a lot about board training, we talk about compensation and salaries, and more than likely you probably aren't, we know you're not getting paid what you're worth. That's one of the things that we try to stress in our trainings that we do. And I mentioned that the EPA is trying to focus on asset management. They've actually hired the Environmental Finance Center, us, to help develop board training. And that's one of the things that we'll be stressing is treat your employees fairly, get them paid the salaries they deserve. You guys are doing more for public health, and I heard that with the speech at 1 o'clock. You guys do more with public health than a doctor will in their career. Just one of your 12-hour shifts, you're influencing more people than a doctor will in their career. Get that information out there and pat yourselves on the back, and hopefully get yourself compensated with salaries. You can do some salary studies. This is one of the things that we're finding in Kansas, and you guys are probably similar, certainly in the electric utility field. In Kansas, we've got a large electric utility that's kind of a monopoly. Towns can't compete with them. They're losing their staff to the higher paying utilities. I don't know if it's the situation in buildings. I don't know buildings, if you're rating some of their operators, I would assume you probably paid fairly well. But keep that in mind. That's some of the information that your boards may need to know. We need to pay our operators more because we're losing quality ones. We need to get them paid so that they stay. We need to provide them training and so forth and so on. Like I said, we mentioned that this is some of the things that we're known for at Wichita State. We're known for developing board trainings. We go out, we're actually hired, in our case, we're hired by Kansas Department of Health and Environment to go out and provide board trainings and council trainings to make sure that your boards and your advisory councils know what you're doing, try to make sure that they understand their responsibilities, both from a legal perspective, environmental perspective. We remind them that their decisions, that they can be held legally liable and potentially held and even placed in jail. We have some examples of Louisiana where a mayor was actually jailed over her lack of attention to the water utilities. So that's kind of stuff we like to share. We like to reinforce to your councils the great job that you guys are doing. Like I said, sat in on the trench presentation yesterday. Nothing ever breaks when it's nice weather. Things break when it's 20 and 30 below, and whose responsibility is it to go out and fix it? It's y'all's, and we expect you guys to be doing that and take it for granted. So anyway, keep that in mind. That is something, like I said, as part of the Environmental Finance Center Network, we're a nationwide group. We're in each of the EPA regions. This is potentially some training that we can come and provide you for free, or you can contact us and we can get you in touch with the unit that covers this part of this country. We may be able just to provide you our books and our information, and you can take them on your own. We have adapted this training over time. We realize that the boards and councils are largely volunteer, and so we used to make this training that we do used to be an 8-hour session all day, but we realize that that's taking time away of your board and utility members. It's taking time away from their normal job. A lot of them are volunteers. So what we've done is we've made modifications. We're trying to make it. We do it now in a 4-hour session. In the evenings, we provide them dinner, trying everything we can just to get them to come and pay attention. But even then, being honest with you, some of our attendance numbers are low. But it certainly is an option for you. It is certainly of interest to EPA because they're funding us to help develop new materials as a result of the WIA Act. So keep that in mind. We might be a resource. If you guys have any suggestions for us, let me know. You'll have my contact information at the end. So I mentioned you guys do more for public health than what folks give you credit for. The speaker at 1 o'clock certainly realized that. This is a quote from a City of Topeka wastewater operator. In a 12-hour shift, y'all do more for public health than the doctor in his lifetime. I repeatedly hear that from my coworkers. Offer a lot of training with Kansas Municipal Utilities, and the lead trainer there that I work with, that's what she always stresses, and they're always stressing that with legislators, everybody they can, mayors and so forth. So pat yourselves on the back, get that message out there, get it known, and get some of the recognition that you guys deserve. Professional training is nice, and I know if you have the option, if you have the ability to send your staff away to professional and paid training, great. I know a lot of you guys are working for small utilities and probably don't have much time And this training that DEQ is providing is great. I don't believe it's being provided to you free. If there is some paid training that you can do, that your staff would really benefit for, keep it in mind, it shows an investment in them. It shows that you are paying attention to them and you're encouraging their development. So that's something that we really recommend that you do. And DEQ stepping up to the plate here and sponsoring this water school is great. There may be some other trainings out there that are fee-based that can be great for your staff, just for the morale. We as an ex-Fed, we really stress training. I don't know Park Service, I'm assuming you guys do. We have a training facility that folks come from all over the country to go to attend, and I'm sure you guys do too. I think yours is in Arizona, if I'm remembering right. Several. Ours is in Fish and Wildlife Service is in West Virginia. So, training shows investment and shows that you care about your staff. So keep that in mind. It is a way to reward them for their efforts, or also to get them get some of the skills that they're needing. And always try to respect your employees and try to do the best you can to assess your workforce environment. We're all people. We're all human. You may or may not like your coworkers, but if you can, try and be neutral. Try to step back if you've got a little feud going on or got some personality conflicts, and if you're in a supervisory role, step back and try and take an honest look at the situation and see what you can do to make it better. You might have some great workers, and if they're getting, if they're getting retaliated upon by their coworkers, or just if their needs aren't being met, you're going to have low staff morale. So make sure that this type of situation isn't going on. Make sure that they have all the equipment that they need within reason. If your budgets allow it, get them nice equipment. So that's going to perhaps increase your morale. But pay attention to your workforce environment and try to make sure that your staff is happy and getting along. Me personally, I've been in supervisory situations where I almost had fist fights at work. It's not fun. I'm sure many of you have experienced that too. Or hopefully you haven't. But pay attention to your workforce environment. Try to be the one that is able to smooth things over and make sure you're getting input from your staff. That's some of the advice that we have, and hopefully y'all are doing that in your daily work. Recognition is important. I said, I've heard that yesterday in the DEQ talks. I've heard that today, and I've tried to stress it in this. Recognize your work. You guys are doing great work. It's verbal recognition with your staff will go a long ways, but I really think as someone coming into the utility field late in life, in my fourth quarter, and to borrow Linda Hill's words, make sure that you recognize your staff and perhaps share that with others. There's an example out of the county I lived in Virginia. If you have social media work and social media outlets, what they're starting to do is share information about their staff. That's things that you might want to consider doing. You're seeing more and more people doing that. Small town newspapers. My sister lives in a small town west in Kansas. They're always hurting for information. So if there's a nice staff write-up, if you got a staff member that's got an anniversary, if it's yourself, for those of you that are one-man shops, go on and write it up. Get a nice picture of yourself and pat yourself on the back so folks know the hard work that you're doing and know that you're out there day in and day out. So this is, I think, a real nice effort. You can, Billings, I looked through your site and I didn't really see where you guys have done to that level. You guys are doing a great job, and I've got some follow-up slides that I don't believe you know. Park Service, you all are probably too big to, I don't know, although you guys do have individual Facebook pages, or have you done this at all, or?
We have limited things that we can and cannot do.
Yeah, I can't quite do that. Has anybody else done anything like this? Just wondering. I mean, a lot of us are quiet and don't want the recognition, don't want the fanfare, but to some extent we're sort of shooting ourselves, in my opinion, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, because you guys are doing great work, and you're out there, and particularly y'all are in Montana, you're out there in the below zero weather, and you're also out there in the 100-degree weather. So let folks know that you're real, that you're part of and what you're doing, and it's one of the things that they're also recommending, that we recommend. It's also a strong recommendation now of the services marketing part of work. That's where I told you earlier, I was able to take services marketing out of Texas A&M by one of the fathers, and he talks about stressing the importance of your staff, recognizing them. We'll switch a little bit on to recruiting the water workers. And what can we do to get others excited about working in public works? Not all of us view, a lot of us don't have the yeehaw view initially of public works, but there are things that you can certainly stress. And like I said, I mentioned, particularly in the West, I'm always impressed with y'all. You all have more of an environmental ethic than what I see from my experience in Kansas. Y'all are very connected to natural resources. Y'all seem very cognizant of what you guys have, and you guys are always trying to protect it from what I see from a distance. I love coming out to the West and reading your newspapers. Every time I'm here, there's all sorts of wildlife and natural resource issues. We don't seem to have those in Kansas or in the Midwest as much as you guys do. So keep promoting that. Keep promoting the benefits that you guys are doing. At the end of the day, you guys are trying to protect the environment just like everybody else, so we're all trying to protect it. The public service is great. A lot of us thrive on that. We may or may not get the recognition that we deserve, but we are doing a common good for the people, for your coworkers, for your neighbors. So try to stress public service and the benefits of that. The personal benefits, the personal gains that you feel inside as you do a good job are something that we all can appreciate. Hopefully we're getting compensated for it, but just at the end of the day, knowing that we did our job right, and so we're providing quite safe, clean water, or treating that wastewater is something that you cannot stress enough. And finally, with what's really of interest to a lot of the new workforce is the high-tech aspect of it. Promote that whenever you can. The SCADA boards, when you look at the SCADA systems at the plants and the abilities to do their jobs remotely. Many of the operators we work with are able to do their job from home. That's a big benefit from you. They're just doing their job, maintaining and changing the system just on their cell phone. So high-tech nature, a lot of the youth, as you know, are addicted to the games, and the more if they can see themselves operating the water system and enjoying and seeing the benefits and even maybe doing it remotely, that's going to attract them into the workforce. So keep that in mind. I know, like me, I'm in the fourth quarter of my career. I still struggle some with technology, but the youth, whenever you get a chance, they love it. And many of you probably are like me. When you get a smartphone issue, you give it to the kids, and they figure it out in 5 minutes. So keep pressing that, keep stressing that with your job, and I think you'll get more and more people interested in it. I've already talked a little bit about the environmental stewardship, but promote that. Like I said, you have that athletic out here. I really think that the fish and wildlife fields or your biologist fields are something that essentially an untapped resource for you. Like I said, with us, it just was eye-opening to me. 75 positions that we had open, Fish and Wildlife Service. We had 10,000 applicants. I got a relative here that got her master's degree from the University of Washington. She was trying to break into the field, and she just struggled. She finally now is a game warden. Was lucky enough to get hired on as a game warden in the state of Washington. But biologists, we may be a good fit for you guys. We get to use a lot of the skills that we that we had to do in school, the chemistry, the water, the ichthyology, the limnology. We're a potential good fit for you. So make sure that if you have career fairs that you don't overlook them. I don't know what the strengths are of this particular university here, but I do know Montana State and Billings is producing a lot of fish biologists with my master's advisors there. So anyway, keep that in mind, biologists. It's a great time to be in the environment. You all already have that environment ethic out here in the West, but if you get into some of the research that's going on right now, Pew Research Foundation shows that the public's interest in the environment is at an all-time high. It's the highest that they've measured in 2 decades, at least, with some of their surveys. So the public interest is in environment. It should be pretty easy, or it can be easy to translate that interest into folks that are interested in working for the water side once they understand what you truly are doing, the focus and your missions. This is something that does internships. Who all has internships within your systems? This is something that we have going on at Wichita State. Where are you at? Seabreeze?
City of Billings.
City of Billings, cool. Are you doing high school kids? These are what largely these are. Or college? Cool. Anybody doing high school kids? This is a program that we did. This is a mixture of high school kids and college kids. Lorraine, the example up there, you can't quite see her, but it's a girl that we had out of El Dorado High School. It's a small city just to the east of Wichita. She actually was a high school senior, was planning to be an actuary, got hired on through an internship opportunity that we had had provided to her water utility through EPA funding. Then she decided she wanted to become a wastewater or a water and wastewater professional. So she's now in school at Wichita State, switching from actuary to an engineer. So start them young if you can. College is great. How's the success with your college program? Is it going pretty good, or do the folks?
Zero hirings.
What's that?
Zero hirings.
Zeros? Just not? Oh, really?
They're not interested in water, not interested in
Oh, really?
management.
Oh, okay. Okay. And just, is it a money issue, do you think, or? Really? Too hard work? Huh? Yeah.
Many lab jockeys.
Really? The lab jockeys maybe is.
The hard side is the lab.
Oh, really?
We're separated between maintenance and the lab. We have a full staff lab, water lab, and maintenance.
Huh. Have you tried any changes within the program maybe to get, I wonder, or does it have to be college? Could you switch down to high school? I mean,
I'm just over maintenance. I'm just the
okay.
I just read the work. So they chose to go to college and do so many weeks of internship. They work they see the lab, the control room, and maintenance center. We've had one all day, fire. Finding jobs to start at. As you said, a lot more money than water. Most of money is the actual report.
Now, is the refinery up and down? Like Wichita right now, if you've heard of the 737 MAX, we're hurting now. So, none there?
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, because so we have, in Wichita, we've got an airplane industry, and so right now we're in a downturn. And so folks, the parents, the folks are appreciating the steady jobs that the utilities have. So we have folks, former aircraft workers we hear from them at the city of Wichita that they're glad they're not, going in the current recession. Things are great when blank planes are being built, but right now we got the 737 MAX and it's not looking good. Layoffs and layoffs. Yeah.
Their problem with high reasons, they don't do all the steps.
Oh, really? Huh. Is there anything you think you could do to help change that, or they just get? Okay. Yeah. Probably need some more of the helicopter parents that we all. Hey, I don't know. It's frustrating. That'd be frustrating. Well, these are some of our successes, at least successes with folks getting them out and getting them exposed. Honestly, I guess probably of the ones that we've put out, I believe maybe 2 are looking towards careers in the water field. But you got to do what you got to do. Like I said, Lorraine is one of those examples that the bug hit her, and she is now an engineer. I want to say Connor, the individual in the middle from Pittsburgh, I want to say he's also going towards the profession. So anyway, it is glad to hear that you guys are trying it. Yeah, in this field. Yeah. I said, yeah. Keep trying. Like I said, through things like our board trainings, that is something that we made, us or whichever your own efforts, keep trying to educate your board in the need for higher salaries, and it's not an easy sell. We know that, but keep trying is the main advice I guess we can give. Get out. Now, are you guys actually out in the community much? I know Billings, I've been impressed with a little bit I've seen from you guys. That you guys do seem to be out in the community. The other systems in here, are you guys out promoting yourselves? Just wondering. That's something that really I think that folks need to see and see it out in the community, making a difference. Like I said, Billings, you guys really impressed me with this is what you guys are doing. You're out providing educations about what you guys are doing at the community level. Training here at the public library. Like I said, some of you are one-man shows and just can't do it. We understand that, but there might be some help. Maybe you get some summer help or somebody that is out trying to explain what you're doing and showing what a hard job it is that you're actually that they're undertaking. That might be a little bit of a detriment to the folks that don't want to do the work, but there are some staff out there. So here's Billings once again. Just you guys, I think, coming in from as a consultant or whatever, you guys are doing great with just your efforts to educate your public. There's a nice little Facebook posting about what it takes to get wastewater nutrient regulation. I find the wastewater field fascinating, particularly with the water bears and stuff. And the more you guys can do to educate, the more you might you might have some successes with getting folks interested in it. And if you think about what you're doing on the big picture, the amount of water that you're treating, the amount of wastewater, there are folks that are interested in that, and if you're able to reach them, I think you might increase your workforce or have at least folks spread the word about you. Like I said, from my perspective, get out and get in the community is very essential. This is from my hometown, Topeka. It's I think it's the town's Christmas parade, and this is one of the the vacuum trucks get out there in the parade. So folks aren't going to want to work for you if you're not out there and don't know what you do. So if you can, participate in the parades, participate in the festivals, get out to the healthcare events, do the plant tours if you can. That's one of the things that we stress. A lot of your board members don't know, probably never been to a plant. A lot of your school kids have probably never been to a plant. It's maybe a hard sell for some of you, but one of the things that I'm a former member of, I was active with the Boy Scouts with their fishing task force, and the Boy Scouts actually have some merit badges that dovetail nicely into public administration. Consider them, getting them out and getting them tours. Most of the kids, if you get them out at an early age, you might get some folks that are interested in it. Lenore, you mentioned in your career you've had quite a bit of change, and did you get folks out as plant tours? Because I think you said you were in administration, if I remember right.
Yeah, and operating the city of Holland actually goes in our programs every official school for a wastewater plant.
Oh, wow.
So we have a whole lot of everyday lessons when we deal with fifth graders. Most of them, oh my God, it smells like I'm running out of stuff that's filled in here. But I have already seen. But we also do that interpret a video that you would take from 100% on that, so pretty much most of the time. And some of them less than, yeah.
The less fun parts of the plant.
So you wouldn't lose them all right away, but we did do that, and we did also students and stuff come out.
Great. And do you think it was successful? And hopefully, I'm sure to some extent the staff probably questioned it.
No, actually, it's always good to know the kids that were interested, or at least at that age, the first thing kids do is go home and teach their parents and everything. So it works out well when you figure take us to see what we get with wastewater deliveries and to be able to show them that it actually is out and what we've done in that short process. It starts well.
Cool. And that may help them build the environmental ethic that you all seem to have out there. Neat. Glad I picked on you. And the other thing, like I said, celebrate your successes. Here's from the city of Bozeman. It looks like city of Bozeman, I think they've won some drinking water competitions. So when you get a chance, celebrate your successes no matter how small they are. Get it out on social media. Get it in your local town's newspaper. If you got TV coverage, if you can get them out, then get them out and let them, whatever you can to celebrate. We've got coming up with us with our AWWA Kansas chapter meeting. We have the lineman competition or the pipe repair competition. Trying to get the media to cover that and some of the teams that compete and this and that. So do whatever you can to get your message out, and hopefully that'll help improve some of the employment issues that are going on. And finally, we're going to kind of switch into a little bit, just a few slides on succession planning. Succession planning, as you all know, or many of us know, a lot of us are nearing retirement age, and we're needing to train up our successors. A lot of us probably won't have that opportunity. I know was this reading, or was this following a director of an agency that's retiring? It's an individual that I'm a friend of. His transition ended up being 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon in a Denny's from his successor. In his case, this is a director of an agency, and he's hoping that his replacement will get hired and his replacement will get several weeks with him. But do what you can with succession planning to make things easier for those of you that will be following. So succession planning, the definition of it is the approach to building replacement workers to ensure continuity, identifying potential successors. And it sounds like at least some of you are all doing that. If you aren't thinking about it already, we should be. Many of us are baby boomers or near baby boomers and about to retire. Anybody already have succession planning going on? Nope.
They want to find out what it is, they gotta come ask.
Yeah. The neat thing, that I mentioned earlier about the tribal operator that we had in Kansas, or in Nebraska, that had the system went down, they hired him back. He knows he's nearing retirement. He's actually training through 2 tribal members to replace him. So, he's doing just a wonderful job. So, anyway, that begs kind of the big question. Are you ready for people to leave? And probably most of us are not. Probably, that's what.
7 more years.
7?
73.
You'll be 73? Wow. Man.
I have my house paid off,
Good deal. Well, Sarah, hopefully in those 7 years, we'll be thinking about some of your replacement. Hopefully we get the chance to really. It is probably something that you hopefully will start approaching your board with. So.
Yep, learn like I did.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, and with that much experience that you'll have, I guess we're encouraging you to consider succession planning so that you can pass on your legacy and go from there. Think about what you're needing. If you haven't started succession planning, the feds are big with it. A lot of your state agencies are big with it. Think about what you need in 5 to 10 years from now, and think about things that you can do, internal changes to the way things are done. It might be a good time to look at your job structure. One of the things that we talk a lot about in our training is there might be some of your job responsibilities that you could outsource. I'm a lifetime government worker. I'm not good at outsourcing, but there are some of your jobs and duties that you might be able to outsource, save money for your utility, and keep control of the utility like what you're used to. Things that we encourage folks think about is maybe contracting out like lawn mowing or painting, some of the the generic jobs that you probably enjoy doing, but they may not be the best expenditure of your time and your salary and stuff. So think about that. Interagency agreements are another way that you might be able to get. Many of you, at least in Kansas, we'll have the operators will be doing work for a city or a small city. They'll be working on the street committee or the parks department as well as doing utilities. So that might be ways for you to save some money and maybe even be ways to drive up the salary a little bit. External changes, look at the local demographic changes. I know you might have some untapped populations, groups that are coming in. We in Kansas, a lot of our western Kansas towns have seen tremendous demographic shifts. Dodge City and Garden City, we have meat packing plants, I believe right now have a big Sudanese population. Way out in western Kansas, we have a lot of Hispanic populations, and so actually we're seeing that liberal Kansas, where Dorothy was supposedly from, its leadership is a lot of the all Hispanic workers, and they're very dedicated. If you're not reaching out to some of those communities, some of the ethnic communities that are moving in, make sure that you are, and make sure that they know about the opportunities that may be available to work for you. Also, take advantage of some of the technological changes that are around if you can afford it. I overheard some of the folks talking about some of the meter talks, some of the presentations from the meters, and the money that was needed to upgrade their systems for the automatic meter readings into the millions of dollars. So that may be a way to keep your system going. It's pricey, but it may be a way for you to keep staff on if you can afford it and take advantage of some of the technology and some of the changes that's bringing. Finally, start if you can on succession planning, if you have the time, if you're a big enough shop, do some of the workforce gaps. Look at where your workforce demand is and what the desired state is versus the current state, and work towards the goal of getting things in balance. I mentioned already Jerry Hinchide, the individual from the Omaha Trot. That's what he's doing. He realizes he's a very, very dedicated operator, probably with 30 or 40, I think he's approaching 40 years experience now. He knows that he's about to retire. He knows that he wants to leave the tribal water utility in good shape. So he's hired he's up training, he's training his replacements. He has 2 staff that he's doing everything he can to mentor them, get them replaced, get them knowledgeable. So if you can, keep about that, keep that goal in mind and work towards that. Certainly something that you hopefully will be working towards and enjoy. No, so anyway. Well, so the wrap up, like I said, can't stress enough, water jobs are important. Work to retain your existing employees if you can. It sounds rough in a refinery town. It certainly is. It can be rough in Wichita and some of our Kansas towns when the economy's going good. Folks don't always necessarily want to work for the utilities because of the lower pay. But when times go bad, like right now, and the solid, steady pay of work of utilities can be attraction to a lot of folks. So keep that in mind. And like I said, I personally can't emphasize enough. Outreach is critical in my mind. Let folks know about the great job you're doing. Pat yourselves on the back, and get the recognition that you guys deserve. So we can do it. Keep moving forward. And I guess with that, I'll take any questions. Thanks, folks. Thanks for hanging in there. I know it's late in the day, and you kind of PowerPointed out. So thank you. Keep up the good work you're doing.
All right, we'll get going. My name's Scott Emmerich. I'm with the City of Billings. I've been working for the city for 35 years. What I'm going to talk about today is water and wastewater, O&M. Part of the O&M that we do is we've got a pipe bursting program that we do with our water and wastewater crews. Before I get going, I'll tell you a joke, lighten it up a little bit. A gentleman was having trouble with his son lying to him, so he went and bought a lie detecting robot. So the premise was that every time his son had lied, the robot would slap him. So he brought the robot to supper for one night. Him and his wife and his son sat down to eat, and the robot. And he asked his son what he did that day. And the kid said, well, Johnny and I did homework this afternoon. Robot slaps him. Okay, what'd you really do? Well, we watched TV. Robot slapped him again. Okay, we watched porn. So then the dad goes, well, geez, when I was your age, I didn't even know what porn was. The robot slaps him. Well, the wife's taking all this in, and she kind of looks over and she says, boy, you sure can tell he's your son. The robot slaps her. We started this program, well, first off, some of you probably don't know what pipe bursting is. I guess I'll talk about that. Pipe bursting is when you pull a pipe through another pipe. It's a lot like slip lining. You probably heard about slip lining. With pipe bursting, you're able to replace the pipe with a bigger pipe, either the same size pipe or a bigger pipe. Slip lining, you're usually reducing the ID of the pipe because you're having to go within a pipe. So this is the type of equipment. This is on Hammerhead's website. That's the type of equipment we have. There's a couple different manufacturers out there. Hammerhead's one of the big ones, and TT Technologies is another one. They're kind of the two, I'd say, big players in the pipe bursting market. This is a picture of a static machine. There's two types of pipe bursting equipment, a static machine and a pneumatic machine. And I'll talk about those a little bit later, but we use one for water and one for wastewater. The static machine is the one we use for water. That's kind of the picture we had on the front here. I'll go back. That's fusible PVC C900 water pipe. This is a pipe fusion project right here. I'll have some more photos. And that's a McElroy fusion machine that pipe's going down into, in a rack of pipe. They come in 20 to 40 foot joints. So you don't have the longer joints, and you don't have as many fusions that you have to make when you're pulling. Usually what we'll do, we'll try to fuse all the pipe up before we do a pull when we use the fusible PVC. So if we do a city block, say it's 600 feet, we'll have 600 feet all fused up. Get it staged up, ready to pull, and the pulling is the easy part. The prep work that you have to do all this work is what's quite involved. The static machine, it's kind of a two-piece, well, static and pneumatic are both kind of two pieces of equipment. You see that big unit that has hammerhead on it, that's a hydraulic unit. It has hoses that go down to an in-hole unit that does the pulling for you. The pneumatic machine, of course, is air-driven, and what it is like a hammer, and it ties onto the pipe, and then it has hoses that go through the pipe back to a big air compressor, and then there's also a winch, so it's a two-component system too. And what the winch does, you'll string a line down through your sewer line and it'll attach onto that burst head. So as it's hammering, it's being pulled by a winch. And then it's just pulling the pipe in right behind it and breaking the pipe up. We first started this, and I believe it was 2007. This is just a picture here. You see that storm drain inlet in the foreground? you can imagine there's a storm drain that runs parallel with that photo. So it went under that utility bank, and then right behind that is a dock. And that was a storm drain, a city storm drain that got built over years ago. Well, it collapsed under the dock in 2007. We hence went down there, everybody scratching their head what to do. We televised it and determined that we could probably get it was a 24-inch storm drain. Where this collapse was, we determined we could probably get a 18 or 20-inch pipe through there. So we went to Vermeer, who was a hammerhead dealer, and they'd been talking to us about this trenchless technology, about pipe bursting. We brought them on board, and they said, well, yeah, if you guys get the pipe and fuse it together, we'll let you use a winch, and you'll be able to pull a pipe through there. And we did. And that kind of spearheaded our trenchless program. After we found out how easy it was to do, we started kind of taking baby steps then. We rented some more equipment. That's a picture of the pipe that we drug through there. We kind of made a pull head. You can see there that we took some steel and bent it, and then we cut the pipe kind of pie-shaped, folded it in, and then bolted it to that pull head that we made, and then just used their winch. I may have a picture of that. No, I guess I don't. But anyway, we pulled that pipe through and had a success with it. That started our if you want to say, our cruise experience with kind of trenchless technology. Up to that point, we had some other projects that were done by other contractors, some slip line jobs, a horizontal directional drill. We did do a pipe burst job on a sewer on Virginia Lane. That one was kind of limited success. We learned a lot on that. We got stuck in the sewer after we stopped, so we wound up having to dig it up. But that we learned from it. I mean, it wasn't a project that went defunct. I mean, it was probably a 360-foot pole. We stopped right at the manhole. We went outside the manhole. If we would have kept going, we would have made it. But so these smaller projects led up to the program we got today, where we're probably doing, last year we did probably, I think it was 3,600 feet total, just water line. Usually we do both depending on the amount of work we have each year. This last year we didn't get any sewer work done. We've got 2 crews. We got other projects that take precedence where we have to, of course, do those. This is some of the equipment we bought. What we did after we had those successes, my boss, the public works director, asked me to come up with a plan to kind of man an equipment to man a crew or crews to do the pipe bursting. So we put on a 5-man crew, another supervisor, and this is some of the equipment we got. That McElroy is a fusion machine. That winch, 12-ton winch. The next item is the one that's used with the pneumatic system. That 100-ton machine is a static machine that uses rods. I'll have some pictures of that later. And then that power pack is the unit that provides hydraulic power to that 100-ton unit. And then those pneumatic machine, of course, uses a larger air compressor, a 375 CFM air compressor. And we had some incidental stuff. We bought some trench boxes. I think another 1-ton flatbed pickup, that Kiefer trailer, it telescopes so it'll handle the 40-foot lengths of pipe. A little more about pipe bursting. Not every project is pipe bursting material or pipe bursting. You can't do every project with a pipe bursting method. Billings, the topographies goes from rim rocks to alluvial soils. There's everything from pit run to clay. to sandstone. So if there's any rock in it, you're gonna have difficulty with pipe bursting, depending on the amount of rock. I'm not saying it can't be done, but if there's a lot of rock in there, your success of pulling a pipe through with a pipe burst project is very limited. You're gonna have problems. You have to shorten your runs up. You may not be able to increase to the pipe diameter you'd like to. So there's a lot of factors to weigh in given the soil conditions. Some of the things we do, we've got a lot of history because of repairs we've done. So we kind of know what area has what type of soil in it, and if it's a candidate for pipe bursting. Another factor is how many maybe service reconnections you have to do. If there's a lot of services that you have to dig up and reconnect, depending on the area, you might be better off open cutting. The other things is maybe the right-of-way that you have, or easement. If it's small, that's another thing to consider too. That's where the trenchless technology kind of comes into play. Then you got a limited work area, a limited footprint. Some of the ways we identify some of the projects we're going to do, we got a GIS system, and they keep track of all our complaints. If we've had some sewer backups, we're able to go back and have them kind of plot areas where we've had maybe 3, 4, 5 backups or more, and then we can focus on those areas, go narrow down, see what line it is, what the problems were, if they were city problems, tree root problems, grease problems, broken pipe, maybe we've got some TV records, or we need to TV it. We do have a camera system, an IBOC TV camera system, that we're able to go out and do some further investigating to determine if it is a clay tile pipe, if it's sewer. The material, we'll go back in some of our history if some of our guys know what the soil conditions were. The TV tape, of course, will show us how many service connections we've got to restore. And then the depth too. We'll look at the depth. We get in some deep situations. A lot of it depends on your capabilities too. If you're able to dig deep to provide trench protection. We got a variety of aluminum trench boxes, so we're able to stack them, use our backhoes. We've got a couple mini excavators, but kind of 13, 14 range, maybe even 15 is pushing the limits of the depth that we can go. Much more over that, we're better off open cutting. On the water end, we kind of similar to that slide before about the sewer backups. We can track the history of water main leaks the same way. So we can focus on areas where we've had a lot of main breaks. This one shows kind of fire flow. That's another condition that we look for. That's where this pipe bursting helps, because you're able to, if you were to slip line it, you're going to reduce the ID. With the pipe bursting, you're able to increase. And some of these areas we did what they call a double increase. We went from a 4 to a 6 to an 8. So we increased the size of what the water main was, and it was a 4-inch, and the water just barely fell out. I think the water, like that, was rated at, I'm going to say, 500 gallons a minute, maybe even 3. And then we were able to increase some of these areas up to 1,200 to 1,500 gallons a minute by increasing that pipe diameter. This is kind of that same map. HDR did this. They did a flow study for us on our system, and then they identified all those mains in red that needed to be upsized, and a lot of them was down in the area that we call the south side of Billings, that triangle kind of area there in the lower right. And we've done a lot of pipe bursting down there. And we've been killing two birds with one stone as of late. I don't know if anybody attended the lead water service thing earlier. When we do a pipe burst project, a lot of these older areas have cast iron main, lead joints, lead service lines, so we're able to get the lead out. We'll increase the size, reduce the number of breaks, increase the diameter of the pipe, thus increasing fire flow. And then thirdly, I guess, if you want to say three things, we get the lead out. The lead services will come back in, and rather than reconnecting the lead, we'll replace the lead from the curb valve to the main or core.
Go into the houses and replace all the way to there?
We don't do the private property. We do partial. If it's
Past the curb stop all the way.
yeah, just to reconnect the curb stop. Yep. So we got a new curb valve box, and then I have copper going out to the main. So all the stuff in the city right away will be new. And then we don't own service lines, the customer does, but part of this lead and copper rule now is replacing lead services. So we're kind of doing them kind of a favor, so to speak, by replacing our, if you want to say the city side, as a lot of people call it. And then we tell the customer, we got a list of contractors that will replace their side from the curb box or curb valve into the meter. Most of the meters are in the houses. A lot of people don't do it. It's kind of a little spending when you get into on a private property that might be in a driveway, concrete involved, trees, mature landscape.
Do you have any of the contractors in the bore for you?
We've never had any. We've had some, a couple of horizontal directional drill jobs. Not too many in Billings do it around here. That want to do water anyway. They'd rather do the private utility stuff like the cable TV or gas, smaller diameter pipe.
Well, I guess that's what I meant, is if that's on your list, if there's anyone that does the
service lines. Yep, sometimes they won't necessarily bore, but sometimes they'll use well, they've got a pole, a cable machine. It's got a splitter head on it. You know, you got to dig it up on two sides, and the splitter head connects to your copper HDPE. You know, our experience with the lead, sometimes it'll split it. A lot of times it pulls it out into the hole with it. Depends on the soil, again, soil conditions. You get in some rock or some tough digging, you're gonna have a tough time doing some kind of trenchless method. Or they'll use a mole. That's another trenchless method that some of these guys have used on service lines. And that's basically a pneumatic hammer, a smaller version of the stuff we use on the mainline pneumatic system. This was, I showed that map before that HDR prepared, and these are some of the south side and north side streets that had 4-6-inch water mains that we went back and replaced with 8. And you can see the footage. That isn't necessarily the length of the run. Most of those runs I'd say were probably around 600 feet. Those 750s might be right, but I'd say 600, maybe 550, somewhere in there was kind of our average pull on the south side. They're shorter blocks down there. We try to limit them to blocks because then we put a valve usually in the intersections there, and a hydrant assembly so we can flush, test, chlorinate, do all that. We've been in a couple publications. I think we've been in this magazine, and I can't remember the name of the other one. But we've been in a couple. We're one of the few municipalities in the nation that's got their own pipe burst crew, and it's not that hard to do. It's something that I know it's tough for a smaller community to look at, but it's something to consider if you're contracting work out. There's a few contractors in town, or in the state, that do it. I know Castle Rock does it, and there's somebody up Kalispell called Apple Valley. They do it. But it's coming on. I understood COP Construction, who's local here, but they do work throughout the state. They purchase some equipment as well. And it's becoming, my opinion, more of a trend. With all the utilities that are underground now, it's a less disturbing way to install or replace pipe. That's a picture of that hydraulic down unit. You see those rods in that box. They have threads on, they got a male and female end. The male end is kind of towards that guy there with the threads. Female end's on the other end. What that machine does, it will couple them together, and it's got a spinner in there, so it threads the rods together. And then you thread those through the water main. Of course, you got to decommission it. Put your trench box in, get your hole dug, access the main, cut the main, thread these rods through it, and then on the other end you'll have kind of the same thing. You'll dig down to your main line, cut it, your rods come out. You've got to build kind of a ramp, because with the fusible PVC, it's not as flexible as HDP, so you got to kind of have more of a ramp for that pipe to come down into your hose pipe. And then you've got a burst head that you have attached to that. I'll have a picture of that here too. This is a picture of the pipe. That's a picture of that ramp, kind of the pipe coming down into the hole, getting prepared to pull in. You can see they've got about a block here that they did. And this you got to dig, but you can see it's only bucket width. So it's relatively, and the soil here wasn't that rocky. It's of course, we got gravel down in the bottom. I think we might have got into a little bit of groundwater, but we bed everything in gravel when we do a dig job. Aluminum trench boxes. This is a picture of a sewer job now, which is similar, a different piece of equipment, but you can see that photo before had quite a ramp strung out for that pipe. This pipe is a lot more flexible, so you don't have to have the ramp dug in there, your receiving ramp into your hose pipe. You're able to make more of an abrupt bend with it. That other photo, you can't see the pull head real good, but it's similar. You don't have the rods, you've got a cable, like I mentioned earlier, with that winch attached to it. And then this pipe has the hoses thread through it on the inside of it to provide the pneumatic power to that hammerhead. You can see our holes. We you know, like everybody else, we try to use trench boxes or shoring or whatever, make it safe for our employees to get down in there. This looks like it's about probably, I think this alley was about 8 to 9 feet deep. We got a variety of adjustable boxes, so we're able to usually tool up for the job that we're going to take on. There's a picture of a gas line that they crossed. You can see the PVC, there was a repair right there, and they're coming through. Usually what we'll do, preparing for these jobs, if we have any utilities that are in the vicinity that we're going to cross, we usually dig them up. Well, in this case, there was a service there. But even if there isn't a service, we'll take one of our sewer jets and we'll vacuum excavate around that private utility to make sure that when we cross it, we're not forcing any pipe shards, or we're not hitting it or causing any damage to it. This is kind of what we've done. Since 1980, we've been doing rehab projects. And again, like I said, 2005 we did a sanitary job. We did that storm drain job. we kind of took baby steps getting into this trenchless technology. And we alternated. We did a little bit of everything. We did storm sewer, we did sanitary sewer, we did water lines. We tried different products. You know, we had successes, we had failures. Overall, most of the projects were successful. If they weren't successful, we made them successful. Might have took a little more effort, but we learned from it. And our crew's pretty proficient today. We're able to take on a job and not have the mistakes that we had before. And you can see the footage. Some of these, you know, we started out maybe 300, 360 feet. They were short pulls. The pulling part is what goes fast usually. It's all the prep work you have to do ahead of time. Again, vacuuming or excavating you want to dig up all your service connections, particularly on a sewer job. If you're running down a clay line and your services are clay, when you're breaking the clay, if you don't dig up the service and cut the service line, the cracks will mitigate up the service line. Then you got a heck of a mess. So you got to dig all those up ahead of time, and that prepares you so that after you do get it pulled, you can reconnect them right away, so you don't have people having SSOs getting sewer in their basement or backed up.
You guys camera your sewers, and that's how you locate your services, and then
We'll TV them before we do the project. Yeah. We got a history of, we don't have every sewer TV, but usually what we'll do, if we've had an SSO or an event where we know we've had a bunch of complaints about sewer, maybe tree roots, broken pipe, we'll TV it ahead of time, and again, looking at the depth too. It's got to be a depth where we can dig down to with our equipment and our trench shoring equipment, you know, to do it safely. So we'll look at a bunch of things before we take it on as a pipe burst job. You know, we've got the history of the complaints, and then the TV record. Look to see how many service connections there are. Again, if you're digging up every 50 feet, you might as well just open cut the whole thing, you know, on an alley. Most of our sewers in the city here are in alleys, right. You know, 20-foot right of way. And again, the depth too. If we're over, because we just have mini excavators, we got a couple minis and three 710 backhoes. We don't have any big excavators, so that kind of limits the footprint. We try to keep our footprint small in these work areas. That's kind of the whole intent with the trenchless. Whereas if you get on a big excavator, you guys have been around construction, blowing and going down the alley. And again, back to the types of pipe. These three projects were all HDPE. That middle one was an experiment. I mean, all three of them were, but we solely use HDPE on our sewer pipe burst jobs. We tried it on the water. The trouble with HDPE is it's an oddball diameter. So like any of your AWWA fittings aren't going to cross-reference like ductile iron size pipe or AWWA C900. You got some issues there with an oddball size, so then that forces you to stock a whole bunch of different fittings in case you do have a failure, or even for the project. So that's kind of why we steered away from that. Not that it isn't good pipe, and it works good. It's just the practicality of it, the fittings that you have to stock. Again, I kind of talked about these decision factors when we're looking at a project to do. Back to that equipment. If you got the capability of digging deep, then yeah, you can, in the trench safety equipment, then you can probably take on, and we've looked at that, you know, we've looked at possibly buying an excavator. It gets to be kind of a money deal. The soil condition thing, I mentioned the rock, that's probably the biggest limiting factor on pipe bursting. If you're in a bunch of cobbles or if there's any rock, I mean, a few rocks you can do it, but if it's like river run or something, forget it, because it's going to collapse on you. service connections, the size of pipe you want. You know, that can limit how many pipe diameters you increase. Again, the soil too. There's a whole bunch of factors there. If that soil's rocky or any degree of rock in it, the depth, of course, that weight of that overburden, if there's water present. If it's clay soil, that's probably the most ideal soil you can have for pipe bursting. Because what happens is those shards of pipe will push out into the soil and stay there. With clay, they won't fall back on itself. Other projects, that paver, we've got a citywide program where the engineering, they mill and fill certain miles of street each year, chip seal, try to restore streets. We try to coordinate our projects with theirs so that we're not coming in and tearing up a street that they just did the year before or something like that. We'll get in there and do our projects, and then usually what they do, engineering will wait a couple of years in case there's any settlement or anything that shows up that needs to be repaired before they do a paving job. I mentioned the tooling. You know, our capabilities are limited to about 12-inch right now. They got bigger equipment out there. Again, it's a money thing. I mean, how much you want to invest into this. We started, ramped up kind of slowly into it. Like I said, took baby steps, experimented. Every community is different. That's a photo of a sewer reconnection and some of the utilities that we cross. That's a gas line there that's in the middle. What we do, again, we'll have these all, you can see the trench box, I think he's pulling it out. But we'll have these pre-dug before we pull the pipe through so that we're able to jump back in that hole right away and move the trench box from service connection to service connection. We'll try to burst it in the morning and then reconnect the services in the afternoon. And basically we just have a big hole saw that's a 6-inch that they put the saddle on, run that hole saw through the HDPE, and then replumb the service connection, and usually use like you can see that below that upper piece. It's usually like an Indiana coupling or a Fernco. It'll adapt to the clay tile pipe. Lower photo shows that burst head that's on the water line. That front connection's got a series of cutter wheels. You can see a small one, then a medium size, then a larger one. And what they are, if anybody's familiar with tubing cutters, it's just a real large version of that. So as you're pulling that's scoring the pipe, and then that cone that's behind it is breaking it and forcing those shards out into the pipe. And that second cone has your pipe connected to it. So as those shards are getting pushed out and you're pulling on the whole works, it's just pulling the new pipe right behind them. The upper one is a sewer. You can't really tell there. I think I got a photo of the hydro burst head for that later on here. Again, that's clay tile. Usually as you're going through, you got all these services opened up, and there's a lot of force on that burst head. It causes a lot of vibration on the soils, and the pull force, the tonnage on the winch is 12 tons. I can't recall what the burst force is on that pneumatic hammer, but you can feel it on the ground as it's going by. It's thumping. You can hear it under there, and you feel the vibration on the ground. So that's another thing you have to consider too, if there's any structures that are adjacent to it, because usually what forces that are involved with the pipe bursting, it wants to go side to side and up. You kind of envision it. It's not going to go down because it's got more soil that way that's got to overcome. So it's gonna go out and up usually. So I mentioned depth earlier. You gotta be careful that you're not going too shallow with it. Because if you go too shallow with those forces being out and up, you'll hump a street or an alley. And we have done that. We had a little experiment on a water line down by the Deering Clinic over here on South 26. They abandoned the street, but it was only about 4 feet deep, and it was a 6-inch water line that we increased to an 8. So the combination of increasing the size and then those displacement forces on a shallower depth main kind of humped the street about an inch. Another learning experiment. It's a picture of a water line job, a couple different ones. I mentioned that ramp. You can see it right there. We're pulling down into the lower right-hand corner of the screen there. That's the direction pipes being pulled. Usually what we'll do, we'll block off the street that day we're doing that pull, or alley, depending on the circumstances. And usually most of our pulls we're able to complete within an hour. When you get pulling that thing, it gets going, it's happening pretty fast. The one machine, the pneumatic machine, the hammer, it sometimes will take 3 to 4 feet each stroke. I mean, it gets moving, depending on the soil conditions. This, of course, those rods were about, I think they're 42 inches long. So each time you do a pull, you're pulling it 42 inches at a time. And you got to disassemble the rod, put it in the rack, get the machine hooked on again, pulls another 42 inches, disassembles. So you get kind of a rhythm going, and it doesn't take too long. Like I said, usually an hour we'll pull 600, 800 feet. That's the easy part. Then you got to go back and hook up the services, which again, we usually have those pre-dug, so everything goes pretty quick. The water end, we usually have temporary water set up from a hydrant maybe a block away, and then we usually contract that out, and they'll test it, chlorinate it, disinfect it. After it passes bacteriological tests, they'll hook the people up. We'll come in, dig our holes, decommission the water line, and start prepping for our job. Usually do the fusion. We'll have that fused the day before. We're going to do the pull. Get all our fusion done off to the side of the street. Street's still open for traffic. We'll come in. We got our holes usually dug, but we usually have them fenced off. Local traffic still able to get through. And then do our pull, hook up the services. And then we got to do the testing and everything like we do on new mains. We'll come in and do a static pressure test. And then once that's passed, we'll do a bacteriological test, chlorinate it, flush it, pull samples, wait 48 hours, make sure it's okay, turn it into service. Move to the next block. So we kind of get a rhythm going. While all that testing and disinfection is taking place, our crew will move up to the next block, and start getting it prepped up with digging the services up, utility crossings, the ramps. Sometimes we're able to pull 2 ways without having to move our equipment a long ways. We'll pull, like if we're in an intersection, we're able to string one way and pull one way, just turn the machine around and pull the other way. That works out pretty good with your mobilization. You don't have to do quite so much moving around. And you already got one hole kind of prepped up, your pull hole. I mentioned different types of pipe. There's a lot of different restrained joint pipes out there, that products that different manufacturers have. This is one that we tried, and you've probably seen it out, Certalock. It's got a couple different mechanical means of joining the pipe. The one we tried has the PVC collar with a plastic rod that slipped through that coupling. You kind of see it on the right there, below the photo there. That black thing sticking out of that pipe. And this was one of our first jobs that we had some failures on. The pipe supplier came out and they were going to do a big article on us about utilizing their product, and we had the first failure. Well, we started pulling it and it was going good, and all of a sudden it started pulling easy. You can kind of see the tonnage on that static machine. It's got a gauge, a hydraulic gauge down in the ditch, and the guy that's running it can usually tell by the pressures how much force the machine's having to overcome to pull pipe through. Well, all of a sudden it got easy. The gauge wasn't hardly registering anything, and the rod was coming back. Well, it broke, so he wasn't pulling anything back. What happened was one of those couplings hit one of the shards of pipe and split, and so he wasn't pulling anything back. So we dug up, we were able to determine where that was. We dug it up, fixed it, hooked the pipe back up again, started pulling again, and it happened again. The second time it happened, all we saw was the guy's tail lights leaving. So that was kind of a learning experience that we weren't going to use his pipe again. Picture of an alley. Like I mentioned, you can see a sewer jet down at the end, that gooseneck at the end of the alley. They're excavating some probably in this case, these are service reconnections on an alley that we're going to do. And they're preparing, probably going to pull it, and you can see a service saddle off to the right of that first hole there. So we kind of get all the materials and everything staged up ahead of time so that everything goes pretty smooth. We pull it in the morning, and usually we're able to get the services. We try to. We maybe have a couple different crews working, and usually what we have is a mini excavator out there that's moving the trench box from hole to hole, so our guys are staying safe when they're reconnecting these services. Like I mentioned earlier, we started out small on these jobs, and it kind of helped a bunch of different ways. We had limited success on some of the jobs, and some of the jobs went really smooth. It allowed us to hone our workforce and our equipment to kind of tailor fit the projects we wanted to do. So we kind of learned our limitations about what we could take on, just from the experience we gained from doing these small jobs. And then now, like I said, last year wasn't a real banner year, but most years we do probably 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 feet, both water and sewer, and we've got 2 crews that do it.
How do you hold grade on sewer?
It's just following existing line.
What if the existing line is on grade?
Well, if you've got some dips or whatever, some of it will come out. If it's real severe, you dig down and remove that burden. And if the grade on the rest of the pipe, like say the grade of the rest of the pipe's okay, and you got a dip. You know where that dip is because you TV'd it. You dig down over that dip, it's going to bring it back out of it because the force is going to go up. It's going to follow the rest of the line, and it's going to come right through that dip. We've done it before. Yeah. But if you got a whole bunch of them, again, you got to look at your TV tape. If you're going to try, there's some problems you can fix, some you can't. If you have 1 or 2 dips in there that you got to dig down to correct, so when you pull through, it'll correct it. If you got more than that, that's when you got to determine, well, do I want a pipe burst, or is it better off as an open trench candidate, full replacement.
How many times have you had customers use the toilet?
Oh, we have that happen. Yeah, when it's disconnected there, we've had that. It just goes in the ditch right there.
So you camera after you're done?
Yep.
What happens if you have to dig it up?
Well, we haven't had any dips. We use HDP that's got the gray lining in it. If you use black, you're not going to see much. No, I'm talking about sewer. Yeah. It's got a gray lining. It's HDPE pipe with a gray lining in it. So when you TV it, it lights it up. You know, if it's just that black, you're not gonna see much. We've gone to this gray lining, they make a gray lined HDPE pipe. We haven't had any dips. We had some issues with some service reconnections one time. After you pull that HDPE pipe in, you gotta wait a little bit because that pipe will relax. Because when you're pulling it, it's stretching. That HDPE is a real flexible pipe. Even though you're going with ours is a DR, I think it's a DR14 is what we're using. So it's got probably say a 5/8 inch pipe wall. Even with that, you're stretching that pipe. And then we usually do these in the summertime. We'll start here in the spring, but usually we're doing them, you know, spring, summer, fall, typical Montana construction season. And that pipe will stretch, so you got this combination thing. You usually got it fused together laying on the ditch, so it's in the sun, so it gets soft. And then when you start pulling it, it stretches. But then the ground temperature might be, say, 55, 50-some degrees. What you have to do is just wait, you know, they recommend 3-4 hours, let it relax so it shrinks back down and acclimates to the soil. We didn't do that one time. And what happened, we hooked some services up, and then the pipe moved. It moved so much that there was only about kind of a little sliver of the service. The whole saddle slid on the pipe because of the movement. So we had to go back and dig those up and redo our connections. But again, a learning experience. We learned, we got to wait, you know, a little bit after we get it pulled. Like I said, we usually try to do it in the morning. Guys will break, eat lunch. You know, while that's happening, the pipes gets acclimated. After lunch, they start hooking services up. This is a water job. And right there, you can see a cage, but they're pumped over right there. We built a cage so that when you pull that burst head out into the ditch there, you're able to get that burst head off. And then you can do a pipe connection if you got to use some fittings, or a lot of times we'll have valves. We'll put a valve on, or a T assembly with a fire hydrant. You know, we try to locate hydrants and valves at intersections. And usually that's where we usually are pulling from or inserting a pipe from, is an intersection. Yeah, you can. We've never have because we don't have any in the city. Well, yeah, that's because you're going to have to remove some to do it. You know, like I mentioned, you got to have a pull pit and a receiving pit. So you're going to have to break some pipe out of to make your connections or get your equipment in and out. But yeah, I've heard of them doing it. You know, this talk I gave this at the NASTY, that's what they call it, North American Society of Trenchless Technology. It's not something dirty, but but I did this presentation there. Well, it was 2015, and I did another one in 17 too. Basically the same thing, but there was a guy from Florida there, and their whole system was AC, and they were doing it down there. The contractor was.
Pretty simple cost. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like that tile, clay tile is pretty friable, so you're able to break it real easy. Yeah. The only bad thing with that AC, like he mentioned, is the hazardous stuff with asbestos. If you do have to cut it, you're into some airborne stuff, you know, and then the disposal of it. I mean, it gets. I'm kind of glad we don't have it. Billings Heights has a lot of it in their system, but City of Billings we don't.
Well, what do you do when you got a water main and a sewer here, and you have to drop the water main under?
Like a grade conflict? Well, of course you're gonna have to dig that up. Yep, you're gonna dig that up. There's a crossing, like I mentioned. If there's any crossings, we dig them up, and we get that kind of planned out ahead of time. Of course, you may not know, but like maybe some utility doesn't know they have something there. We have encountered that. you know, where we crossed maybe a gas line that was unknown, or maybe it was abandoned. We're kind of scratching our heads, we'll come up with, we do that all, you know, any excavation we do. I mean, it's state law to call one call, and usually what we'll do if we're in the planning stages on one of these jobs, we'll get one call out there, because we have to submit plans to the state to get approval to do the job. So we'll do a one-call utility locate out there to determine if we got any conflicts, and usually they're able to tell us approximate depth stuff. If they can't, we'll vacuum excavate, do a pothole, and get some elevations on it just to see where they're at, so we don't have a conflict. Or if it's maybe it's a product line or something, a lot of those guys want to be there when you do expose their pipe, because they want to look at the condition and they want to make sure you're not going to damage their facility. So those are kind of some of the things that we look at. And again, like I mentioned, usually I'm an engineer. We have to stamp the drawings and go through the permitting process through the state to get approval to do the project. And that's kind of the instrumental thing, is getting some more of that planning. We usually do that in the wintertime. Like this past winter, we've got some projects already set up for this spring to do the pipe bursting on. I think that was all I had. I started early, so anybody else got any questions? If not, I appreciate you coming.